Welcome back to Ethereal Arcs. Fang Yuan walks the demonic path alone. 500 years of experience, no allies, no hesitation. If you missed any previous episodes, all links are in the description. The climb continues. Chapter 226, Bone-Flesh Unity. Looks like the sculpture of either a lion or a tiger skull. Isn't this the rumored mechanism which needs two people to cooperate? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. There are words carved in this sculpture's fangs. Bai Ning made a new discovery. She then began to read the carvings in a low voice. Gemini with one mind, three spirits unite. Fated or not, do not be forceful. What does this mean? This is the code to opening the mechanism in this place. Gemini means two people should work together to open the mechanism. Three souls indicate a person's mind, palm, and eye. Fang Yuan recalled from his memories. Among the four limbs of a human, palm was most nimble. Among the 5 organs, the quickest was the eyes, and human's mind could think as fast as a lightning spark. Hence, they were called three spirits. Come, put your palm on the pupils of the sculpture. There was a translucent, pure red gem in the eyes of the skull sculpture. The red stone was as big as large porcelain bowls, and it clearly reflected the figures of Fang Yuan and Bai Ning. However, there was no change at all even after putting their palms on the red gem pupils for a long time. Haha! Your words make sense, but it turned out to be wrong. Bai Ning did let go of any chance to snide at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression turned dark. Bai Hua had recounted and described about this mechanism according to his previous life's memories. Logically, this should be the correct procedure, but why was there no change? One-minded Gemini, 3 souls united. Fang Yuan muttered. 3 souls united has been achieved, but one mind. A bright light slowly appeared in his eyes as he continued his thoughts. Is it saying the two people to open this mechanism must be of one mind and one heart? If it is so, even if he and Bai Ning were working together, they were only forced by the situation and were actually divided in hearts, with each having their own plans. No wonder they could achieve the one mind. When he thought of this, Fang Yuan couldn't help looking at Bai Sheng and Bai Hua again. As a result, this pair of brother and sister was again kicked awake by Fang Yuan. Evil thieves! What do you want? Bai Sheng angrily shouted after having woken. Bai Hua, however, didn't cry anymore. Her 2 big eyes were closely gazing at Fang and Bai with deep hatred. Fang Yuan could be bothered to explain to them. He directly grabbed the palms of the 2 and placed them separately on the pair of red gem pupils. They were truly the inheritors decided by the fate. The moment these 2 small hands touched the red gem, it let out a bright light. Crack! Crack! The skull slowly opened its mouth and revealed a large pile of coal stones and dry woods. In the center of the black coal stones was a simple-looking pottery container and a scroll lied on it. What is this? Fang Yuan casually threw the twins onto the ground, then picked up and read the scroll before coming to an understanding. It turns out the owner of this inheritance, Grey Bone Scholar, did have a high aptitude. Thus, he was distressed about his cultivation throughout his life. All his life, he put all his efforts into researching a type of goo that could help a goo master to quickly cultivate. There were already plenty of cultivation assisting goo worms, the most typical being the liquor worm. However, these goo worms were mostly very rare and would be very difficult to popularize. Grey Bone Scholar's aspiration was big. He wanted to research and refine an excellent goo worm that could be widely used. However, even when his lifespan was at its end, even after countless failures, he was able to achieve success. At the final juncture of his life, maybe heaven took pity on him. When he was setting up the Whitebone Mountain inheritance, he suddenly had an extremely ingenious enlightenment. What was the main method to quickly raise a goo master's cultivation without the help of the specific goo worms? It was to let an elder impart his primeval essence. Previously at Qingmao Mountain, Guye Chi Cheng had received such help, receiving the refined primeval essence from his grandfather Guye Qi Lian. However, this move had a big disadvantage. It was the mixture of different primeval essence, relying on an elder's higher-ranked primeval essence to wash and refine the aperture walls would leave behind his aura in the aperture, causing a Gu master's future development too, unless one used cleansing water Gu to cleanse the mixed aura. However, cleansing water Gu was also a rare Gu and ordinary Gu masters would find it difficult to obtain it. Even elder-level characters would have to rely on luck or pay a tremendous price. Thus, imparting method also could be widespread. Hence, Grey-Bone Scholar thought of a wonderful concept. If there was a Gu which could refine others' primeval essence into the Gu master's primeval essence, wouldn't that mean there would be no mixed aura after imparting? He began making series of attempts, and after removing most of the possibilities, he made a plan which had the highest probability of success. The name of this experiment was Bone-Flesh Unity Gu. This was what was written in the scroll. To refine this Gu, 2 Gu masters must work together. And these 2 Gu masters must have blood relation, parents and children or twins. Relying on the connection of the blood lineage could one transform the primeval essence. However, Grey-Bone Scholar didn't have enough time to put this concept into practice. After having made most of the preparations, he could only helplessly stop at the final juncture. Although he had 2 nicknames, he, however, was only one person. What he lacked were 2 Gu masters who fulfilled the criterias. The final content on the scroll clearly revealed Grey-Bone Scholar's endless regret. He did not have enough time to redo the preparations and could only leave behind this blueprint. If someone fated was to arrive to this point and could open the mechanism and see this scroll, that would mean the Gu masters who met the conditions had appeared. There is no harm in trying it. No matter what the result, please convey it to my gravestone. These words in the scroll contained a lifetime of obsession of Grey-Bone Scholar. It turned out this pyramid Fang Yuan was stepping on was the tomb of Grey-Bone Scholar. There was no need to try though. Fang Yuan already knew the idea of bone-flesh unity Gu was a success. Because in his previous life, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, relying on this dual cultivation, had become the twin stars of righteous path, pushing the might of Bai clan towards the peak with their rank 5 cultivation. However, it was quite troublesome for Fang Yuan now. He had originally thought bone-flesh unity Gu was a finished product. But in fact, it had still not been refined into existence yet, and could even be considered half-finished. Moreover, he and Bai Ning Bing did fulfill the conditions to refine this bone-flesh unity Gu, unless Gu Ye Fang Zheng had been here. Even then, refining this bone-flesh unity Gu might not end up good. According to the description on the scroll, bone-flesh unity Gu was a series of Gu and did refer to just one type of Gu. And the deeper the feelings between the 2 Gu masters refining this Gu, the better the quality of the ref. Looking at the relation between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, the refined bone-flesh unity Gu would absolutely not be perfect. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this bone-flesh unity Gu had of course been refined by Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. However, the time was now many years in advance, although the 2 had deep feelings, but they were yet to become Gu masters, and thus could fulfill the criteria. Bone-flesh unity Gu was the most important target of Fang Yuan in this inheritance. The materials and the forge were already well prepared by Grey-Bone Scholar. The only thing lacking was the final step, refinement. Give up? Fang Yuan, of course, was willing to. Then again, to refine it, let's not speak of the refinement conditions not being met. There was still a group of powerful experts chasing them. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk. He and Bai Ning Bing only met half the criteria, but Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, however, met the other half. Maybe there was a hope for success if the 4 worked together. Come, help out. Fang Yuan began to ignite the dry woods in the skull sculpture. The fire instantly soared and burned furiously. You plan to forcibly refine it? Bai Ningbing was shocked. This can be a sensible option. Although she said so, she still made her move and put her palm on the red gem pupil, pouring her primeval essence into it. The blazing fire suddenly changed color from orange to eerie blue. The pottery container was roasted by the fire. The several hibernating goo worms woke up from the heat and began to crazily struggle. The pottery container shook constantly, but there was no damage to it. The refining steps was complicated. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing alternatively poured their primeval essence. Soon, they reached the final critical juncture. This step needed fresh flesh from the two goo masters, which would be thrown into the fire to be purified. The scroll clearly stated that the more flesh was thrown into the fire, the better the effects would be. Fortunately, we have flesh-bone goo. Cutting off few pieces of flesh wouldn't be any problem. Bai Ningbing was just about to take action when she was stopped by Fang Yuan. Slow down. I have a better idea. Bai Ningbing followed Fang Yuan's line of sight to Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, the twins. You actually want to tamper with the modifier at this juncture. A disturbed gaze flashed in Bai Ningbing's eyes as she realized Fang Yuan's intention. What do you want? Bai Sheng protected his sister behind him, as all of a sudden, he felt a calamity looming over them, causing him to feel anxious and panicky. Being meat or fish on another's chopping board, when Fang and Bai were refining the goo worms, they knew they couldn't run away. Thus they had been obediently staying to the side, waiting for their clansmen to come to rescue. However now, Bai Sheng felt tremendous regret. You should feel honored that your sacrifices will bring into existence an entirely new type of goo worm. Even Senior Grey Bone would feel happy if he knew in the netherworld, right? Fang Yuan gave an evil grin as he pressed on towards the pair of brother and sister. Sister, run away! Bai Sheng shouted before charging towards Fang Yuan and grasping his leg. Big brother! Tears spilled out from Bai Hua's eyes, and just when she was hesitating, Fang Yuan had already knocked Bai Sheng unconscious. Seeing Fang Yuan coming closer to her, an enormous fear was spreading at the little girl's heart. She turned around and ran, but how could she be faster than Fang Yuan? She was quickly caught by Fang Yuan, her heart sank down and she futilely struggled and wailed. Mother, where are you? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he knocked her unconscious too. It was all done efficiently. He removed all the clothes from this pair of brother and sister, then carrying one on each hand, he threw them into the fire. The moment they were thrown into the fire, they immediately woke up due to the heat. Severe pain attacked them as they tried to madly flee. The two jumped out from the fire with their limbs crazily moving about as they desperately struggled. Fang Yuan coldly snorted before kicking them back into the fire. The scroll stated that it required fresh flesh. Thus, Fang Yuan did want to kick them to death. As such, after he kicked them, they again ran out before he kicked them back in again. This continued over and over, until Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were finally burned to death. Their bodies resembled candles as they slowly melted. The fire turned from eerie blue to scarlet blood color. However, the fire transformation slowed down and did change to reddish purple. The scroll had stated the color of the fire had to change into reddish purple for this step to be considered a success. What to do? Bai Ningbing's brows were furrowed. The goo masters would also receive backlash if the goo refinement failed. Fang Yuan's mind worked at turbo speed. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were the fated inheritors. Why did it fail? It seems because there was a discrepancy, because they were not goo masters. If so, we need to try again. Fang Yuan did hesitate as he activated Tusita flower to spit out a sharp blade. He stretched his forearm and slashed. Blood started flowing rapidly, and he threw his own flesh into the fire, which was now blazing higher than a man's height. Your turn. After doing this, he threw the sharp blade to Bai Ningbing. You sure it will work? Bai Ningbing hesitated for a while before she similarly used the blade to slash at her forearm. However, because of her ice muscles, the blade seemed to be cutting into ice. With no other choice, Bai Ningbing called out Chainsaw Golden Centipede and sawed a piece of flesh. When her flesh landed into the fire immediately turned reddish purple. Good. Success or failure depends on this. We need to pour our primeval essence together. Fang Yuan was overjoyed at this scene. The two poured their primeval essence into the red gem pupils at the same time. The mechanism started slowly closing up, like a bone beast swallowing the blazing flames. 2 rows of fangs came together, and the jaws closed securely. The flame continued burning from inside, roasting the skull into a shade of scarlet. Bang! The pottery container seemed to have exploded. The whole skull shook. Only after hearing this sound, Fang and Bai let go of their hands. Fang Yuan closely stared at the movement while extending his hand towards Bai Ningbing. He didn't say anything, but Bai Ningbing already knew what Fang Yuan wanted. She snorted, but thinking about the situation, she had no choice other than to give the flesh-bone goo to Fang Yuan. She didn't have the ability to instantly refine goo worms, but Fang Yuan could. Flesh-bone goo did resist even a bit under the aura of Spring Autumn Cicada and was instantly refined. However, although Fang Yuan refined it, he couldn't use it due to his low cultivation. Thus, he again handed it to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing received it and immediately activated it. An orange glow covered the wound on her forearm, and almost instantly, skin and flesh grew out, and her injury was completely healed. However, Bai Ningbing's rank 3 peak stage primeval essence was also instantly down by 20%. The disadvantage of flesh-bone goo was it required instant consumption of a great amount of primeval essence. If it were Fang Yuan's green copper primeval essence, he wouldn't be able to activate it even if his primeval sea completely dried up. Following, Bai Ningbing healed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face was pale. He didn't have ice muscles to stop his bleeding in a short period. Thus, he had lost a lot of blood. The injuries on their forearms had healed, but the pain was still as intense as before, and their hearts trembled from the pain, even feeling dizzy. But the two had iron willpower. Despite such pain, their expressions did change as they forcibly withstood the intense pain. In a flash, the skull slowly opened up. The fire had already disappeared. There were neither any traces of the pottery container nor the corpses of Bai Sheng and Bai Hua left. 2 goo worms appeared in Fang Yuan's sight. One was green and another red. They were tied together like 2 jade bracelets, and quietly let out warm luster as they hovered in the air. This is the bone-flesh unity goo. Without taking the time to carefully investigate, Fang Yuan took it and instantly refined it, storing it into his aperture. Let's go. He flew down the platform and rushed into the new secret tunnel that had appeared at the end of the hall. Only a short moment after, Bai Clan Goo Masters arrived at this hall. Someone refined a goo here. The remaining aura in the air made the elders' expressions change. Look, there are clothes of the 2 young masters. Soon, they found children's clothing that had been torn by Fang Yuan on the high platform. Seeing this, an intensely bad feeling struck Bai Clan leader's heart, almost causing her to black out. She did dare to even make the connection. Chase them. They can't have gone far. My children are definitely with them. Bai Clan leader shouted. Her 2 eyes had become bloodshot. Chapter 227. Footless bird, spread your wings and fly. Sprinting. The secret tunnel seemed to continue on forever, but any long journey eventually came to an end. After the first glimmer of light, Fang and Bai's vision gradually expanded. The exit, Bai Ningbing shouted. According to the info from my previous life, this secret tunnel should lead to a cliff on Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan did not speak. His thoughts rumbled in his mind. He should thank the 2 dead siblings, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. Their information attracted Fang Yuan here, and because of their sacrifice, Fang Yuan managed to obtain the coveted flesh-bone unity goo. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from behind. We finally caught up. We found those 2 bastards. Where are you going? Bai Clan Goo Masters rushed up imposingly, seething with killing intent. Bai Clan leader was ahead of them all, with the elders behind her. The narrow tunnel turned the Bai Clan group into a long queue. Blitz goo. Suddenly, a clan elder accelerated, his body moving like a cannon, catching up to Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, swinging her hand behind her. Blood moon goo. With a crisp sound, a blood blade flew out, hitting the elder and slowing his movement. But immediately, all kinds of lights exploded in the tunnel as large numbers of attacks came towards Fang and Bai. "Bai Ningbing, take this!" Fang Yuan shouted, lending the canopy goo to her again. Bai Ningbing activated the canopy goo, iron spike thorns goo, as well as the defense of the ice muscles, all three together to resist the attacks. "Bai clan, don't you want to know the location of your two young masters?" Fang Yuan shouted loudly. As the Bai clan Gu masters remembered Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were in Fang and Bai's hands, they stopped their attacks. "Speak, what did you do to our clan's young masters? If anything happens to them, you will pay dearly." "Return my children!" Bai clan leader flew into a rage. She pointed forward with her finger, and a cold light shot out. Frost fish goo. This goo was only the size of a dart, and looked like a fish. It drew an arc in the air as it shot forward, homing down towards Fang and Bai. Fang Yuan snorted. He didn't dodge, and just let the frost fish goo hit him. Suddenly cold air enveloped his body, and his speed drastically fell. Stealth scales goo. With a thought, there were ripples undulating around his body and making him invisible. "Don't think so." A clan elder suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed towards Fang Yuan. Swoop. With a soft sound, the stealth scales goo that was hiding in Fang Yuan's aperture suddenly broke into pieces and perished. Fang Yuan's heart sank, activating the jumping grass immediately. There was a numbing sensation on his feet as green grass that looked like springs grew out of his flesh and skin. Fang Yuan used the elasticity of the green grass and jumped forward, his speed increasing drastically. "I take my leave first. Remember to jump." He left behind this weird sentence. "What?" Bai Ningbing was confused, but then heard the wind blowing behind her. Her heart jumped when she turned around to look. It was the Bai clan leader. Her eyes dyed red, looking like an agitated lioness. Her furious aura made even Bai Ningbing's heart shudder. After all, she was a rank 4 Gu master. Bang! Bai clan leader punched directly. The huge force shattered the canopy Gu's white armor immediately. Bai Ningbing threw up a mouthful of blood as she summoned the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede turned into a golden light and coiled around the Bai clan leader. Using this opportunity, Bai Ningbing sprinted and arrived at the exit. It was a cliff. At this moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly understood what Fang Yuan meant. He wanted her to jump off a cliff. "You cannot escape," Bai clan leader shouted from behind. As for the chainsaw golden centipede, it had been torn to pieces using brute strength. Bai Ningbing was struggling. At this height, it was a guaranteed death if she jumped down. But in this circumstance, she had no other choice. She gritted her teeth and jumped. She really jumped. "She's dead meat," some Bai clan Gu masters exclaimed, stopping before the cliff. Bai clan leader looked down and saw Bai Ningbing rapidly falling down. Her veins popped on her forehead as she growled. "I want to see them if they are alive, and their corpses if they are dead. I will definitely catch them." Wind roared in Bai Ningbing's ears as she continued to fall. She had never thought there would be a day where she would be forced to jump off a cliff. "I'm going to die like this? Although this is exhilarating, I am not satisfied." As death approached, Bai Ningbing's heart was in turmoil. "I have not obtained the Yanggu. What a tragedy to die as a female. But once I reach the ground, I will definitely be a pile of smashed meat, and no one will be able to tell my gender anyway." Bai Ningbing was not sure why she was having such a strange thought right before death. At this time, the turbulence around her increased as she heard a voice. "Bai Ningbing." Bai Ningbing turned around. How could it be anyone else but Fang Yuan? At this time, Fang Yuan was descending as well, but he was stepping on a white bone bird below his feet. Footless bird. This bird had no flesh or blood, its body made of bones. It had an eagle's head, crane's body, swallow's tail, and 2 pairs of wings, but no legs. Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood and filth, It was evident that he had sustained many injuries back in the secret tunnel earlier. "Grab my hand." He squatted on the bird's back, reaching out his hand. Clap! With a clap, two hands grasped each other tightly. Fang Yuan exerted more strength and pulled Bai Ningbing onto the back of the bird. However, at this time, there was a rock less than 300 meters below them, as the footless bird descended towards the rock like a shooting star. "Careful, we're gonna crash," Bai Ningbing shouted, her heart almost jumping out of her body. The mountain rock increased in size rapidly in her vision. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, shouting ferociously, "How can my demonic path falter in this tiny little Baigu mountain? Rise for me!" His shout echoed in the valley. Under his manipulation, the footless bird flapped its wings furiously, using all its strength to slow the descent. Cracks started appearing on its four bone wings. Fang Yuan's primeval essence in his aperture reduced rapidly, but with the heavenly essence treasure lotus sending out large amounts of primeval essence, Fang Yuan's primeval sea rose and lowered continuously. A group of bone beasts relaxing near the mountain rocks felt the commotion and raised their heads before immediately sprinting in a run. A gray-back ostrich was so scared it dug its sharp head into the white bone mountain rocks, raising its butt high in the sky. Ostriches were like this. When they were scared, they liked to feel false assurance. Moments away from crashing, Bai Ningbing forgot to breathe, and Fang Yuan looked on with furious eyes. Under the intense wind pressure, the white bone trees on this mountain rock collapsed. But eventually, the footless bird flew past the ostrich's butt, soaring into the sky at a steep angle. The ostrich butt wing was shaved till nothing was left, revealing its round, empty butt. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing started laughing wildly on the bird's back. Having barely survived and relieving the pressure of death, she felt her heart gradually sinking back into place. Exciting, truly exciting. The excitement of life and death was always the most breathtaking. Wasn't such life what she desired and pursued? Footless bird, fly to the blue sky. She was almost on the verge on singing in excitement. Clan leader! They were alive. At the cliff, Bai Clan's Gu masters said with dark expressions, "We can't catch up. That is the footless bird, able to fly 10,000 miles in a day." Tai Dao Ku sighed helplessly. Flying Gu worms were rare, and those who could match the footless bird's speed were little to none. Under rank 5, the footless bird was the #1 flying steed. Alas, the heavens are blind. How can such evildoers be allowed to live? Some elderly shouted in anger, pounding on their chests. Bai Clan leader's eyes were bloodshot. She gritted her teeth while clenching her fists so tightly that her bones seemed about to burst out. Hearing Bai Ningbing's laughter, she even had the urge to jump down the cliff to pursue them. It was not that Bai Clan did not have a flying Gu. Some Gu masters had already displayed their abilities, chasing after Fang and Bai. But looking at their speed, even an idiot would know that it would be impossible for them to catch up to these two. An intense bitterness filled the Bai Clan Gu masters' hearts. They could only watch helplessly even when the criminal was fleeing before their very eyes. "No, we definitely cannot let them escape. We cannot." A Gu master shouted in fury. His body suddenly started burning with intense flames. Bai Zhan Wen. Bai Clan leader's expression changed. Lord Clan Elder. Everyone was stunned. Grandpa Bai Zhan Lai was full of tears. Clan leader, everyone. We cannot let these two scoundrels escape, or where will our Bai Clan's dignity lie? The revenge for our two young masters is of utmost importance. After I am gone, please take care of my grandson. This lad's temperament is as tough as mine. He started losing his voice at the end. His entire flesh, skin, and bones turned into fire, and his voice naturally disappeared along with them. Even his pupils transformed into a dark purple color. He had turned into a human-shaped fire. Fire burned and raised the surrounding temperature, and everyone started retreating back while a sad song seemed to sound in the mountain. Human torch Gu, a rank 4 Gu, which once used, immolated the entire body, turning it into fire until his life force was depleted. This Bai Wen elder chose to sacrifice his life to gain this immense power. Good, our clan shall stand here and witness elder's contribution. Bai clan leader was moved. But Bai Wen could no longer hear them. As his life burnt, he felt an unprecedented power flowing in his body, completely free and unbound. The purple-black pupil gazed at the surrounding people and looked at his grandson one last time before flying into the sky. The human torch rapidly approached the footless bird. Good, everyone shouted in excitement. Bai clan leader's steel-like cold expression showed some agitation too. A strong foe. Bai Ningbing's expression was grim. She lacked experience in aerial combat. She might fall and be smashed to bits if she was careless. How? The human torch growled, intense killing intent flickering in his dark purple pupils. Sparks flashed as the human torch speed increased again, pouncing towards Fang Yuan like lightning. Hold on tight! Fang Yuan was concentrating the entire time in maneuvering the footless bird. Footless bird raised its speed and pulled away, causing the human torch to pounce on empty air. Waves of sighing and pity could be heard from the cliff. But quickly, the human torch pounced up again. Footless bird swerved again and narrowly dodged. Bai Ningbing was almost thrown off and quickly grabbed into a bone that was jutting out. The human torch came attacking again. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. The footless bird suddenly contracted its wings, dropping to the ground. The human torch followed closely. Its speed surpassed the footless bird and was getting closer. Footless bird suddenly spread its four wings, stopping its downfall and flying in the reverse direction. The human torch's flying was completely dependent on the propulsion of the flames. He had no wings to help him quickly change his direction, and came crashing down onto the mountain rocks. At once, over 6 kilometers square of land burst into flames, killing all bone beasts and large numbers of bone trees in its range. In the sea of fire, a lump of fire gathered into a human shape again, flying away and chasing Fang and Bai relentlessly. However, the use of goo worms also depended on their users. In Goo Master's cultivation aspects of nurture, use and refine, use was one. Not anyone could simply take out a goo and display its full ability. The methods and techniques involved were very profound. Human torch goo was a suicidal technique, and naturally, it would be Bai Zhanli's first time using it. But Fang Yuan, although this was his first time riding the footless bird in this life, he had used an uncountable number of flying goo worms in his previous life. His experience was many times of Bai Zhanli, almost to the point O. At the cliff, Bai clan members were observing the battle situation. Their expressions slowly changed from hopeful and anticipation to anger. Anyone could tell now that the footless bird was playing around with Elder Bai Wen. The human torch growling, which originally sounded so awe-inspiring and full of authority, now sounded like he was helplessly venting in a sorrowful state. Damn it! Someone clenched his fist in frustration. How can this happen? Ti Dao Ku was also stunned by Fang Yuan's skill, sighing as he knew there was nothing he could do anymore. Fang Zheng, I want you to die, Bai Zhanli shouted, the seed of hatred sowing deep in his heart. Elder Bai Wen's sacrifice was becoming a joke, being toyed around by Fang Yuan. It was an ironic slap across Bai clan's face. Gradually, everyone's anger turned into disappointment and despair. We can catch them anymore. Can we do nothing other than to look at this? Guye Fang Zheng. Many people spoke this name, gritting their teeth. Footless bird flew casually in the air, dodging the human torch yet again and again. Young man, your bird maneuvering techniques are superb, ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, letting her guard down. Fang Yuan's expression froze. Careful! An intense explosion occurred. Bai Wen knew he could not catch up to Fang and Bai, thus he chose to self-detonate. The explosion and flames engulfed the footless bird. Thankfully, the footless bird was made of white bones. Even its wings were like pieces of thin bone pieces. The fire didn't cause much damage, The true danger was the impact caused by the explosion. Footless Bird's body was full of cracks, and it lost its balance, plummeting to the ground. After descending for a distance, under Fang Yuan's manipulation, it regained its balance and flew far away. "Fang Yuan!" Bai Ningbing screamed. Earlier, Fang Yuan lent her the canopy goo. She had the goo worm to protect her, but Fang Yuan did not. When the explosion occurred, Fang Yuan had no time to activate a defensive goo. When the Footless Bird rushed out of the flame, Fang Yuan's body was burning in the fire. The intense winds caused the fire to burn even more greatly. Even the earth-hearing eargrass in his right ear was burnt. But his expression was cold like steel, like he was not suffering any injuries at all. After Footless Bird regained its stability, Fang Yuan took out Tusita flour and poured the milk spring over his head. The fire was extinguished, but his skin was mostly burnt and his face disfigured. He looked extremely tragic. Bai Ningbing tried to speak, but could not say anything. Fang Yuan, however, smirked and laughed. "I like the Footless Bird. Do you know why?" He smiled, but the sight was horrifying. "Why?" "Because it has no legs, only wings. Thus it has no choice but to fly. When it lands, that signifies its destruction. Betting it all in one chance, fly or die." Bai Ningbing's blue pupils dilated, shining with brilliance. The winds blew on her face, causing her silver hair to flutter. Bai Ningbing's lips also curled up. "Hey, then let us fly up into the sky." Footless Bird flew into the sky, becoming a dot in the horizon before eventually vanishing. On the cliff, Bai clan members watched until their eyes seemed to penetrate the sky, but none spoke. An eerie silence engulfed everyone. The world was so vast. The eerie blue sky, the snow like white Baigu Mountain, the sunlight shining down, Footless Bird, Fang and Bai's silhouettes. This scene was deeply engraved into everyone's hearts. Fury grew in their hearts, as hatred germinated in their hearts. Puff. Bai clan leader vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and fell down on her back, fainting. "Clan leader, Lord clan leader, quick, healing goo masters, save the clan leader." Panic ensued on the cliff. Author's note. What is demonic path? A kind of path that has its own ideology and beliefs. Towards what a demonic path is, everyone has their unique understanding towards it, but to me, the Footless Bird embodied a kind of demonic spirit. Demonic path is cruel, not only to others, but more towards oneself. Thus, it is not well liked by the masses. Chapter 228. Dark Leopard dies for love. The setting sun was dyed like blood as the clouds on the west resembled burning flames. Under the setting sun, the Footless Bird started slowly dropping down after having flown for the majority of the day. It had made a series of extreme diving and rising actions, while suffering from the explosion of the Human Torch. Its body was filled with cracks and could no longer continue to fly. Under Fang Yuan's meticulous control, the Footless Bird finally fell into a forest. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and groups of beasts escaped in a panic. "Where is this?" Bai Ningbing jumped off from the bird and surveyed her surroundings. The trees were short and thick, but had a lot of lush leaves, unlike the sparse amount in the bone trees of Baigu Mountain. The trees in this forest were like a canopy blocking the sunlight, and the leaves were all purple, light purple, dark purple, reddish purple, violet. The evening wind blew over. If one looked into the distance, all they would see was a sea of purple. A purple forest. "We have been moving north all along, and according to our course, this should be near Ziyu Mountain," Fang Yuan guessed. His countenance was covered with worry. "Ziyu Mountain is safe in daytime, but is extremely dangerous in night. It is getting dark. We need to quickly leave and find a safe place to stay." "Okay." Bai Ningbing nodded. After over 2 hours, they found a cave luckily. The cave's original owner had been a pouched bear. This species of bear possessed a natural marsupial pouch on their stomach, just like kangaroo. Dry wood burnt with crackling sounds. The bonfire quietly blazed. The meat stew in the iron pot over the rack was already boiling, giving off a dense aroma. The fat, tender bear paws were already roasted. Besides these, there were also many delicacies, from Bai clan, stored into zeta flour. The two quickly began devouring the food, and their strained mood began to relax. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed, her dark blue eyes looking at Fang Yuan. Look. This is retribution. You burned that pair of brother and sister to death. And now, you yourself are burned to this state. The light of the fire shone upon Fang Yuan's face. The severe wounds on his face made him look horrifying and ugly. If a timid girl saw his appearance, they would probably scream in fear right then and there. Fang Yuan, however, laughed, not minding the comment. He was even inwardly happy. Fortunately, we have meat bone goo. It won't be difficult to recover your original appearance. You just need to cut off the burned skin and flesh, then we can use the meat bone goo to grow them anew. But you are only a rank 1, and can use the meat bone goo. Come, beg me, maybe my kind and magnanimous heart will feel pity for you, and heal you. Bai Ningbing would let go of any chance to snide at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan made a motion of raising his eyebrows, despite his eyebrows already being burnt off. Why would I want to heal it? Isn't this situation quite good? He laughed. We killed off the 2 young masters of Bai clan, and also played the Bai clan leader and the elder. Do you think they will let us go? This injury saves me the effort to change my appearance. Earth-hearing eargrass was destroyed. Fang Yuan's right ear was shattered. The injuries to cartilage in his ear was something the meat bone goo could heal. But even if he could heal it, he would rather have 1 ear less to change his appearance. In past, there was a demonic figure, Bai Shanzi, who was captured and put into a prison. He feigned becoming mad, smearing his own stool onto his body, even cutting off his 5th limb, and became a eunuch. His enemies finally believed he had gone crazy, and thus loosened their vigilance, giving him a chance to flee. Later on, he returned to take revenge and massacred the whole family of his enemies, including the old and the young. There was a great figure of the righteous path, Empress Wu Ji. When she was young, her own elder sister had seized her rights to the throne. She could only hide this grievance inside her. Her elder sister was jealous of her beauty and thus, to avoid letting her make things difficult, Empress Wu Ji cut off the bridge of her nose, disfiguring herself, but gained the space to survive and grow. After over 10 years, she overthrew her elder sister's regime and re-established her authority. She then ordered her elder sister's 5 sensory organs to be cut off, making her live in a state where she could choose to live or die. Throughout the history, all the great figures were good at biding their time and not being attached to fleshly appearance. No matter if it were the righteous path or the demonic, regardless of men or women, they were all like this. After Empress Wu Ji took the control, she didn't heal her nose even though she had the healing means, keeping this as a warning to herself. The Wu clan became the top clan of the southern border, suppressing Tai clan, Shang clan, Fei clan. Its dominance could be challenged. Those who indulged in fleshly appearance were mostly superficial, and it would be difficult for them to succeed. Regardless of whether it was this world or Earth, both attested to this point. King Yu of Zhou, just for a smile from his beloved concubine Bao Si, lighted the warning beacons to trick the vassal states. What was the outcome? People lost their trust in him, and he was killed by the barbarians. Lu Bu for Daoist. King Wu for Shishi. Shang Yu the Conqueror took consort Yu when he went on military campaigns. Ha ha ha, what was the outcome of these people? By contrast, Cao Cao was short, Sun Bin was handicapped, Sima Qian was castrated. Everyone loves beauty. However, achievements were not in the least relevant to fleshly beauty. Only a temperament which could firmly let go was the foundation to a great success. Actually, it is you who is too dazzling, with your blue eyes and silver hair. You should change it. Fang Yuan said as he looked all over Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted and did reply. Fang Yuan continued. The footless bird was damaged, but we have only flown over few thousands of miles. Although we are quite far away from Bai clan, they will definitely come to capture us for the things we have done. We are in a dangerous situation. If they spread wanted posters, our days will become even more difficult. Bai Ningbing considered the idea with a frown before agreeing. All right. I am also tired of this outfit. Changing into a new appearance might be a brilliant experience. Next, the two started to calculate their losses and gains. There were losses: earth hearing eargrass, chainsaw golden centipede, carapace goo, iron thistles, stealth scales goo, footless bird, were all destroyed in the pursuit. However, to Fang Yuan, being alive was the most important. Only by being alive could there be possibilities and hope. This was the foundation to everything. To continue living, even if he had to give up Spring Autumn Cicada, so what? In a word, being able to let go was the character of a great man. As for gains, there were large numbers of bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo in Fang Yuan's aperture. They had also obtained rank 3 flying bone shield, jade bone goo, iron bone goo, the healing type meat bone goo, and several bone books recording all kinds of recipes. Besides these, they had also gained clearing heat goo from the Bai clan. Of course, the most significant was still the bone flesh unity goo, which they had successfully refined at such a dangerous moment. Compared to the gains, their losses weren't that serious. This was a complete inheritance after all. The flower wine monk might be a rank 5 expert, a cut above the rank 4 gray bone scholar, but Fang Yuan's gains from the flower wine inheritance loses out to this Bai Gu inheritance. The reason was Bai Gu inheritance had been carefully planned out for a long time by Grey Bone Scholar, whereas flower wine inheritance was completed in haste and hurry. In fact, Fang Yuan only walked through the main path of the Bai Gu inheritance. There were many other side branches, and moreover, there were many steel teeth locks that weren't knocked open in the flesh sack secret chamber. These things would all serve the Bai clan. They controlled this place, and so long as they spent some time and energy, they could definitely devour the whole inheritance. But it doesn't matter. I have taken all the goo worms in my list. As long as this bone-flesh unity goo displays its effects, it will far surpass the others. It is just that the earth-hearing ear grass has been destroyed, which is a bit troublesome. Fang Yuan's philosophy was only those things that are practical can be valuable. They had lost the chainsaw golden centipede, but the spiral bone spear goo could qualify to replace it. Iron thistles and carapace goo were gone, but they still had canopy goo and flying bone shield. However, with the loss of earth-hearing ear grass, they now had a hole in the investigative aspect. They had lacked in the healing and movement aspects before, but now these two aspects were more or less filled, whereas a gap appeared in the investigative aspect. In life, things often do not go your way. The nighttime in the Ziyu mountain was much livelier than daytime. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing took turns to keep watch. Both didn't get proper sleep. Occasionally, roars and sounds of battles of the wild beasts came from outside the cave. Especially at the crack of dawn, an intense battle occurred near the cave, waking up the soundly sleeping Fang Yuan. This was a fight between 2,000 beasts kings. 2 winged black feather python had provoked a dark leopard. The two exchanged killing moves back and forth. Their movements were very noisy, and their momentum astonishing. Dark leopard was a ferocious beast specific to the Ziyu mountain. They had purple spots on their skin. Their bodies were powerful, and they were extremely fast. They would often leave behind ethereal afterimages when they moved through the forest. Their movements were quiet, and their prey usually ended up in their stomachs without even being able to react. Fang and Bai were on the edge. They could even say they were trapped in the cave, unable to escape. As time passed, the dark leopard gradually became outmatched, getting into a corner. This was a pregnant female leopard. Dark leopard always came in male and female pairs. The female leopard had been pregnant, and the male leopard had gone out to hunt. Who would have thought the black-feathered python would attack during this gap? In the end, the female leopard died by black-feathered python's constriction. However, before the black-feathered python could escape, the returning male leopard saw it. Then, after another life-and-death battle, the male leopard killed the killer. But it was welcomed by the female leopard's cold corpse. Dawn came. The first rays of light shone upon the dark leopard's beautiful fur. However, the female leopard was no more. The male leopard paced back and forth around the female leopard's side and let out a mournful whimper. They were so near, yet so far, separated by life and death. "Why is it not leaving?" Ning grumbled. "Relax. The male and the female dark leopards are of one heart. If one dies, the other will not continue to live alone." Fang Yuan sighed. "I will go back to sleep." He returned to the depths of the cave to sleep again while Ning remained behind at the cave entrance to keep watch. The male leopard paced back and forth before lying down. It stuck out its tongue and started licking the female leopard's wounds. The wounds on the female leopard had turned pitch black due to the black feather python's poison. The male leopard lived all its life here. It could distinguish this poison with only a sniff. However, it no longer cared now. In the end, its resplendent eyes started dimming and slowly closed. By the time it was noon, it had passed away. It was quietly lying together with the female leopard. Their beautiful fur made them look like delicate artworks. Having personally seen this whole course of events, Ning could help letting out a deep sigh. Not long after, Fang Yuan woke up and walked out full of vigor. He saw Ning resting against the cave wall, staring blankly at the corpses of the two dark leopards. "How is the harvest?" Fang Yuan asked. Ning shrugged and spoke with a waning interest. "The goo worms that could fly have all flown away. I don't have any means to capture goo. Besides, did you also see last night's battle? Those goo worms died or are injured. The remaining aren't something we need." "Haha, if it were not for that, why would someone like you go back to sleep?" Fang Yuan laughed. "Although they are 2,000 beasts kings, the goo worms on them aren't anything great. But that doesn't necessarily mean there are no harvests," he had. Saying so, Fang Yuan walked towards the dark leopard's corpses. Chapter 229. Resting and recovering at the hamlet. Ning could help but become curious when she saw Fang Yuan walking towards the dark leopard's corpses. She saw him squatting down and feeling around the ears of the dark leopards. After a while, Fang Yuan took out 2 exquisite purple leaves from the male leopard's left ear and the female leopard's right ear. This was breath concealment goo, rank 3 grass goo. Goo masters could use it to conceal their aura and cultivation level. To some degree, it was a camouflage ability. Almost all the dark leopards had a breath concealment goo in the ears. However, the dark leopards moved in pairs and were at least of 1,000 beasts king level. They were experts in sneak attacks and were extremely agile. Capturing them was a very troublesome and dangerous endeavor. Moreover, the dark leopards were specific to Ziyu Mountain. Thus, the knowledge of there being breath concealment goo in dark leopards' ears was widely known yet. In Fang Yuan's 150th year in his previous life, there emerged a righteous path figure, nicknamed Hunting King, Sun Gang. He was the first to wantonly hunt the dark leopards for their breath concealment goo, and made a fortune by selling them to the market. After him, countless goo masters rushed to Ziyu Mountain to make a fortune. Like this, in only few years, the dark leopards were all annihilated. Right now, however, the Ziyu Mountain was still a secluded area. In this place, daytime was safe, whereas the nighttime was extremely dangerous. There were no clans here, but there was an embryonic form of a clan, a hamlet. Fang Yuan did have the earth-hearing eargrass to scout, but fortunately they obtained 2 breath concealment goo. Fang and Bai relied on this goo to avoid many dangers. They were not going to go up the Ziyu Mountain. Their current strength was enough to move across the ordinary forests, but not enough to go deep into the famous mountains and great rivers. Even Bai clan would have to pay a great price to explore these areas, let alone the current Fang and Bai. They went around the Ziyu Mountain and moved forward, and after 2 days, they discovered a mountain path. It was a man-made path, and was much safer than the forests. Of course, if one's luck was bad, they might come across dangerous situations. Fang and Bai moved along the mountain path until one evening they saw a thin curl of smoke. The two glanced at each other before hastening their steps. They saw a hamlet lying in a mountain basin. The hamlet was surrounded by short stone walls, with guards standing on several points. It was evening now, and the farmers were returning in groups, walking to the hamlet with hoes and other farm tools on them. However, these were all mortals and were nothing to worry about. Let's go. Fang Yuan walked towards the hamlet. Just like this? Bai Ning was somewhat surprised. Their appearance quickly attracted the curiosity and suspicious glances of the villagers. Most of the villages in this world weren't too welcoming to foreigners. The clan villagers were even more so. They would set up tight defense around the whole village, for fear that spies and robbers would infiltrate the village. May I ask the two distinguished guests if you are respected Lord Gu Masters? Before Fang and Bai even reached the entrance, two guards who looked alike approached them. Bai Ning didn't speak. According to their original agreement, Fang Yuan would take charge of all the communications. Fang Yuan shook his head. Hello, brothers. We are both mortals. The two guards seemed to heave a sigh of relief when they heard this, their faces clearly loosening up. The younger juvenile guard disdainfully sized up Fang Yuan's body before speaking with some disgust. I say, how could such a ugly person possibly be one of those Lord Gu Masters who possess divine powers? Fang Yuan's whole body was burned, and he had one ear less. Such an ugly appearance birthed revulsion in people. Bai Ning also changed her normal attire. She cut off her long silver hair short and also dyed it black. Her body that was white as snow due to ice muscles was now blackened. Only the color of her eyes could be covered. Thus she wore a straw hat and covered half her face. As the two stood together, they remarkably looked like mortal villagers. Little brother, watch what you say. The senior guard reprimanded the junior guard, then vigilantly looked at Fang and Bai. Where are you from, and what are you doing here? We are from a hamlet across the mountain. We were taking a handcart filled with herbs and salted meat, thinking to sell them, but sigh, we bumped into a tiger on our way. Whoa, that really scared me to death. We ran crazily all the way, and only then could we save ourselves. Sigh, we don't dare to go back for the moment, so we came to your hamlet, and hope to spend the night here. We will immediately leave tomorrow. Fang Yuan spoke off the top of his head. The vigilance in the guard's gaze lessened. Fang Yuan said, Brother, no need to scold your little brother. I got these injuries from a fire. That day, our house was on fire, and while trying to salvage the rice, I was burned to this state. Sigh, everyone is suffering nowadays. The senior guard heaved a sigh. You can enter the hamlet, and if you don't find anyone willing to offer you shelter, you need to make do by spending the night in the corner of the walls. After finishing saying the instructions, the guards opened the way. After Fang and Bai entered the hamlet, the senior guard instructed his brother. Go tell the village head that two outsiders are here. He as an elder has rich experience. Ask him to keep a lookout. Brother, you are too cautious. How could these two be Gu Masters? Besides, why would Gu Masters try to deceive us mortals? To have fun? If I tell you to go, then just go. Making me run errands again, the young guard grumbled but still left in the end. The scene inside the hamlet was peaceful. The air was filled with the aroma of food. After a day of hard work, families gathered around the dinner table and talked happily. Bai Ning involuntarily felt relaxed in such an environment. The reason for her disguise was because they didn't want to leave behind any traces which could make it convenient for the Bai clan to track them. Another reason was because of Fang Yuan's cautious nature. By hiding themselves in an unfamiliar environment, they could react to any abnormalities. It was easy to find a house to take shelter in. Just give the villagers a primeval stone fragment and they would be more than happy to vacate a house. However, doing this would not be in accordance with their current identities. Fang Yuan had a better method. He walked around the hamlet, before stopping in front of a worn-out house. There was only an elderly woman in this household. She had a grandson, but he was killed by a wolf when out playing. The old lady was drawing water from a well in front of her house. The action seemed to take a lot out of her. "Auntie, let me help you." Fang Yuan put on a silly grin and eagerly ran towards the old lady. The old lady was shocked when she saw Fang Yuan's appearance. However, Fang Yuan acted passionately with a silly grin on his face, and after quickly pulling up several buckets of water, the old lady's vigilance disappeared. "Young man, you are an outsider?" The old lady smiled open her mouth, which had a few missing teeth. "Yes, we were hoping to stay over for the night in your house." "Auntie, I can do your work, may we?" Fang Yuan foolishly said. "Okay." The old lady happily agreed. Although the villagers would help each other financially in normal times, she still needed labor force like this. Bai Ningbing watched this scene speechlessly. This Fang Yuan could really act. After fetching the water, it was chopping the firewoods. Fang Yuan also cooked the meal. The old lady repeatedly praised him for his swift and skilled movements. "Auntie, let me help you fetch some more water. We will talk after I fill the water vat." After the dinner, Fang Yuan again went to fetch water on his own accord. The old lady kept on saying no need, but Fang Yuan insisted on doing so. After the water vat was filled, the old lady talked with tears in her eyes. "Young man, you are really..." Sigh. Such a bitter life like this old lady. Evidently, Fang Yuan had fabricated a miserable tale during the dinner, which left a deep impression on the simple old lady. Lanterns were a luxury to ordinary people. Thus the house was dark in the night. The only light came through the window from the moon. The house had two simple and crude beds. Bai Ningbing was lying on the floor but was very satisfied. The exhaustion accumulated from days of walking was now slowly dissipating. Fang Yuan laid cross-legged on the bed. His mind was in his aperture, observing the bone-flesh unity goo. He had not used this pair of goo even once since he got it. After all, he had refined it after tempering the recipe. And with Fang Yuan's cautious nature, he naturally needed to properly study it before using it. Suddenly, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. A bright light flashed past them. "There isn't any problem. Bone-flesh unity goo can be used." After saying so, he summoned the pair of jade bracelet-shaped goo. This two jade bracelets. One was green as grass, whereas the other was red as blood. They were both tied together and could be separated. Fang Yuan had already refined them before. However, to bring out their magical effects, he needed to give up one of them and let Bai Ningbing refine it. Bai Ningbing was sitting in a cross-legged position as she received the goo, but he was in a hurry to refine it and instead looked at Fang Yuan. "What do you plan on doing next?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "And here I was thinking you wouldn't ask." Despite it being dark, Bai Ningbing could sense Fang Yuan smiling at this moment. She just snorted and did speak. Fang Yuan did plan to conceal his plans from her. "Our next destination is Shangliang Mountain." Shangliang Mountain, Shang Clan? Bai Ningbing's brows slightly furrowed. Shang Clan was one of the top forces of the southern border, not weaker to Tai Clan and Fei Clan. Only the Wu Clan was above it. Shang Clan was famed for their businesses in southern border, and even the people outside the southern border, as long as they had some experience, knew that the Shang Clan of the southern border was the center for businesses. And Shang Clan City was so flourishing that there were opportunities for primeval stones everywhere. When Bai Ningbing still had Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, she had looked forward to visiting the Shang Clan City. Now, however, she was hesitating. With the crimes we have committed against the Bai clan, we might already be wanted by all the righteous path figures. Wouldn't we just be heading straight into a trap by going to Shang Clan City? Fang Yuan smiled. If there are only two places in the whole southern border that could accept us, that Shang Clan City would definitely be one of them. Shang Clan might be one of the leaders of the righteous paths, but the Shang Clan City is a place with complete freedom, and also a place where most of the demonic path figures dispose of their goods. If not for that, how could Shang Clan be the richest clan in the southern border? Even Wu clan is far inferior to them in this aspect. Bai Ningbing pondered for a while when she heard this. The rumors said that you could buy anything in Shangclan City. Is this really true? Fang Yuan shook his head. The things in the rumors are all talking of the low-level goods. There are too many things in this world that has a lot of demand but no supply. For example, a certain Yanggu. Ha ha ha. Chapter 230. Dual Cultivation. In the dark room, Bai Ningbing let out an annoyed snort. Fang Yuan changed the subject. At this stage, Shangclan City is the most suitable place for us. There are many stores there from where we can buy the goo worms suitable for us. Although the goo worms we have now are excellent, they don't match with each other. Only with goo worms that can complement each other can we exhibit stronger fighting prowess and even fight higher ranks. Bai Ningbing was in complete agreement. All excellent goo master would have a set of complementing goo worms. For instance, when Bai Ningbing possessed Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, the goo worms she had were Ice Blade Goo, Icicle Goo, Water Shield Goo, Bluebird Ice Coffin Goo, Ice Muscles Goo, Frost Demon Goo. They all belong to Ice and Water series, and easily complemented each other when mutually paired and used. Now, however, Fang and Bai only possessed an assortment of goo worms. If they were to complete a set of complementing goo worms, their fighting prowess would at least double. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had stored large numbers of Bone Spear Goo and Spiral Bone Spear Goo. All these could be sold in Shangclan City. Even if there were none of these goo, Fang Yuan had Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and could use it to produce primeval stones. The first objective in going to Shangclan City was to lay low. The second objective was to purchase and exchange goo worms. Fang Yuan's third objective, however, was convenient to tell to Bai Ningbing. This involved rock gambling. At a dark corner of a certain rock gambling site, there was a rock hiding a legendary rainbow-colored goo. The goo worms in Fang Yuan's possession were as high as rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, which was involved with a rank 9 Immortal Venerable, Blood Skull Goo, which could change one's aptitude and alls. Leaving aside the Bone Flesh Unity Goo, Blood Skull Goo had already lost its worth because there was almost no blood relative left of Fang Yuan now. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus might have excellent results, but it didn't have any advancement prospects since Fang Yuan didn't have its fusion recipe. The higher his cultivation becomes, the lesser the help it would provide. Let's not even talk about Spring Autumn Cicada. Right now it is still hibernating. If one said to use it, it would be full of danger. But if one does not use it, once it recovered, it would blow up the aperture. It was a ticking time bomb. Spring Autumn Cicada, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Blood Skull Goo and Bone Flesh Unity Goo were the most valuable goo in Fang Yuan's possession. In addition, these four all had a common point. They were all involved in assisting with cultivation. How big of a help they were to Fang Yuan? Big, very big. However, their use in battles weren't that obvious. The goo in the Shangclan City was different in that it was a trump card for battle. With it and some other goo worms to complement it, Fang Yuan could only then be considered to have rebirthed. He would have some confidence in being unrivaled among those at the same rank, recovering some of the bearings of his pra. It's a long journey to Shangclan City. No need to think about this now. You should first refine the Bone Flesh Unity Goo. Fang Yuan stopped this topic. Bai Ningbing felt slightly at ease after knowing Fang Yuan's plan. Having been in contact with Fang Yuan for so long, she was becoming more and more aware of how treacherous and crafty Fang Yuan was. Especially his performance today. Such simplicity and honesty even nearly fooled her. Not long ago, she had witnessed how Fang Yuan had refined the Bone Flesh Unity Goo, and after connecting all of his behavior, she was beginning to feel a chill in her heart. She reminded herself to be careful and learn from the mistake of that miserable Bai clan leader. If she doesn't have some vigilance against Fang Yuan, who knows, one day she might be sold by Fang Yuan while still counting the money for him. She shook her head to put her mood in check and began to refine the Bone Flesh Unity Goo. This pair of goo had strange shapes with one green and another red. Bai Ningbing chose the red one and began pouring her primeval essence into it. This bone-flesh unity goo had already been refined by Fang Yuan at the very beginning. Now, Fang Yuan removed his imprint from the goo and cooperated with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing didn't take a lot of time to refine it. The moment she finished refining the goo, there was a change in bone-flesh unity goo. This pair of linked jade bracelets suddenly completely dissipated in the air, and almost instantly, there appeared circular marks on Fang Yuan's and Bai Ningbing's wrists. What was different was, the mark that appeared on Fang Yuan's left wrist was green, whereas it appeared on Bai Ningbing's right wrist and was red. A mysterious connection emerged from both Fang and Bai's hearts. This connection allowed Fang Yuan to sense Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing similarly could sense Fang Yuan, as if their blood and flesh were linked and could be divided. This feeling was good, and it made Bai Ningbing feel nauseous as if she had swallowed a housefly. Fang Yuan's brows also tightly furrowed. This hadn't been mentioned in the scroll left behind by Grey-Bone Scholar. Fang Yuan thought about it before being relieved. The Grey-Bone Scholar had researched this only in theory and never put it into practice. Not knowing this is very normal, this feeling was only a minor detail. The important thing was the next stage. The two endured the odd feeling and sat cross-legged facing each other on the bed, starting their dual cultivation. They both stretched out their hands, the four palms touching each other. To be on the safe side, the weaker cultivation, Fang Yuan experimented it. He took out a portion of his green copper primeval essence and cautiously poured it into Bai Ningbing's aperture. The green and red circular marks suddenly let out bright radiance. The foreign primeval essence, when transferred to Bai Ningbing's aperture, immediately changed to Bai Ningbing's aura. It really worked. Bai Ningbing softly exclaimed in delight. I clearly transferred 10% of my green copper primeval essence, but you only received 3/5 of it. 2/5 of it was lost in conversion. Fang Yuan's observation was even more detailed. Bai Ningbing wasn't surprised though. What's hard to understand? Didn't the scroll say it? This bone-flesh unity goo can be divided into 5 types of quality, depending on how deep the relation between the two refiners is. From low to high, it is divided into fratricidal, friendly relation, indissoluble relation, familial relation, bloodkin relation. She analyzed and continued. If that pair of brother and sister became goo masters and refined the blood-flesh unity goo by themselves, with how deep the relation was between them, I estimate they would obtain the highest quality B. These two neutralized each other, and we have thus obtained the mid-quality, indissoluble relation. The bone-flesh unity goo referred to a series goo. Just like how in the boar goo, there were black boar goo, white boar goo, pink boar goo, and so on. According to what the scroll mentioned, bone-flesh unity goo contained 5 types of goo worms. The worst quality was the fratricidal goo, which converted 10% primeval essence into 1/5 of it. Above it was friendly relation goo, which converted 10% of primeval essence into 2/5 of it. Indissoluble relate. By relying on his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had tampered with the recipe at the last moment, obtaining the rank 3 indissoluble relation goo, which could be considered a pretty good luck. Researching refinement recipe was not easy. It required continuous deductions and experiments along with many goo worms. Fang Yuan was able to succeed with his tampering. One factor was due to the insight from his experience, and another factor was luck. However, he had never liked to rely on luck. This didn't mean he was born a jinx or his luck was bad all the time. Fang Yuan's luck was the same as ordinary people. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Why he didn't like it was because it was a factor which he could control. He was a person who strongly desired being in control. He liked to control the situation, control others, and naturally control himself. That's it. Your turn now, Fang Yuan said. On the whole, he was satisfied getting the indissoluble goo. Bai Ningbing transferred 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence into Fang Yuan's aperture. What happened next was shocking. Just before, when Fang Yuan transferred his dark green primeval essence into Bai Ningbing's aperture, it formed into a green water which was swallowed by the snow-silver primeval sea in just a while. Her primeval sea increasing. Now, when she transferred 10% primeval essence into Fang Yuan's aperture, before her primeval essence had yet to land into his primeval sea, his aperture started shaking. Fang Yuan immediately shouted to stop. This was not a problem in bone-flesh unity Gu, but rather was the problem of his cultivation. He was only at upper stage of rank 1 Gu Master, and had stored hundreds of bone spear Gu. And now that he was receiving the snow silver, Bai Ningbing hesitated. If she continued to transfer the primeval essence now, she might be able to break Fang Yuan's aperture. But even if she broke his aperture, Yang Gu could still be destroyed with one thought from Fang Yuan. She thought for a moment before finally deciding to withdraw her primeval essence. Originally, 10% of silver snow primeval essence was transferred to Fang Yuan's aperture, which should have been converted into 3/5. Now after Bai Ningbing withdrew her primeval essence, only about a fifth of the converted primeval essence remained. What made Bai Ningbing inwardly sigh was the ability of this bone-flesh unity Gu. Fang Yuan transferred all the bone spear Gu to Bai Ningbing's aperture, and then accepted the snow-silver primeval essence. When this portion of snow primeval essence was in Bai Ningbing's body, it had her aura. Now that it had been transferred into Fang Yuan's aperture, it suddenly shrunk and changed to Fang Yuan's aura. The converted snow-silver primeval essence sank towards the bottom of Fang Yuan's aperture, and his green-copper primeval essence could only helplessly float above it. The two existed peacefully, as if this portion of snow-silver primeval essence was birthed by Fang Yuan's aperture. If it was foreign primeval essence that came this close in contact, it would immediately explode and cause damage to the aperture. Hence, the normal primeval essence imparting was like walking on a steel rope, very dangerous and exhausting. Fang Yuan tried moving this portion of the white-silver primeval essence to rush at the aperture walls. Gu masters were divided into 9 ranks of great realms. Each great realms were further divided into 4 small realms: initial stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage. Initial stage was light membrane aperture walls. The light was thin and flickering. Middle stage was water membrane aperture walls. The light flowed freely. Upper stage was stone membrane aperture walls. The light was condensed to solid state. Peak stage was crystal membrane aperture walls with ethereal and pure radiance. Fang Yuan was now a rank 1 upper stage. His aperture walls were of stone membrane. However, with one wave of impact from the snow-silver primeval essence, this stone membrane wall actually started shaking violently. Chapter 231. Addicted to Cultivating. Fang Yuan quickly stopped out of fear. Although he used the liquor worm before, it was used to refine the primeval essence and raise its quality by 1 small realm. When had he ever used the snow-silver primeval essence, which was of a much higher quality? With no choice, Fang Yuan could only reduce the amount used each time, and also slow the waves crashing into his aperture walls. To think there would also be problems when the primeval essence quality is too high. Fang Yuan was slightly aggravated. In the darkness, Bai Ningbing heard this and rolled her eyes. What sort of godsend opportunity was this? If anyone else knew, they would probably slap him to death out of anger. This was really a blissful worry. After 4 hours, this 6% snow-silver primeval essence was finally expended. His rough stone aperture walls were already showing a glimmer just from this one round of cultivation. It was like a rough jade that had started to give off a luster worthy of its quality after processing. Quick, transfer another 10%, Fang Yuan urged. Like this, they cultivated the whole night. When the rooster crowed in the morning, light had started to shine through the window, and Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining with unconcealable excitement. He looked at his palm and clenched his fists. Rank 1 peak stage. Just a night of cultivation caused him to rise from rank 1 upper stage to rank 1 peak stage. What divine speed is this? Ever since Fang Yuan started cultivating, he had never felt so comfortable and carefree, even in his previous life. Such a feeling was almost addictive. For example, when he had C-grade aptitude, he cultivated like a snail. Using the liquor worm, he walked. With a grade aptitude and heavenly essence treasure lotus, he sprinted. But what the heck was this? With this bone-flesh unity goo, it was like he was soaring with two wings. Even Bai Ningbing was stunned. She was smart and quickly realized that this goo had another greater use. This goo can also help in breaking through a large realm. Liquor worm can only raise the cultivation by a small realm, and the goo master had to rely on their own primeval essence when breaking through a big realm, thus aptitude was crucial. But with this bone-flesh unity goo, they could use another person's primeval essence when breaking through to another realm. This was an insane advantage. With this goo, Bai Goo Mountain was a complete success. Even if I sacrificed the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it would be worth it. At this time, the morning light entered the farmhouse, and Bai Ningbing sighed loudly. This world holds so many great geniuses. Grey Bone Scholar was only a rank 4 goo master, but he managed to invent the bone-flesh unity goo. He was a true genius. All goo masters with titles had their specialities. In comparison, Fang and Bai were living in obscurity. Under the blazing sun, in the fields. Auntie, take a rest. I'll help you. Fang Yuan grabbed the hoe from the old lady's hand. The old lady could not compete in strength against the young and strong Fang Yuan. She felt happy seeing her hoe snatched away, smiling till her teeth was exposed. Ah, where can I find such a wonderful lad? Since the first dual cultivation, 2 days had passed. The original plan was to stay a night and leave, but after using the bone-flesh unity goo, Fang Yuan was enjoying the rapid cultivation speed and decided to change his plans to leaving only after he reached rank 2 at least. After all, there were still 2 to 3 years before that rock is discovered. He was in no rush. Bai Ningbing had no objections. There was a huge difference between rank 1 and rank 2. Becoming a rank 2 goo master would be a great help to their journey. Thus, they stayed in the village and did leave. The old lady also did not chase them away. The truth was, she wanted the two to stay there forever. They worked so diligently, and although one was slightly dumb while the other was ugly, they were honest kids. Fang and Bai worked in the day. One had the strength of 2 boars, while the other had the strength of a crocodile. Among mortals, it was like having divine strength. Farm work was a breeze, as easy as pie. Furthermore, it was an old lady's house. What tough work could there be? Every day Fang and Bai only slept a little, but were still full of energy. Such a lifestyle, in comparison to moving in the wilds and living in harsh conditions, while worrying for their safety, was like heaven. Fang Yuan used all his free time to cultivate, like he was addicted. With the bone-flesh unity goo, his speed could only be described with a proverb, 1,000 miles a day. He reached rank 1 peak stage in the first night. And in the past few days, he was steadily building on his foundation, and his aperture walls had already turned crystal clear. At this rate, he would reach rank 2 in a few days. As the number of times they cultivated increased, the bone-flesh unity goo's status rose in Fang Yuan's heart, surpassing the blood skull goo and heavenly essence treasure lotus, only lower than the Spring Autumn Cicada. There was no need to even mention liquor worm, which could only raise 1 small realm. It was nothing compared to the bone-flesh unity goo. As for blood skull goo, it required too much investment and time. Although the heavenly essence treasure lotus was good, it could only provide help to goo masters who were alone. As for this bone-flesh unity goo, according to Bai Ningbing's phrase, it was a goo that could change even the very structure of society. This was no exaggeration and was deeply acknowledged by Fang Yuan. Bone-flesh unity goo was a low-rank goo. Even rank 1 or 2 goo masters could use it. Although it had many refinement requirements, the standards were really not high, and a clan with enough resources could easily refine this goo. This goo was useless to a loner, but to clans or sects, this was a divine weapon. Using this shortcut, clan elders could nurture the juniors, reducing the time and funds required to raise a goo master by many folds. With this bone-flesh unity goo, it was no longer nurturing goo masters, but creating goo masters in batches. It was a difference between heaven and earth. Because of this goo, Fang Yuan even had a change of thought the night before, getting the urge to change his plans of fighting alone to establishing a force of his own. On that topic, an organized force was just a tool to be used. Fang Yuan had created the Bloodwing demonic sect in his previous life, and if he wanted to establish an organization in this life, it would be a lot easier, because he had already experienced it. But to establish an organization, the most important thing was occupying territory filled with resources, and under layers of control, gather people, and use their strength to cultivate together. Goo Master cultivation was like swimming upstream. It was a journey of accumulation and naturally required resources. Thus, to rank 5 Goo Masters and below, having an organization's help would aid in their cultivation. However, once they reached rank 6 and experienced a qualitative change, turning from mortal to immortal, with the might of heaven and earth gathered in them, an organization became useless to them. Knowing this, it was easy to understand Fang Yuan's plans. In his previous life, Fang Yuan established the Bloodwing demonic sect to gather resources. In this life, with his knowledge of many inheritance and secrets, he could simply devour these resources and rise to rank 6 much more quickly. Why would he need to waste time and effort to create a force of his own? But now that he possessed the bone-flesh unity goo, it would be much quicker than he previously assumed if he created an organization. There would be less investments, but greater rewards, creating goo masters in batches and quickly form a large strength. But after Fang Yuan thought about it until morning, he dispelled his notion of creating a force. If he really relied on the bone-flesh unity goo to create an organization, it would be courting death. Such a divine weapon would definitely attract the greed of all the large forces if revealed. Not to say that he was starting from scratch. Even a clan leader with some foundation would not dare to use the bone-flesh unity goo so openly. It truly attracted the jealousy of others. Even Wu clan, the #1 clan in the southern borders, would not dare to use it alone. Fang Yuan estimated there needed to be an alliance of at least Wu clan, Fei clan, Tai clan and Shang clan to guard against the greed of all the goo masters over the world, if they were to use bone-flesh unity goo in large scale. If I want to create a force, even if it starts to look bright, I will get exterminated from all sides. By then, even if I escape, the foundation that I created would be lost. At the end, I would even become a complete loser, pursued by everyone. Fang Yuan had completely calmed down, knowing that this was a dead path. Thus he affirmed his will of fighting alone in a large-scale battle. But to be honest, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were quite intelligent. In their previous life, although they used the bone-flesh unity goo and became the righteous twin stars, they did not use this power to grow their clan's force. With their intentional misleading, although the bone-flesh unity GGG's reputation was established, people greatly underestimated its ability. Fang Yuan recalled and sensed the wisdom in these 2 twin stars. Being able to come to Baigu Mountain this time and killing the siblings prematurely could be considered a great accomplishment. But Fang Yuan thought again. This bone-flesh unity goo can only be used by 2 people. Bai Hua and Bai Sheng must have used the refinement method on the scroll. Without my unique alteration, the difficulty in defining the bone-flesh unity goo is greatly increased. It is possible that they did not even think of this prospect. After thinking for so much, Fang Yuan's head was starting to hurt. He plowed the fields under the intense sun as he shook his head, collecting his dispersed thoughts. After all, these things were not important, and it was useless to think about it. Unfortunately, I do not have goo worms that aid in thinking like creative thinking goo, intelligent heart goo, tactful goo and lightning thoughts goo. Even at the very least, the bookworm would suffice. It seems I can only purchase them when I get to Shang Clan City. The old lady's field was small. Fang Yuan quickly plowed half of it, when Bai Ningbing felt interest and started to help on her own accord. She had seen farmers plowing fields on Qingmao Mountain, but back then she was still muddle-headed, and now that she was in this state, she wanted to experience the wonders in it. Only when the night approached did they start eating in front of the old lady's house. You must be hungry. There are still sweet potatoes in the pot. It will definitely fill you up. The old lady grinned as she scooped 2 bowls of rice. This rice was not the superior rice from the rice bag grass, but rough grains. However, the 2 were not picky eaters anyway. Eat slowly. I have good news to share with you too. On the table, the old lady smiled mysteriously. Chapter 232. Intense pain of changing bone. Auntie. What good news do you have? Fang Yuan immediately asked with a foolish grin. As he was asking, an old man walked in from outside. Bai Ningbing secretly glanced at the old man. This old man was a Gu master. However, he only possessed rank 1 initial stage cultivation and was very old. There was nothing to worry. Young man, this is our village head. The old lady introduced the man. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing hurriedly stood up. Fang Yuan scratched his head, appearing to be uneasy. Honorable village head. I am. He hadn't even introduced himself when the village head waved his hand with a smile. I know. You 2 are outsiders. Gu masters could sense the aura of other Gu masters. However, Fang and Bai had the breath concealment Gu in their ears. Their Gu master aura were concealed, and the village head could detect it. The old village head had obtained the report on these 2 strangers few days ago, but he did take it to heart. These days, besides Fang and Bai, there were many new people who had come to the village and lodged. If you want to come, just come. Why is there a need to bring in gifts? The old lady grumbled. The old village head hadn't come empty-handed. He was holding a string of tied fishes. I caught the fish this morning from the pool. Your teeth aren't in a good condition. Drink some fish soup to recover your health. The old village head smiled. The old lady gave him a supercilious look before accepting the fish. I will go cook the fish soup. One could sense the happiness in her voice. Bai Ningbing could sense anything from how the 2 elderly behaved and spoke to each other. Fang Yuan's gaze, however, flashed, realizing this old man and the old lady might probably have fallen in love at this old age. Auntie, let me do it. Fang Yuan immediately said. You guys just sit and chat. There is good news. The old lady quickly waved her hand, indicating Fang and Bai to sit. I have told your story to the villagers. The village head is a Gu master. He can help you guys. Gu master! Fang Yuan's eyes immediately opened as wide as saucers. He appeared stunned and stumped as he stood there. Bai Ningbing almost could help rolling her eyes at Fang Yuan's expression. She also did her best to show a shocked expression, but her performance was clearly far behind Fang Yuan's, and she knew this clearly. The old village head laughed loudly at Fang Yuan's expression. He immediately felt this ugly and silly guy was somewhat adorable. Compared to Bai Ningbing, who only looked somewhat stunned, the old village head liked Fang Yuan more. Come and sit down, you 2 youngsters. Don't be reserved. He waved and sat down first. Fang Yuan acted bashful before he sat down while puffing hard. He appeared nervous. Bai Ningbing also followed his expression from behind, but it looked somewhat unnatural. The old village head, however, did suspect anything. I heard you guys had gone to sell herbs and salted meat, but unfortunately came across a wild beast. Your auntie told everything to me. You have helped her a lot these days. I have some purple maple leaves here. In a few days, a caravan will be coming here. You can sell these purple maple leaves and recover your capital. When Bai Ningbing realized this was the good news the old lady was talking about, she immediately lost her interest. This. Fang Yuan stuttered with happiness. Tears flowed out from his eyes as he choked with emotion. Honored sir, you are really a good person, a great person. The old village head patted the shoulder of this devil, and tried to sympathize. No need to say that. Any person has their ups and downs in life. But I can just give these purple maple leaves to you. Otherwise, the villagers will say something about it. How about this? Go help plow the fields in the eastern end of the village. You just need to do it for 7 days until the caravan arrives. He was actually really grateful to Fang and Bai. He had been a mortal who was born and raised in this village. He and the old lady had been childhood sweethearts. But the affairs of the world was fickle. The old lady was married off to someone else. During one time when a caravan had come by, a Gu master noticed his intelligence and gave him some help, turning him into a Gu master. Because of this, he became the village head. Although he still had feelings for the old lady, both of them had families and children, and it would leave a bad impression if he stayed overly in touch with her. Although he is the village head, he couldn't brazenly assist her. He had actually been secretly observing Fang and Bai, and felt their nature was bad. They were hard-working and were honest kids, just that their luck was a bit bad. Hence, when the old lady told their story to him, he immediately agreed to help. You agreed to the village head during the dinner. Are you really thinking of plowing the fields for 7 days for a cart of that purple whatever leaves? In the house at night, Bai Ning puzzledly asked. Purple maple leaves is of course not my true objective. Didn't you hear during the meal? A caravan will be passing through this place, Fang Yuan replied. So what? Didn't you mention that caravans pass through Zhu Mountain all year round? The caravans pass through once a year sometimes, and sometimes once per half a year. What I had not expected was that a caravan would be coming in just a few days. I made some indirect inquiries, and found that this caravan is traveling from east to west. Even if it does go to Xianxia City, it will at least travel along our destination. Bai Ning suddenly understood. You want to join the caravan and borrow their strength to reach Xianxia City. She pondered over it for a while, increasingly feeling this was a great method. First of all, earth-hearing eargrass was destroyed. They lacked investigative goo, which meant it would be quite troublesome if they were to travel by themselves. Secondly, they had committed crimes. The Bai clan was definitely chasing after them without rest. Joining the caravan was a great way to cover up their tracks. Finally, they had breath concealment goo, and were able to disguise as mortals. The caravans would definitely take precautions against foreign goo masters, but definitely wouldn't have much vigilance against mortals. Even if they were to be discovered, there wouldn't be any problems. When that time comes, with a rank 3 and a rank 2 cultivations, they could still make an escape. The heads of the caravans normally possessed rank 3 cultivation. Those that were rank 4 like Jia Fu were quite rare. But even if we disguise as mortals, could we just casually enter the caravan? Bai Ning thought about it, but still had this worry. Fang Yuan chuckled. Of course, we won't be able to just casually join a caravan. We would need a guarantor even as mortals. But I reckon the old village head can resolve this problem for us. Only then did Bai Ning felt relieved and let go of her worry. I was worried for nothing. Indeed, with this guy's craftiness, how could he not have thought of this loophole, she thought. All right. I will be able to break through to rank 2 initial stage after 7 days. And I think it is time to use the iron bone goo and jade bone goo. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched before saying lightly, I already told you before to use them, but you didn't agree, and just nurtured them vainly for so many days, wasting so much spring milk. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Youngster, you are ignorant, and thus fearless of how much pain is involved in this. Tonight, we won't do dual cultivation. I need to properly rest my mind before I use the iron bone goo tomorrow night. Next day, Fang and Bai went to work the fields in the eastern end of the village like their agreement. Fang Yuan intentionally worked from morning till sunset. Ichi's body contained enormous strength. This bit of work wasn't even worthy to be mentioned, but he could already hear other farmers taking notice of him and even looking up to him. At night, he sat cross-legged on the bed and concentrated on transferring primeval essence into the iron bone goo within his aperture. This goo was like a bone, with rounded and smooth ends, and slender mid-area. The whole bone was jet black as if it was made from iron. This goo was a rank 3 goo, and it required instant consumption of great amounts of primeval essence to be activated. Fang Yuan was just a rank 1 goo master and shouldn't have been able to use it. But after Bai Ningbing transferred a lot of his snow-silver primeval essence, he was barely qualified to activate it. The transferred snow-silver primeval essence was almost completely used up in transferring to the iron bone goo. This goo first let out dark radiance before immediately melting down into iron liquid. It flew out from the aperture and pain, an intense and inconceivable pain. Fang Yuan felt like his heart was branded by a scalding hot branding iron. Anywhere the iron liquid passed through in the bones felt like it was being roasted in burning coals. This kind of pain penetrated even the soul. Fang Yuan's face distorted under this pain. Immediately following, drops of sweat began to fall from Fang Yuan's forehead, and in the next moment, his whole body was drenched with sweat. After a long while, Fang Yuan couldn't endure the pain any longer and let out a groan. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. Because of the darkness, she hadn't been able to clearly see Fang Yuan's earlier expression and situation, but from this oppressed groan, she judged this pain was no small matter. She knew what insane willpower Fang Yuan had. He hadn't let out a word even when his whole body was covered with flames. But after using the iron bone goo, he let out such a sound. From this, one could tell how intense the pain was. Among the goo master's cultivation, 3 big aspects of nurture, use and refine. In regards to use, some goo were extremely peculiar. Iron bone goo was one of those, giving extremely intense pain when used. Unfortunately, one needed to endure this pain, and if in case they lost consciousness in the middle, all their efforts would be wasted. Historically, many famous goo masters had died from pain of using goo, like the iron bone goo. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and persevered. The unbearable pain continued to flood in. He involuntarily let out several groan-like snorts from his nose. In the end, his whole body was almost paralyzed from the pain. He couldn't even exert any more strength in his jaws. When all of his bones were dyed a layer of black by the molten iron, he finally relaxed, and almost instantly, a burst of dizziness attacked him. His eyes blacked out, and he started losing consciousness. However, he forcibly persevered, and after taking few deep breaths, he slowly laid down. "Is it over?" Bai Ningbing's voice came from the darkness. Naturally, Fang Yuan sucked in cold air. His voice was hoarse but stable. "Go to sleep. We still need to work tomorrow." "Okay." Bai Ningbing felt greatly disappointed when she realized Fang Yuan was still able to be clear-headed. If he had fainted, she might have had a chance to get hold of the Yanggu. No, that isn't right. Yanggu is inside Fang Yuan's aperture. How can I take it out without any special means? Thinking of this, she let go her dark thoughts. The next day, Fang Yuan didn't go to work, instead staying in bed. The intense pain was still lingering around and tormenting him. If he made even a slight movement, the violent pain that emerged felt like a chainsaw was sawing at his nerves. The pain was temporarily dominating him and putting him into an extremely weak state. Let alone farm work, he was not able to even leave the bed and walk. At this instance, Bai Ningbing realized that Fang Yuan had forcibly kept up a facade last night. Resultantly, she went to the farm and did the work alone. By evening, Fang Yuan was able to make some movements. Bai Ningbing refused to believe him and used the jade bone goo. Obviously, she found out the absurd amount of pain Fang Yuan had suffered. As prideful as she could help groaning in pain and even grabbing the bedsheets. However, even though her whole body was trembling and shaking, she was able to persist till the end. An intense dizziness attacked her immediately after her success. She fell down on the bed and instantly lost her consciousness. Chapter 233. A Deep Misunderstanding. On the second day, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to lie on the bed, in so much pain that she could not move at all. Fang Yuan had recovered mostly, going off to plow the fields at the east of the hamlet. The old lady went into the room, asking in concern. Bai Ningbing kept saying she was fine, that she was tired after a day of physical work, and that she only needed to rest for a day. The old lady gave an understanding smile. Indeed, you were tired. Your actions these past 2 days were slightly loud. I could hear it all. What? Bai Ningbing could not understand it. Young lady, stop keeping it from me. I could tell a mile away. The old lady laughed. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk. Did her identity get exposed? How can that be? At once, a deep killing intent arose in her, but she could not bear to do it. She could cold-heartedly watch the Bai clan siblings burn to death, but that is because the Bai clan was destined to be their enemies. Although she was proud, she was not merciless like Fang Yuan. Towards people who had helped her, she would not be able to act. The old lady in front of her was such a case, and so was the former Bai clan leader from Bai Ningbing's clan. The old lady held no suspicions towards Bai Ningbing. She grabbed her hand and patted. Young lady, I can tell these few days. How can guys have such a butt and waist like yours? No wonder you wear a straw hat and do not like talking. Although I am old, I am still a woman. We women have a talent compared to guys. That is, we are meticulous. Ah? Bai Ningbing did not know what to say. The old lady was enthusiastic, speaking in an understanding tone. I understand you, as a woman, dressing up like this outside to protect yourself. Otherwise accidents might occur. Bai Ningbing was speechless. She hated people using the word woman to trigger her nerves. But towards this enthusiastic and simple old lady, she was very helpless. The old lady smiled until her eyes were a straight line, suddenly suppressing her voice. You two must be a couple, right? You have been too loud these days. I could even hear you from far away. I don't want to say this, but those actions, you have to restrain yourselves. This was simply a nightmare. Bai Ningbing's expression froze, like she was zapped by lightning. Auntie, it is not what you think. A long while later, she barely squeezed out this sentence, her expression extremely stiff. Sigh, why are you so shy? It's nothing. You can tell me everything. I've lived for so many years. What have I not seen? The granny winked, laughing until her teeth were showing, and then her gaze shifted to the bed, subconsciously or not. Bai Ningbing followed her gaze, and just wanted to kill herself. But honestly, the bedsheets were torn by her. Next, the old lady said a few things to her, but Bai Ningbing's brain was in a mess, not listening to a single word. In the afternoon, when Fang Yuan came back to eat, the old lady blocked him at the door, kindly reminding. Lad, your wife has told me already. I know youngsters are in heat, but you have to take care of your own bodies, and even more concern for your wife. Remember my words, okay? Ha! Fang Yuan opened his mouth wide, not able to react to what he has just heard. The old lady clicked her tongue, using a dissatisfied and helpless tone. Everything about you is good, except that you are too simple. Being so honest, you will lose out eventually. If Guye clan, Tai Divine Investigator, or Bai Hua and Bai Sheng heard these words, they might jump out of their graves. Fang Yuan stood on the spot in daze. Suddenly light flashed across his eyes, and he finally got it. Oh, that, he scratched his head sheepishly, nodding. Auntie, you are right, I get it. At the dinner table, he saw Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at him coldly, her body almost emitting cold air. The corners of Fang Yuan's eyes had been twitching non-stop. This matter was a reminder to Fang Yuan as well. Fang Yuan can easily portray any role. That is because he has a rich experience and broad horizon. But Bai Ningbing was not, because even after disguise, she still has her flaws. Thankfully, this flaw is small, and in this world, whenever a woman traveled, she would definitely dress up as a male to reduce the potential danger she might encounter. Even though this misunderstanding was very awkward, Fang Yuan had to admit that this can better conceal their true identities. Bai Ningbing's mood became worse. That night, she asked Fang Yuan again when he can return the Yanggu to her. Fang Yuan could only answer that once he reached rank 3, he would return it to her. Bai Ningbing snorted. She understood Fang Yuan. She would rather die than trust Fang Yuan's words. But now she could not take the Yanggu by force yet. When I get to Shang Clan City, I have to get at least a poison vow gu, 3-hand gu, or even seize gu would work too. Thinking so, Bai Ningbing was even more anxious about getting to Shang Clan City. Other than dual cultivation, Fang Yuan's cultivation has a new chapter added to it. That is, using the crocodile strength gu to increase his strength. Speaking of which, being able to feed the crocodile strength gu to this date was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. The ones to thank were the Bai clan. It was due to getting large amount of crocodile meat from them that Fang Yuan was able to raise it to now. Otherwise, it would have starved to death long ago. Crocodile strength gu was like black and white boar gu. They permanently added strength to the gu master's body. But before rank 6, a gu master still has a mortal body. Like a bowl, it cannot contain a lake. A gu master's body has its limits eventually. That is also why Fang Yuan could not use the crocodile strength gu before. But now, he had obtained the iron bones gu and jade bones gu from Bai Gu Mountain. These two gu were expenditure type gu. Each had their merits, and their values were about the same, able to permanently improve the gu master's physique. Choosing which gu decides the progression route of the gu master. When gu masters use gu, there were much to consider. Some gu could not be used together, while some complemented each other and produced greater effect when used together. Bai Ningbing once used the ice muscles gu, thus her body was made of ice muscles. Ice muscles stop perspiration, thus she cannot use a gu like blood sweat gu in the future. And if she uses the jade bones gu, her original mortal bones would become jade bones. Ice muscles and jade bones, it was a superb combination. Each person has their own needs. Ice muscles jade bones might suit Bai Ningbing, but it does not suit Fang Yuan. Considering the legendary gu at Shang Clan City, Fang Yuan plans, he wanted to form the most effective steel tendon, iron bones. Being able to get the iron bones gu on Bai Gu Mountain, it was a perfect scenario for him. After using the iron bones gu, Fang Yuan's bones were tough as iron now. With his body foundation improved, he can now add the strength of 1 crocodile in addition to the strength of 2 boars. His strength continued to rise. 7 days passed in a flash. According to their initial agreement, Fang Yuan got a cart of purple maple leaves from the old village head. These goods were very cheap. The entire cart could not even sell for 2 primeval stones. But this was not Fang Yuan's objective. He only wanted to hide his identity and follow and get closer to the caravan. When the caravan arrived, it was 3 days later than the old village head expected. Only on the 9th day did they appear. The originally peaceful town boomed with life again. The caravan's size was huge. Bus-sized black-skinned fat beetles carried goods and people as they crawled slowly. Beside them, colored ostriches dragged the dray. Mountain large spiders wrapped boxes and containers on their bodies. Winged snakes meandered, and toads carried large bundles on them. These stead-type gu formed the main body of the caravan. Other than that, there were large numbers of mortals pulling cows, horses, or carrying bamboo bags. This year's caravan is finally here. Every time I see these snakes, I get a little scared. Lord Gu Masters are really amazing. They can make these ruthless snakes so tame. I hope my cured meat can be sold this time. I don't expect a high price. I'll be satisfied with just a few primeval stone fragments. Yeah, our luck is not as good as the outsider. The village head is too biased. That is an entire cart of purple maple leaves. To think he gave them away like that. The villagers made many temporary stalls at the village entrance, as Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing dragged a cart of purple maple leaves mixed among them. Among these people, some were all locals. Others were from other villages, carrying goods with them. Places with people will have competition for benefits. Fang and Bai, even though they stay at the village and plowed fields for 7 days, their cart of purple maple leaves attracted many jealous gazes into them. Fang Yuan, of course, did not pay them any attention. He was secretly observing the members of the approaching caravan. This caravan is a mixed one, with many different clan forces among them gathered together. It was not like the Jia clan caravan, with Jia clan as the main force. This caravan, other than the selected leader, there were also a number of vice leaders, like our alliance army. This was good news to Fang Yuan. The more complex the structure of the caravan, the easier it is for him to mix in. "Hey, how much are you selling this cart of purple maple leaves?" Someone quickly came to ask for prices. 2.5 primeval stones, Fang Yuan said. 2.5. You might as well go rob. The person stared with wide-opened eyes. "Buy it or leave," Bai Ningbing said at the side. The person waved his sleeves and walked off. If they really sold this cart, what excuse would Fang and Bai use to join the caravan? Thus, they purposely denied 3 potential buyers and deterred them. Until evening, they still did not manage to sell the cart of purple maple leaves. Instead, others managed to sell most of their medicine grass, cured meat, milk, etc. After all, the caravan was huge. They needed to replenish these goods. Many people saw Fang and Bai as a joke, and some even start to mock them. Some kind people reminded them to reduce the price appropriately. But Fang and Bai paid them all no heed. Before nighttime, Fang Yuan pretended to be dejected, dragging this cart of purple maple leaves back to the old village head's house. The old village head asked, and sighed. "You two, I told you that 2 primeval stones were already a high price. We can sell it even for 1.5. Why did you listen to me? Adamantly selling at 2.5. Chapter 234. Arrest Warrant. You have to know, there are lots of purple maple leaves on Ziyu Mountain. Those people buy it because it is more convenient for them, and they can save time from picking them. Sigh, it's pointless to tell you now. Never mind, never mind. The old village head continuously sighed. Fang Yuan bobbed his head. We just wanted to sell it for more primeval stones. One is to recoup the cost, the other is to take care of our parents. Who would have thought that after so much effort, it could not be sold? He sounded anxious, a hint of crying in his speech. Hearing his words, the old village head's heart softened, the grudge in his heart dispersing by more than half. Fang Yuan said again, "No worries, Lord Village Head. I have decided to follow the caravan tomorrow. By lowering the price, I am sure we can sell it eventually." "Follow the caravan? Who allowed you to follow the caravan?" The old village head stared with wide-opened eyes. Fang Yuan said as a matter of fact, "I saw many mortals in the caravan. If they can follow, why can we?" The old village head rested his head on his arm. "Those are the family servants of the Lord, Gu Masters. You think simply anyone can just follow them? What if people with ill intentions mix in among them?" "Ah?" Fang Yuan's mouth opened wide, stunned on the spot. "Then how?" "The caravan is leaving tomorrow." Sigh. The old man sighed deeply. "Never mind. I'll help you to the end. Tomorrow I beg them to let you into the caravan. It'll all be up to your fate." The sun had just rose, and there were still a few stars visible in the light blue sky. Looking afar, Ziyu Mountain is enveloped in a dark purple color, peaceful and mysterious. After a night of rest, the caravan had started loading up their goods already. Inspect the goods once more. Tie the ropes tightly. If anything drops during the journey, we will punish you with 100 beatings. Quick, 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 feed our black-skinned beetles till full. Gu Masters ordered and sent their family servants into a busy state. Some had bad temper, holding a whip in their hands. Whoever moved slowly would be whipped. Some loved their Gu worms and fed them personally. Lord Chen. The old village head bowed, paying respects to one of the vice leaders in the caravan. "Oh, old Zhang, I am busy here. Just tell me what you have to say." This Chen Gu Master said. "It is like this. I have 2 juniors, doing small business." Before the old village head finished, Chen Gu Master suddenly shouted, "Chen Xin, why are you in a daze? Go and feed the winged snakes. You think those servants can feed them properly? That snake of yours had already swallowed 3 servants these few days. Yes, clan elder. Chen Xin was grabbed, raising his head and said. But Chen Gu Master did not let go of him, chiding again. How many times have I told you? Call me clan elder in the village, in the caravan. You have to address me as vice leader. Yes, 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 Lord Vice Leader, Chen Xin answered, running away swiftly. This rascal, Chen Gu Master scolded under his breath in anger, before turning to the old village head. What did you say earlier? Oh, you want me to vouch for your 2 juniors to enter the caravan? Lord is truly wise, that is the case. Old village head quickly answered. That, Chen Gu Master purposely hummed. The old village head was turned into a Gu Master by him, because this route needed for the caravan to pass by. He needed someone who worked for him. For caravans traveling, those villages were crucial, but the mortal hamlets along the way cannot be ignored as well. They were equally important. The caravans had many people and much to do. Much living resources would be quickly expended and need to be replenished along the way. There are also servants. When they encounter danger, some servants die and manpower becomes lacking. The caravan will have to select some mortals in those hamlets to recruit. Speaking of which, among Chen Gu Master's family servants, manpower was starting to feel lacking. After all, mortals had cheap lives. They were just a type of expendable resources that can talk and move. Henceforth, when I cross by Ziyu Mountain, I will still need to make use of old Zhang. If I don't accede to his request, wouldn't that discourage him? Although I am lacking manpower now, I cannot agree so easily. I have to wait and sell this favor at a good price. Chen Gu Master was still considering when a messenger Gu Master from the caravan came running. There was a stack of paper in his hand as he ran and shouted, "All members take note. There is a new arrest warrant. There is a new arrest warrant," he shouted as he pasted a piece of paper on a black-skinned fat beetle's body. New arrest warrant? From which clan? How much bounty? Retrieve it for me. Chen Gu Master was interested. Yes, Vice Leader. The messenger Gu Master quickly handed over a piece of paper. Chen Gu Master looked. Oh, an arrest warrant from Bai clan. As long as information is accurate, they will give 1,000 primeval stones? So much. Chen Gu Master's eyes shone, gaining interest in the matter. There were 2 prices on the warrant. One was information price, the other was killing price. Information priced at 1,000 primeval stones. Normally it is used for a wanted demonic cultivator that has made a name for himself. But this poster only showed 2 youngsters, with proper features, and one was even very beautiful. 1 male, 1 female. These were 2 newbies. One is a rank 1 Gu Master, the other is rank 3. With information price of 1,000 primeval stones, and killing price of 5,000 8,000 primeval stones. Pifty, it seems that Bai clan hates these 2 demonic rascals to the core. Hey, Chen Gu Master laughed at their predicament, so long as it is not his Chen family. What he did not know was, these 2 demonic rascals were near him. The old village head took a look at the arrest warrant, and a chill came from within his heart. Gu Master's world is really dangerous. Such a beautiful youngster is actually a criminal demonic cultivator. Let's just hope that they are not coming to our village. All right, seeing how you've worked hard for all these years, old Zhang, I will accede to your request, Chen Gu Master said. Ah, thank you, Lord. Lord, I will call them here now. The old village head was overjoyed. Chen Gu Master waved his hand. No need, I am very busy. Just get them to report to Chen Xin. Towards 2 mortals, he held no interest. At the same time, he did not connect them to the arrest warrant in his hand. After all, this is the Bai clan's request, and they were thousands of li away. Chen Gu Master subconsciously felt that he at a very safe distance away. This was a very common thinking. Even on modern Earth, when murder cases happen in cities, no matter how ruthless and vile it is, other cities do not feel much danger, even if transportation is so advanced. Other than that, they also have a fluke mind mentality. In this vast world, where people lived everywhere, how would these two demonic scoundrels come to my caravan? Then I would be way too unlucky. It's impossible. People always tend to think that unlucky events would not occur on themselves. Moreover, many people in arrest warrants are extremely vicious and cruel characters, attracting people's attention. Two newbies like Fang and Bai, one rank 3 and one rank 1, what could they amount to? Chen Xin saw the two of them, but did not think of the warrant at all. Fang and Bai's image had changed completely. Not just the disfigured Fang Yuan, but after these days of practicing, she also started to become more natural. Chen Xin lost interest immediately, especially Fang Yuan's appearance made him disgusted. He was only rank 1, while Fang Yuan rose to rank 2 several days ago. Chen Xin observed them carelessly, and did not feel any Gu Master aura, thus calling an old attendant and getting him to arrange Fang and Bai's jobs. "What are your names?" the old attendant asked. Only at this time did someone ask for their names. "My name is He Tu. Me wife is called Bai Yun," Fang Yuan casually said. "Female." The old attendant frowned. He stared at Bai Ningbing and looked, seeing her dark skin appearance and her dazed look. "She's called Bai Yun 1. This Hai Tu is also really ugly. Women are trouble. You have to be more careful. If something happens, don't blame me for not reminding you guys," the old attendant said. "I know. This cart beside me is filled with purple maple leaves. My wife is staying on the cart and taking care of the goods. I do not want much interaction with other people," Fang Yuan said. "Oomph. Good that you understand." The old attendant arranged a physical task for the two, to move goods, but for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, it is no issue at all. But Bai Ningbing had to pretend and act like she was out of breath constantly, causing her mental. Not far away, some family servants were slacking, resting at a corner. Their gazes were directed towards Fang and Bai. "Brother Chiang, there's two newcomers. Some people saw them bringing in their private goods. That's an entire cart of purple maple leaves," a thin family servant said excitedly. Depriving newcomers. It was the ritual that the caravan old-timers often did. Brother Chiang squatted on the ground, squinting. "I see it. Skinny monkey, go test them out." His body was strong as an ox, although his muscles were developed. He was not a rash person. In this world where Gu Masters ruled above all, the strength of a mortal is nothing spectacular. Being able to become the most important person in this small circle, he had some wits after all. Skinny Monkey sighed under everyone's supervision. He got near to Fang Yuan. "Hey brother, where are you from?" "Others call me Brother Monkey. From now on we will be working together. I hope we can work together amicably." Skinny Monkey forced out a smile. Fang Yuan gave him a glance, only saying a word. "Scram." Skinny Monkey's eyes expanded as he showed a look of rage. Fang Yuan did not look at him, but continued moving his goods. He had worked in the caravan in his previous life, extremely clear of such rituals. In plain words, Skinny Monkey was testing water, using words to test out Fang Yuan's identity. If he did not have any backing, they would work together and bully him, depriving him of some benefits. But the truth is, not only are humans like this, Gu Masters were the same, they just did it more elegantly. Moving alone and risking their lives, it included fighting with wild beasts. Moving together in groups, it was competing with their own kind. At places with benefits, there were conflicts. There is only so much space after all. Everyone wants to live better and have more room to themselves. What can they do? They can only invade other people's spaces. Skinny Monkey had not expected Fang Yuan to not give face, thus he was stunned at the spot, staring intently at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not give a thought about such a character. Mortals were cheap as grass. Even if one or two were killed, so what? As long as the goods were still delivered, the Gu Masters in charge would not care. Even if they did, Fang Yuan had backup methods to resolve this issue. All in all, trying to provoke Fang Yuan, These family servants were courting death. What? Why are you not scramming? You want me to chase you away? Fang Yuan gave Skinny Monkey a cold look again. Skinny Monkey snorted, but did not explode in anger, instead taking his leave. Such a strong attitude, it caused Brother Chang to feel threatened. Did these two have some sort of background? Otherwise, how could they be so arrogant? I had better check up on their backgrounds first. Chapter 235. Xianxia. The caravan traveled for the whole day, and chose a valley to camp for the night. The day went pretty good for the caravan as they only came across 3 small beast groups. They killed 2 groups and chased one away. Calculating the losses and the profits they made from killing the beast groups, they had made some profits instead. The setting sun dyed the clouds with colors: red, orange, grayish-red, purple. There were all kinds of colors. The clouds also formed into all kinds of shapes, appearing like a roaring lion one moment, or galloping Pegasus the next moment, or a blossoming sea of flowers. The multicolored sunlight shone upon the valley, which resembled a jade-green gem. After the caravan finished all the arrangements for the night, there was a certain area in the caravan that was a cacophony of noises. Come, have a look. Today's freshly slaughtered beast meat. Buttermilk, fragrant and sweet buttermilk. Only 10 pieces of clothing remaining. Stock clearance sale. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were also among the crowd. They dragged their handcart and occupied an area. At their left was a stall selling wild herbs, and at their right was a stall selling milk. Bai Ningbing was rather interested in all this as she looked all around her. To think there would be a small bazaar like this in the caravan. If there is consumption, there will be transactions, and the consumption will thus stimulate marketplaces, Fang Yuan answered. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed. These words were truly incisive. She looked at Fang Yuan. Are you planning on selling these purple maple leaves? Fang Yuan slightly nodded his head. We have already entered the caravan, so we can just conveniently dispose of them now. Keeping them with us will only attract the greed of some scoundrels. What's more, it wasn't easy to preserve purple maple leaves. They had it for just over a day, and already the purple maple leaves on Fang Yuan's cart were showing signs of withering. And as time continued to pass, their value will only get lesser and lesser. Of course, Fang Yuan did care about measly 2 primeval stones. However, just throwing them off would be in accord to their current identities, and would only serve to raise suspicions. The small bazaar in the caravan is divided into 2 types. The one we are dealing in is only the transactions between mortals, and it will be held every day. Another type is the transactions between Gu masters, which is held once a week, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes, covered by the straw hat, slightly brightened. It would be helpful to us if we could join the small bazaar held for Gu masters. Shangclan City is still a great distance away. If not anything else, we need an investigative Gu to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. I have already planned this out, but it's still too early. Fang Yuan confidently smiled as he thought of a certain thing in his Tusita flower. The two were discussing softly when a male servant walked over while staggering. He was wearing shabby and torn clothes, his face filled with bloodstains, a clear resemblance to beggars. As he walked to the stall beside Fang Yuan's and saw the pots filled with milk, he swallowed his saliva. Brother, could you give me some milk to drink? Go away. Don't hinder my business. The milk seller impatiently waved his hands. This male servant helplessly walked away towards Fang and Bai's cart. 2 brothers. He hadn't even finished saying his sentence when Fang Yuan walked to the front and kicked him, shouting with a vicious tone, "Screw off." The male servant fell down to the ground. His ragged clothes were stained by the black muddy soil. His previous wounds were stimulated by the kick, making him grimace in pain. He climbed up with great difficulty and looked at Fang Yuan with hatred. Good, I will remember this. We are all mortals. Everyone has a bad day. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold as he raised his feet again. Bomb! This servant fell to the ground again. Dare to say one more word? Fang Yuan stared down at this servant fiercely. The servant gave a vicious glare at Fang Yuan as he crawled up, but he didn't dare to squeak a word. However, just as he stood up, he was again met with Fang Yuan's kick. "I don't like your expression." Fang Yuan indifferently spoke with his arms crossed at his chest. The servant lowered his head and crawled up silently, not daring to look at Fang Yuan again. He didn't continue begging anymore and walked far away. Looking at his departing figure, Ning being asked in bewilderment, "Strange, how can there be a beggar in the caravan?" "This is normal. This servant must have made a mistake or his master is in bad mood today." In short, he was beaten by a gu master and also had his meal cancelled. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. His gaze, however, coldly glanced towards a corner. In a corner, 3 to 4 sturdily built servants were catching new faces, bullying the newcomers. After noticing the situation at Fang Yuan's, they retrieved their gazes and looked at other targets. Mortals had cheap lives, their status were extremely low, and their survival was as difficult as walking on steel wire. Inside the caravan, the gu masters could easily beat them to death and take their lives like cutting grass. Anyway, mortals like them could be replenished easily in the hamlets along the way. Every time the caravans came across danger, there would be large numbers of dying mortals. Besides these, there were also secret and almost desperate struggles between the mortals themselves. Fang Yuan had just arrived at the caravan, but 2 groups already wanted to find troubles for him. He, naturally, was afraid of these trouble and could easily resolve them, but he would rather resolve them earlier. Of course, there were some mortals who lived beautiful lives. Most of them were those with backgrounds or were relatives and friends of gu masters, using this identity to do as they liked. After the beggar walked away, 2 groups of mortals approached Fang Yuan. The head of one group was an old man with sharp eyes. After asking Fang Yuan for the price, he immediately lowered the price to a quarter. Fang Yuan reckoned this old geezer's identity should be the chief supervisor in charge of arranging the tasks for the servants. The head of another group was a woman. She was actually wearing silk clothing, and her eyes gave off seductive glances. Fang Yuan immediately understood she must be a sex tool of a certain or some male gu masters. The 2 heads were both accompanied by a large number of people, and although they were mortals, their status were extremely evident. They lowered the price to a very low amount, with the intention of buying low and selling high. They had some wealth and were not like most of the servants who could not even be sure if they could get a meal that day. While Fang Yuan had no need for this cart of purple maple leaves in order to match with his current identity and not let the cat out of the bag, he refused the lowered prices of these 2 people. The old man left with pleasant countenance, but there was threat hidden in his tone. The woman just walked away while cursing and swearing. "I will sell this cart of rotten leaves to the next person that comes to bid." Just when Fang Yuan was pondering over his next action, the small bazaar suddenly went in an uproar. Some people excitedly cheered and shouted. "The kind-hearted lady of Zhang clan has arrived. Lady Zhang is compassionate and kind. She is a fairy incarnate. She is a really good person. I won't go hungry today." "What's happening?" Ning Bing surveyed the situation and saw a green image appearing through the entrance of the bazaar. Fang Yuan was also bewildered. "What's up with this?" "Lady Zhang." "Fairy Zhang!" A group of servants flocked over to the woman, and instantly, the bazaar entrance was crowded. These people were mostly the ones who were punished by gu masters and didn't have anything to eat now. The man who Fang Yuan kicked earlier was also among them, extending his neck and arms. "Don't be in a hurry, everyone. There is plenty of it. Slow down," the green-clothed girl said. Her voice was gentle and soft, and was immediately submerged in the shouts of the crowd. "Keep your mouths shut. Line up and come one by one. Anyone that dares to rush over or shout will immediately be slashed by me." Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded within the little bazaar. An old but tough gu master appeared in everyone's sights, and as he gazed at everyone with his ferocious gaze, the noisy little bazaar immediately went silent. This was the authority of a Gu master. There was no one who did believe he wouldn't do what he just said. As a Gu master, so long as their mood was bad, what was killing off 2 or 3 mortals considered? The crowd pushed and shoved each other, and soon lined up in a neat long row. In front of the queue, the green-clothed girl held a basket of steamed buns and distributed them. The whole little bazaar was absolutely silent. Countless gazes looked at the green-clothed girl with respect, worship, and even love. Bai Ningbing was curious and asked the stall owner to the side, "Who is she?" "What? You don't even know of Lady Zhang Xinxi? You should be newcomers, right?" "Zhang Xinxi?" Fang Yuan asked, his brows tightly locked. "Speak up everything you know." The stall owner recalled how ruthlessly Fang Yuan had kicked the servant earlier. He did dare to conceal anything. "Lady Zhang is also one of the deputy leaders of our caravan. She does have aptitude towards cultivation and is a mortal like us. However, she has a strong background in her clan. The Gu master beside her is her bodyguard. I have lived for so long, but truthfully, I have never seen such a kind-hearted person. Lady Zhang brings some food almost every evening for the starved servants. She comes even if the weather is bad. Sigh, heaven is unfair. They prevented such a person from cultivating." Bai Ningbing nodded her head and smiled, saying towards Fang Yuan, "Truly, all sorts of people exist in this world." Fang Yuan did respond. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan in confusion and saw something wrong with Fang Yuan's expression. The latter was gazing fixedly at the green-clothed girl, his brows almost furrowed into a knot. The green-clothed girl had silky jet black hair draping over her shoulders, accentuating her beauty. Her eyebrows were like smoke, her eyes as clear as the moon. Her skin was snow white, and her lips were pink and tender. She had no makeup on her face, looking soft and gentle. The slight smile she gave from time to time when distributing the steamed buns was pure and innocent. She was wearing green clothing and had a fresh and plain aura. She was elegant like an orchid, graceful like a lotus, and gentle like water. In terms of looks, she was on the same level as Bai Ningbing, but she could be said to be once in 1,000 years beauty. If a woman has fine appearance, they can only be considered to be good-looking, just like common beverages. Only with disposition can they be called beautiful, like well-aged liquor. No doubt, this green-clothed girl was an absolute beauty. However, no matter how beautiful you were, how moving your disposition was, they were all pointless in Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan was not looking at her appearance. No matter how beautiful and what disposition one had, if you cut open their skin and flesh, they were all skeletons. However, he was baffled as he thought of a certain figure. Isn't this girl Shang Xinxi? Shang Xinxi was one of the young masters of the Shang clan. Within a clan, the clan leader's sons and daughters were all called young masters. Only the heirs who are able to obtain the elders' approval could be called young clan leader. With her identity as the young master of the Shang clan, Shang Xinxi was a girl with good fortune. Everyone knew the Shang clan members were greedy and treacherous, but this Shang Xinxi was the only exception. She was soft and weak, didn't like fighting, and was very lenient. She was the worst businessman of the Shang clan. When she did business, she not only made frequent losses, but was also frequently cheated by others. She easily trusted others, and the crucial point was she didn't learn after being cheated, and would continue to be cheated by others. As the young master of the Shang clan, she was once taken as a disgrace of the Shang clan, and was someone no one thought highly of. However, considering that she possessed the bloodline of the Shang clan leader, she was not expelled from the clan. She didn't discriminate mortals, but instead felt strongly sympathetic towards them, giving care and assistance. Several times, she had even bought off all the slaves in auction and was severely reprimanded by the Shang clan leader. However, fate was truly wonderful. In the end, she became the head of the Shang clan. Chapter 236. Kindness will be rewarded. But why is she here? And why is she called Zhang Xinxi? In my memories, she was clearly a Gu master, Why are they saying she doesn't have cultivation aptitude and is immortal? Fang Yuan was bewildered. Is she not xianxia and is only similar in appearance? But this is too similar. No, wait a second. Fang Yuan's rummaged through his mind, and suddenly, he extracted a very old information from the depths of his memories. Xianxia had a rough life. She was an illegitimate child born of Shang clan leader when he had gone out to travel. She didn't have a father since young and had to endure being bullied. After her mother died, her life became more difficult. She was forced by her clansmen to follow the caravan and become a merchant. In the end, when she arrived at Shang clan city, the Shang clan leader sensed her bloodline. Shang clan leader felt both surprised and happy, admitting her as his daughter in front of the public. But he still felt he owed her a lot. Thus he would bear with and cover up a lot of her mistakes. Upon thinking this, Fang Yuan's gaze brightened. So that's it, I understand now. Combining the situation before him with the broken clues in his memories, Fang Yuan arrived at the truth. Many years ago, when Shang clan leader was only a young master of the Shang clan, he left his seed in Zheng clan. It was xianxia. Shang clan and Zheng clan were at odds with each other since ancient times. When xianxia was born, her mother didn't dare to reveal about the Shang clan leader due to this. Thus, xianxia was born as a disgraceful illegitimate child and took on her mother's surname. This was the reason why she was still being called as xianxia. After her mother died, she was forced by the clansmen to be a merchant. And after she ended up arriving at Shang clan city, her bloodline was discovered. Her father had also become the Shang clan leader, and with such a high status, he acknowledged her in front of everybody, completely changing her fate. So to say, this caravan is her first journey as a merchant. Fang Yuan's heart began to thump loudly when he realized this. One should know, this xianxia was a stock that was absolutely guaranteed to increase. She was the future Shang clan leader. No one would believe it if it was said now. Of course, the future was prone to changes. Even in the original track in his memories, there were drastic changes in the world, and even the powerful Shang clan was already ruined by the time she became the clan leader. To Fang Yuan, waiting till she became Shang clan leader was a very long investment without any returns. Her value didn't lie in the time she became the clan leader, but rather when she was acknowledged by the Shang clan leader and became one of the Shang clan's young masters. As a young master, she would definitely be given responsibility over a part of the business. This was the tradition of the Shang clan to nurture the clan's successors. It was exactly this point which Fang Yuan desired. He needed a way to dispose of the goods. A stable, favorable, and safe channel. In his important plans after his rebirth, this was absolutely necessary. In the future, he would definitely open up many secret inheritances. There would be many things which he does not need, and by selling them, he would be revealing their enormous worth. For instance, those bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo in Bai Ningbing's aperture currently. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing just needed one of them, at most another one for backup. If they did sell them, these goo would just die in their hands, and they would even waste a lot of milk in feeding them. Previously, Fang Yuan had intended to temporarily use Jia Jinsheng as a channel to dispose goods. Then it would be best if he could connect to Jia Fu to nurture this channel. The result: Destiny liked to play with people. Because of being subjected to the secret of Flower Wine Monk's inheritance, he had no choice but to kill Jia Jinsheng. This is a gift heaven has sent to me. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh as his gaze towards the distant xianxia turned bright as fire. Shang clan had deep foundations, at least before that violent storm which engulfed the southern border. It was one of the overlords of the southern border. When stolen goods were sold to them, the victims would dare to come find trouble. However, because their influence was too strong, Fang Yuan is also worried about possible backstabbing. They belonged to righteous path on the surface, but the core of the Shang clan members were all black. This was actually quite normal. However, xianxia was the exception. She had been tested by many changes and upheaval in the history of her 100 years. Her kindness, gentleness, benevolence, and honesty were praised far and wide in Fang Yuan's previous life, her reputation resounding all over the southern border. The most important thing was that she didn't have any foundation. Different from other young masters, she would walk a solitary path after she arrived at Shangclan City. In future, she would make many mistakes, but it was because she was not intelligent, but rather because of the other young masters' secret plotting to suppress their competitor. Fang Yuan needed her as a channel, and she also similarly needed the external help, Fang Yuan, if she wanted to live a better life in the future. Most importantly, she was easy to manipulate and influence. Her youth and kind nature were both weaknesses Fang Yuan could exploit. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed from the side. You took a fancy to her, right? What? Fang Yuan's thoughts paused. Don't pretend. We are both men. I can understand just from looking at your gaze. Anyway, this little girl is quite pleasing to the eyes, but it will be very difficult for you to obtain her, unless I help you and find an opportunity to secretly kidnap her. As an exchange, give the Yanggu to me first. Bai Ningbing tried to entice Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan's next sentence made her seethe in anger. You are a man? You. Things were a bit troublesome now. First of all, Fang Yuan needed to approach Shang Xinxi, then obtain her trust. However, he didn't have a lot of time. He must settle everything before she reaches Shangclan City. Bai Ningbing's idea of capturing her was too dumb and risky. It would just cause the situation to be even more messed up. Fang Yuan was very clear the reason why Shang Xinxi could be repeatedly cheated. It was not that she was stupid, but rather she was too kind. In his previous life, there was a demonic path figure called Night Gentleman. He was an expert thief and was as cunning as a fox. He had swindled Shang Xinxi many times using the same excuse. One day, he couldn't endure it anymore and asked, I always tell you this. Aren't you worried I am swindling you? At that time, Shang Xinxi had replied, You say you are unable to make ends meet, and if you aren't able to immediately borrow some primeval stones, your family will starve to death. I know that you are most likely deceiving me, but every time you say this, I can't bear to think that what if you were saying the truth this time? And if I didn't lend you the money, then several lives might be lost. Although that is not likely to happen, I don't want to bet on it. When the Night Lord heard Shang Xinxi's reply, he could stop his tears from flowing. He was so moved by her that he fell on his knees on the spot. After this event, he changed from demonic to righteous, and followed Shang Xinxi with unwavering loyalty, achieving many war exploits. The sun was slowly swallowed by the mountain ranges in the west, and the night gradually descended. The long queue of people also decreased, till all the servants received food and dispersed. All right, that's it for today. I will come again tomorrow. She hadn't even finished speaking when a figure suddenly jumped in front of her. What kind of face was this? Eyebrows all burnt off. Only a bit of hair remained, and one ear less. Who was it if not Fang Yuan? Shang Xinxi was startled. The maids behind her even screamed in fright. What the hell are you doing? That tall and sturdy old Gu master immediately shouted. Lady Zhang, please buy my goods. Fang Yuan didn't care about this old Gu master, and screamed towards Shang Xinxi. Bai Ningbing silently stood far away, enjoying Fang Yuan's performance. I have one steamed bun remaining, take it, okay? Shang Xinxi revealed a gentle smile. She didn't feel any revulsion towards Fang Yuan, only sympathy. She tried to think of how much pain he must have experienced for such severe wounds. Sigh, such a pitiful person. Fang Yuan but threw the steamed bun on the ground. I don't need this. I want to sell my goods. I sold my old house and bought this cart of purple maple leaves. But I haven't been able to sell it. The leaves will soon wither up. What meaning will my life have then? Sob, sob. I don't want to live if I can sell it. I should just smash my head and die. He started to weep while speaking. He stamped his feet and howled. His expression carried a hint of madness and was extremely moving. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck. This acting skill, I really have no hope of catching up. If she didn't know about Fang Yuan, even she might have been deceived by Fang Yuan. She then observed the expressions and gazes of the crowd, stunned, disdainful, sympathy, indifference, but there were no suspicions. Who is this man, charging over so suddenly, scared me to death. Such greed, he actually wants Lady Zhang to buy his goods. Serves him right. Does he think trading is so easy? Sigh, the buyers must have demanded a lower price. When I think of those times I encountered, there were all kinds of discussions going on in the crowd. Chisk, you lunatic. You actually dared to frighten our young lady. Screw off this instant. That old Gu master's tongue seemed to give off lightning sparks as he took a step forward and protected xianxia behind him. Lady Zhang, I don't want to live if you don't buy my goods. Lady Zhang, you are a good person. Please buy this cart of purple maple leaves and save me. Fang Yuan wailed without ceasing. Xianxia's heart softened. Sigh. Don't cry. I will buy them, but life is the most valuable thing in our life. Live properly from now, and don't give up on life so easily. Uncle Zhangzhu, give him 3 primeval stones. Miss. The old Gu master's brows furrowed. Ha! It worked. Maybe I should do this too? A commotion erupted among the stall owners. Thank you, lady. Thank you. Lady Zhang, you are my Jesus, savior. Fang Yuan was greatly ecstatic, and there were signs of tears on his face as he repeatedly bowed. The old Gu master's eyelids twitched. He looked at the cart behind Fang Yuan. This cart of purple maple leaves is worth 2 primeval stones at most. 3 is too much. Uncle Zhangzhu, Xianxia said with a soft voice. The old Gu master heaved a deep sigh. Miss, it isn't that I am unwilling to part with 3 primeval stones. But this amount is too big for a mere servant like him. It is bound to attract those who will eye the money and scheme against him. Miss, for his own safety, we should just give him 2 primeval stones. Moreover, all the peddlers might come over tomorrow if you give it to him like this. Uncle Zhangzhu is correct. Then please give him 2 primeval stones. Xianxia pondered for a while and readily agreed. Fang Yuan accepted the 2 primeval stones with trembling hands. He looked deeply at Xianxia. Miss Zhang, you are a great person. You will definitely be rewarded. Chapter 237. Thrashing. Many stall owners looked at Fang Yuan in envy. Fang Yuan put the 2 primeval stones he received into his pocket, and abandoning the handcart, he directly left the small bazaar with Bai Ningbing. The way I see it, we should just directly capture her. Don't forget our current identities if you want to approach her. Bai Ningbing murmured quietly. Fang and Bai were currently laborers under Chen clan. They had relied on this identity to mix in with the caravan. But now this was undoubtedly the obstacle for Fang Yuan in approaching Xianxia. However, Fang Yuan had already planned for it. He looked at Bai Ningbing and smiled. You are right. So I will go thrash people now. Bai Ningbing was stumped. Thrash? The clear night sky was studded with the bright stars. In a wide tent, several servants were sitting in a circle around a coal stove which had a pot on it. The upper part of the tent was opened, allowing the smoke from the burning coals to fly out. There was meat in the pot, and the servants were all staring fixedly at it. Faint aroma of cooked meat began to float in the air, and one could hear the occasional gulps of saliva. Brother Chiang, I have made some inquiries on the details of the 2 newcomers, Skinny Monkey said. Oh, speak. The muscular servant called Brother Chiang raised his eyebrows. These 2 were introduced by the village head of the hamlet near the Ziyu mountain, Skinny Monkey answered. That solves it. I remember that village head was originally a mortal. The vice leader wanted a strategic point and casually awakened him. So they had this background. The group seemed to have come upon a realization. Although they have a Gu master behind them, so what? Brother Chiang's sister is our Lord Chen Xin's concubine, someone shouted. These 2 newcomers are too bold. If they aren't taught a lesson, wouldn't they just climb over our head in the future? Keep quiet. We will listen to Brother Chiang. Someone else shouted. The tent quieted down as everyone looked towards Brother Chiang. Brother Chiang appeared to be hesitating. Fang and Bai had a Gu master behind them. Even if this Gu master was not a Chen clan member, even if this Gu master was an old geezer with half a foot in the coffin, he was in the end still a Gu master. Have you found out the relation these two has with that old village head? Skinny Monkey immediately revealed an awkward expression. This, Brother Chiang, you also know that with our identities, being able to investigate even this is already not an easy thing. Brother Chiang hesitated. Boss, these two newcomers are too unreasonable. Look at their attitudes towards the Skinny Monkey today. They are clearly looking down at us. They must be taught a lesson, right? That old village head was originally a mortal like us, and with some bullshit luck became a Gu master. What can we even take him as? Wasn't he able to become a Gu master only because our Vide leader wanted to use him? He is no more than a high-ranked servant. Moreover, the caravan merchants always face dangers. Even if these two died, that village head wouldn't dare to settle it with our Chen clan. The noisy discussions made Brother Chiang's frowns even deeper. The Skinny Monkey observed the situation for a long while. He had wanted to find trouble for Fang and Bai, but was instead oppressed by Fang Yuan this morning, causing him to feel full of hatred towards the latter. However, he knew that he had no background, and he could only rely on Brother Chiang for revenge. When he felt the time was right, he spoke. For the life of me, I can't believe what I heard earlier. A cart of purple maple leaves was actually sold for 2 primeval stones in the little bazaar. Brother Chiang's eyes immediately brightened. What? 2 primeval stones? How can it be possible? The prices weren't lowered. Such luck. Which fool bought it? Skinny Monkey sneered as he spoke with disdain and envy. Who else is there? It is that young lady from Zhang clan, a mortal, but look at her luck, living a good life. Damn, I recall how I had smuggled in some goods, and how cheap I had to sell them. Why did I have these 2 guys' luck? Brother Chiang's eyes became bloodshot. He indignantly said, We will put them in order tomorrow. Newcomers must show respect to their seniors. If they don't understand the rules, then we will just have to properly teach them. Yes, Brother Chiang. We will do whatever Brother Chiang says. Brother Chiang is wise. Skinny Monkey flattered, then took out the stew with a soup ladle. The meat stew is done. Brother Chiang, please taste it. The aroma of the meat assailed the nostrils. The Adam apples of many servants moved as they swallowed their saliva. Brother Chiang licked his lips and took the soup ladle. He blew at it before bringing it closer to his mouth. Suddenly, the entrance curtain of the tent was lifted open. Fang Yuan walked inside. It's you. The crowd of servants were stunned. The target of their long schemings had unexpectedly appeared directly in front of them. This made them feel at a loss and dismayed. Skinny Monkey jumped to his feet and said with a sinister smile, Newbie, now you know fear? It is already too late for Apollo. He hadn't finished saying his sentence when Fang Yuan indifferently raised his foot. Bonk! Skinny Monkey was directly kicked flying, his back smashing against the coal stove. The cooked meat stew splashed all over his body and burned him, causing him to scream tragically. The meat stew, all spilled. The meat we bought with our money pooled together. It is so hard to even taste it once, this bastard, courting death. Instantly, all the servants stood up with resentment and roared as they charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan threw the 2 primeval stones he was holding in his hand at them. Out! 2 persons were hit by the primeval stones. One covered his eyes, and another covered his stomach, both screaming in pain. Despicable, actually using concealed weapons. Wait a second, this is primeval stones? The crowd that was charging over immediately slowed down when they heard this. 2 primeval stones lying on the ground drew the servants' gazes. Skinny Monkey's tragic scream also came to an abrupt stop as he stared fixedly at the primeval stones. Birds die for food, Humans die for wealth. Has this guy gone mad? Actually throwing primeval stones at people? He must have already been scared. These are primeval stones. I might not even earn one after 2 months of working. The group of servants' thoughts rumbled like the raging tide. Some started looking at Fang Yuan with a bit of hope, as if asking, "Do you have more primeval stones? Come smash them at me. You dare to smash my eye. You are looking to die." The servant covering the eyes shouted as he let go of his hand. His right eye was already swollen and purplish. He couldn't even open it. However, that did hinder him from grabbing the primeval stone. The rest of the servants quivered, and they immediately looked at the other primeval stone on the ground. Bah! Every one of them pounced at that primeval stone, throwing everything about Fang Yuan to the back of their heads. Skinny Monkey gritted his teeth in pain as he grabbed towards the primeval stone, quicker than others. "Mean. This is mine." He smashed it at me. The other servant who had been hit roared furiously. "Screw off, Monkey, weren't you injured? Why are you so fast?" Someone shouted with his saliva flying all over. "Shut your trap. Who tripped me just now? Stand up." Brother Chiang's face was covered with dirt. He was furious. Suddenly, a hand appeared and pulled him. Who had such guts? Surprised and angry, he turned his head to look, coming face to face with none other than Fang Yuan's ugly face. He shouted, "How dare you grab me? Let go of your dog paw." Fang Yuan waved his fist and punched his face. Brother Chiang's nose bone instantly broke and blood started flowing madly. He felt intense dizziness, and all he saw were stars spinning around. Fang Yuan let go of his hand, and Brother Chiang fell softly to the ground. My God! He punched Brother Chiang. "Brother Chiang is injured. Let's attack this bastard together." The servants were stumped for a while before coming back to their senses, immediately brandishing their fists as they pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan indifferently swept his fist horizontally, sending the nearest servant flying to the side. The servant's teeth were smashed. Immediately following, another servant closed at him. Fang Yuan aimed at his crotch and lightly kicked. Ooh! This servant covered his crotch, his 2 eyes rolled over, and immediately fainted. All the servants were down on the ground with few punches and kicks from Fang Yuan. The only one remaining was Skinny Monkey, who was hiding in the corner. As Fang Yuan gazed at him, Skinny Monkey shivered and immediately fell onto the ground. "I surrender. I surrender. Great hero, please be magnanimous," he begged loudly, kowtowing continuously. His head smashed on the ground and continued to produce muffled sounds. However, there was no sound of Fang Yuan's movement. Skinny Monkey raised his head with fear, but Fang Yuan had already left. The servants inside the tent were collapsed on the ground. Some had fainted, and some were moaning in pain. Fang Yuan walked in between the tents. The noise from earlier would have attracted many people. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. Bai Ningbing walked over from within a dark corner. "It is just the first day, and we have already beaten up working servants. This won't be good," she grinned, taking joy in this disaster. However, she was even more curious of why Fang Yuan did this. Fang Yuan did reply, walking towards the depths of this temporary camp. Soon he arrived at his destination, a horse carriage. He had already inquired and knew this was where the old steward of the Chen clan slept. He didn't immediately go and knock on the carriage, but went into a dark area with no one in the vicinity. He took out the dagger he carried with him and began to slash himself. In the quiet surroundings, a soft sound of dagger cutting open a flesh could be heard. Bai Ningbing's brows raised when she heard it. She, once again, realized how ruthless and cruel Fang Yuan was. He didn't make even a sound when he cut himself with the dagger, and from the sound of it, he seemed to be quite skilled at it. It was as if he was not cutting himself, but some wood. Thud, thud, thud. The carriage door was knocked continuously. The narrow carriage was filled with goods, along with a small bed. Fortunately, the old steward was short, and when he curled up on the small bed, it didn't appear to be congested. Thud, thud, thud. The door was knocked again. The old steward, who had been sleeping soundly, frowned as he got up from the bed. Bang! 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 The knocks were getting stronger. The old steward opened his bloodshot eyes. "Who is it?" "It is me, old steward." A sound came in from outside the door. This voice was unfamiliar, but it also seemed to be a little familiar. The old steward's brows furrowed tighter, and after a long while, he recalled this voice belonged to the newcomer that joined just this morning. A newcomer actually doesn't understand the rules. What the hell are you doing disturbing someone's sleep in the middle of the night? Chapter 238. Lady, save me. The old steward's anger surged to the skies. He decided to give Fang Yuan an unforgettable lesson. Bang, he opened the door. However, the scene that appeared in front of him was Fang Yuan's injuries and bloodstains. The old steward got quite a shock. Forgetting his rage, he asked, "You, what happened? Has a beast pack raided us?" "No, old steward. It was those thieves that injured me and snatched my primeval stones." "Old steward, you need to seek justice for me." Fang Yuan wiped away his tears and shouted, "Ow! It hurts. Has that lunatic gone away? Damn it, that lunatic is too strong." The scene inside the tent was of a complete mess. The aroma of the meat stew was still there, but it could no longer be salvaged, and the pot was completely smashed. The group of servants were slowly recovering their senses. They either had bloody noses and swollen faces, or they were drawing in gasps of cold air. "Son of a mere newbie dares to beat us. This has gone too far. We have not even gone to find trouble with him, yet he dared to find trouble with us first. I cannot contain this anger. We cannot let this be. We must get back at him." "How? Can you even beat him?" "Why would we beat him? We will just tell on him and let the old steward handle him. This newbie is too tyrannical. How can we still work together later?" "That's right. Pass those 2 primeval stones he threw to me. This will be the evidence," Brother Chiang suddenly said. The tent immediately quietened down. Everyone knew this was just an excuse used by Brother Chiang. The servants who had been able to snatch the primeval stones looked at this with joy, looking at the skinny monkey and another servant. The 2 of them seemed to be mumbling, but did speak. Clearly, they didn't want to hand it over. Brother Chiang was not stupid at all, as he said tactfully, "We are all injured. These 2 primeval stones are not only evidence, they are also our medical fees." These words resounded with the servants who wanted to have a share, as they spoke one after another. "Brother Chiang is right. Monkey, hand the primeval stone to Brother Chiang. Or are you thinking of becoming the boss? Brother Chiang has a deep background. Only he can avenge us." "Brother Chiang, we believe you." Under everyone's pressure, Skinny Monkey and the other servant could only purse their lips and unwillingly hand over their primeval stone to Brother Chiang. As Brother Chiang received and felt the smooth, glossy primeval stones, he felt his nose didn't hurt so much anymore. However, right at this moment, the entrance curtain was suddenly lifted. Everyone was shocked, thinking Fang Yuan had come again. But the one that was staring at the scene was the old steward. "Old steward, what are you doing here?" "Old steward, we were just going to look for you." The servants were both surprised and joyous. The old steward's expression, however, was not good, especially when he saw those 2 primeval stones on Brother Chiang's hand. His looks turned even more gloomy. He reached in front of Brother Chiang in few steps, then snatched the primeval stones and gave several tight slaps to Brother Chiang. Brother Chiang was stupefied. The rest of the servants were also stupefied. After several moments, the group finally reacted. "Old steward, why are you so angry?" "Old steward, what are you doing?" The old man simply walked away and lifted open the curtains. "Chiang, Skinny Monkey, you group of bastards, come out." Then he directly walked out of the tent. Brother Chiang covered his face, but he did dare to oppose the old steward. He restrained his anger and walked out of the tent in bewilderment. The rest of the servants also followed him out of the tent, when they saw Fang Yuan standing to the side. His whole body was injured, and his cloth was stained with blood. "Old steward, they are the ones who stole my primeval stones." Fang Yuan pointed at them and shouted with righteous indignation. "What the?" The servants only then reacted. "Brat! You dare slander us! Asshole, I will peel off your skin." The group of servants were furious and shouted one after another. Slap! A clear slap instantly suppressed the scene. The servant who was shouting the most was covering his face and involuntarily took a step back from the slap. The old steward looked at him darkly. Why wouldn't he complain? Hey, you guys are getting more and more out of control. You even dare to snatch the primeval stones of your workmate. The old steward was well aware of the bullying on newcomers, but he was glad to see that happen. This was a necessary process. On one hand, it would suppress the arrogance of the newcomers, making his supervision work easier. On another hand, it could also promote the harmony between the oldcomers and the newcomers. However, the bullying this time went too far. They directly snatched the primeval stones. What difference was there between them and the bandits? "Old steward, it isn't what you are thinking," someone complained. Another clear slap. The old steward's tone turned cold. "Did I tell you to speak? Old steward, we must speak up. Yes, we are being accused." Many servants shouted, feeling wronged. "We are the victims here." The old steward seethed in anger as he shouted fiercely. "You guys took his primeval stones, and you actually dare to say you are being accused. These two primeval stones, are they his or not? Speak honestly." Yes, it is, but..." Slap, slap. 2 slaps, the 2 servants shut their mouths. The old steward pointed at them and angrily rebuked. "Okay, let's forget about snatching the primeval stones. You actually dared to use knives. You sure have guts. Speak up. Who used the knife?" When the servants were crippled and couldn't work anymore, their recuperation and treatment would be expenses. If such matters were delayed, the target of the Goo-master's blame would be the old steward. "Using knife? We did." "Old steward, we are all experienced. Who does know about this? A load of bullshit. Do you think I am blind? If you didn't use knives, then where did his injuries come from? Are you telling me he cut himself?" The old steward continued to angrily shout. Bai Ningbing thought inwardly, while looking at this scene from a dark corner not far away. "Old steward, you are quite smart. You actually guessed it." Slap, slap, slap. The old steward's anger had reached an extreme as he slapped the servants one after another. Every servant received few slaps. None dared to speak up in fear of the old steward's authority. They could only clench their fists in anger. The veins in their forehead out, and cracking noises were emitted from their teeth grinding. They were all filled with stuffed feeling with nowhere to vent it on. "Get back to the tent. I will settle the accounts with you tomorrow." The old steward's hands were already numb from the slapping. As he was old, he was having trouble breathing, but his anger had also mostly dissipated. The servants didn't dare to go against this order, but before leaving all of them angrily looked at Fang Yuan, engraving his image in the depths of their hearts. The old steward walked towards Fang Yuan and gave him the primeval stones, saying with an annoyed tone, "You got your primeval stones back. Don't lose them again." "I won't give a damn if you lose them again." Fang Yuan was sniffing and weeping. He seemed to be both moved and afraid. "Old steward, please safeguard these 2 primeval stones for me. I am afraid they will be snatched." Old steward was speechless for a while, before feeling a rush of excitement. Merchants will always be in danger. Maybe one day Fang Yuan would be swallowed by the wild beasts. Wouldn't these 2 primeval stones be his then? "All right, I will take it upon myself to safeguard them for you," the old steward said. "Thank you, old steward, you truly are a good person." Fang Yuan repeatedly bowed and kept on expressing his thanks. All right, I am tired. You should go rest too." The old steward waved his hand and impatiently walked away. As for where Fang Yuan slept, it was his concern. This Hai too is truly stupid. The old steward sneered inwardly. After everyone left, Fang Yuan's expression turned back to normal. The wounds on your body are still bleeding. Aren't you going to treat them? Bai Ning Bing came over. I still have use for them. Let's go. Fang Yuan smiled. Inside a tent, oil lamps were lit. Xianxia was holding a book, when suddenly her brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Dai, did you hear that? It seemed like someone is crying for help. The servant girl called Xiao Dai was dozing off with her head slowly moving up and down. It wouldn't be okay if she slept before the young lady. Right now, she was startled awake. She leaned her ears to listen and immediately said, "Wah! Someone is crying for help. Who is crying so late in the night? Why is it you again?" Xianxia's bodyguard Gu Master Zhang Ju walked out and saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was slumped on the ground, snot and tears falling down. "Get lost. I will kill you if you don't get lost right this moment," Zhang Ju shouted. He did not have good impression of Fang Yuan. "Uncle Zhang Ju." At this time, Xianxia and the servant girl walked out. "How come it is you again? Are you haunting us?" The servant girl's eyes were wide open when she saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan ignored them and only looked at Xianxia. "Zhang clan lady, my life has been harmed by you, and only you can save me." "Tisk, you lunatic, what nonsense are you saying?" Zhang Ju angrily shouted. "Our young lady is very kind-hearted. How could she harm you?" "Lady, let's go. Don't pay attention to this lunatic." The servant girl chided Fang Yuan. Xianxia's nature was such that she could never see others suffering in helplessness. Fang Yuan's blood-soaked and wounded body had already won her sympathy. Now, with his words, if Xianxia didn't get involved, she would definitely not be able to have a good sleep. "You say you were harmed by me? What do you mean?" "Uncle Zhang Ju, I have to trouble you to heal him first," Xianxia said. Although Zhang Ju was not willing, he could only do as she said. He pushed his hands. A white ball of light entered Fang Yuan's body. The bleeding immediately stopped, and the wounds were gradually closing up. Fang Yuan said, "It was those 2 primeval stones. The others were envious of it and snatched my primeval stones. I can fight them and could only ask the old steward to uphold justice. They have returned the primeval stones, but threatened that they will teach me a lesson and make my life worse than death. So, it was like that." Xianxia sighed when she heard this. "You reap what you sow. Lady, we shouldn't get involved with him. He clearly brought this upon himself, selling at such a high price. Did he think everything would be fine?" Xiao Dai rolled her eyes, showing her displeasure at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, "I have discussed it with my companion. We can only rely on Lady Zhang. Otherwise, we will be killed by them. 2 lives will be lost." "It won't go as far as killing," Xianxia comforted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan interrupted her. "Lady, you don't know how dark it is here. They will plot against me during the beasts' attacks. Maybe one day, I will be eaten by the wild beasts, but actually it was manipulated by them behind the scenes. Lady, I beg you to take us in your shelter. Please save us." Xianxia hesitated, but she finally could bring herself to reject him. "All right, I will temporarily take you guys in." Chapter 239. Fei Ho Mountain. "Miss, you can," Zhang Ju immediately said. "Miss, our Zhang clan's group here has the least power in the whole caravan. If we take him in, no doubt we will offend another force. It's not worth doing it for just 2 insignificant servants. Miss, even if not for yourself, think about our Zhang clan's group here, or just think of those with you," Zhang Ju persuaded. This, Xianxia was placed in a dilemma and couldn't make a decision. What difficulty is there? "Lady Zhang, I am only a hired hand of Chen family and am not their servant. Lady, if you are still feeling troubled, I have a way to solve it. You can tell the Chen clansmen that I and my companion offended you, and you want to punish us, so you are imprisoning us. Chen clan definitely won't offend you for us two mortals, Fang Yuan said. That is a good idea. Xianxia's gaze brightened. Zhengju gave a helpless sigh, knowing he could persuade her anymore. Fang Yuan immediately crawled up with a stick and bowed at Xianxia. Miss Zhang, you are a good person. I will definitely repay you in the future. Xianxia shook her head. I don't need you to repay me. I will definitely help those who need my help to the best of my ability. Sleep in my camp tonight. Xiao Dai. Arrange a tent for them. Yes, Missy. Xiao Dai answered, unwillingly. Follow me. Don't blame me if you get lost. Xiao Dai didn't show Fang Yuan any hospitality, but led the way anyway. Zhengju's brows furrowed deeper as he looked at Fang and Bai's leaving figures. He didn't like these two from the depths of his heart, and at the same time he had to think of Xianxia's safety as her bodyguard. He decided to personally handle this matter. This was a small tent with not much space inside. However, Fang and Bai didn't care. They had treated even the beast-trapping trees as tents, much less this environment, which was much better. The two laid down in the dark tent. Fang Yuan clasped his hands with Bai Ningbing's. Everything will be okay, Bai Yun. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes. She knew Fang Yuan's true intention. In the darkness, she transferred a portion of her snow-silver primeval essence to Fang Yuan through her palm. Sleep early. Luckily we met such a good person like Lady Zhang. Fang Yuan closed his eyes the moment he finished saying this, and began cultivating secretly. He was already rank 2 now, his primeval sea filled with red steel primeval essence. Although he could already use 4 flavors liquor worm, Bai Ningbing's snow-silver primeval essence was no doubt much better. To Fang Yuan, 4 flavors liquor worm had already lost its use with Bai Ningbing here. Snow-silver primeval essence cleaned and refined the aperture, rapidly increasing Fang Yuan's accumulation. He didn't need to worry about his aura leaking out with the breath-concealing goo. His disguise was likely to be broken unless he used the goo worms outside of his body. At present, breath-concealing goo had yet to truly walk onto the world stage. In his previous life, only after 150 years, it was made popular by the hunting king Sun Gan. Within 50 years after that, in that great war that affected the whole southern border, breath-concealing goo was widely used and took the limelight. In other words, according to Fang Yuan's previous life, mankind would be conscious of guarding against the breath-concealing goo only after 150 years. And after 200 years, they would have methods and experience to respond against the breath-concealing goo. Breath-concealing goo was a rank 3 goo. This caravan did have a rank 4 goo master, and although there were many goo masters, why would they especially pay attention to He Tu and Bei Yun, 2 ordinary people? Fang Yuan immediately activated crocodile strength goo after the portion of snow-silver primeval essence was used up. Bits of new strength was permanently added to his body. His skeleton was no longer white, but was like firm black iron. It was like a firm cornerstone, stably supporting the continuous increase in strength. The night passed quietly. The next day, at the crack of dawn when the sun had just risen, the whole camp was awake. After a period of hustling and bustling, the caravan resumed its journey. Zhengju didn't go directly to Chen clan, but rather made secret inquiries through his subordinates first. There was indeed a fight yesterday night, and many had witnessed it. As for Brother Chang and his group, they had covered up the fact that Fang Yuan had beat them up. If it were to be known that so many of them could beat one Fang Yuan, they would lose all their face. How would they be able to go around then? In fact, they had gone through everything yesterday and strung up false statements, which they all agreed to, saying they bullied the newcomer, and Fang Yuan offered them primeval stones, but later he was indignant and looked for tea. After confirming the fight really happened, Zhengju set out and found Chen clan's head in the caravan. This vice leader could help but ponder when he heard his 2 mortal subordinates offended Jiang Xinxi and were detained. Although he wouldn't offend Zhang clan because of two mortals, if he just readily compromised, Chen clan's prestige could fall. Moreover, he had some close people among the servants. Thereupon, he inquired which two servants they were. Chen clan's vice leader was slightly surprised when he heard Zhang Ju's answer. He had some impressions of these two. He had let them enter because of the old village head's request. But to think they had screwed up on their first day. According to him, Fang and Bai should be the old village head's relatives. But so what? The old village head was someone he enlightened and was someone under his control. Giving up these two would not mean anything to him. Moreover, they were the ones who had committed crimes, bringing troubles upon Chen clan. Even death would not be sufficient punishment. As he thought of this, the vice leader had already decided to give up these two to resolve the conflict with Zhang clan. However, he put on a difficult expression. Brother Zhang, I won't conceal from you. Our Chen clan might not have enough manpower if you take those two. We can make our gu masters work and move the goods, right? How about this? I will call my steward over. He understands the situation. If there really is a scarcity in manpower, we might not be able to hand those two to you at the moment. We will temporarily keep them here and hand them to your Zhang clan to deal with after we get new workers in the next village. That works. Zhang Ju nodded his head. Vice leader could help but reveal a smile. Like this, there wouldn't be any gossips and rumors saying Chen clan was afraid of Zhang clan. The old steward was somewhat nervous when he was called over. Did I make some mistake? However, when he was clear of the situation, he suddenly felt alive. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. These two are really out of luck, falling into Zhang clan's hands. Die, both of you die, then those two primeval stones would be mine. Thinking of this, the old steward immediately slapped his chest and guaranteed that there were no issues with the manpower. Even if there were to be some issues, he was determined to stake out his weary aged body to personally move goods for those two primeval stones. Now, the dust had already settled regarding this matter. Zhang Ju bade his farewell. His heart, however, felt stuffed. In the coming dozen or so days, Fang and Bai worked during the day and cultivated during night. The caravan had already left Ziyu Mountain far behind and was now in Feiho Mountain region. Fang Yuan knew the farther they were from Ziyu Mountain, more concealed his identity would be, and thus, more safety. Through these few days of cultivating, he had gained half a crocodile's strength. Unfortunately, a lot of bone spear goo had starved to death. The amount of milk spring on him was less than sufficient. He could only give up some to feed the remaining goo worms. Fang Yuan felt heartache due to this. Although he wouldn't use these goo, they could have been sold. He planned to purchase a set of goo worms in the Shang clan city. This required a great amount of primeval stones. He could use the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus to produce dozens of primeval stones daily, but he couldn't use it in the caravan so as to prevent his identity from being revealed. Hence, he needed to get xianxia in his grasp even more. She would become one of the young masters once they reached Shang clan. This would make Fang Yuan's trip in Shang clan city extremely convenient. Of course, the premise was that he not only needed to get close to xianxia, but also gain her trust. The forest in the mountain was dark and mysterious with fog lingering around the air. The caravan slowly moved through the narrow mountain passage, and as they traveled further, the fog became denser. The range of their sights shrunk till they could only see within 10 steps. Feiho Mountain was covered with fog. Fang and Bai would need to go through great troubles if they had traveled by themselves. However, they were in a caravan now, and there naturally were investigative goo masters. Suddenly, there was some sort of clamor in front of them. The caravan stopped. What's happening? There is trouble. Monkey groups are blocking our path. In moments, most of the people in the caravan began discussing, but none of them were surprised. Feiho Mountain was ruled by monkeys. There were too many monkeys to count. Caravans passing through this place would be blocked by the monkey groups and robbed. Anyone who had some experience and knowledge would not feel surprised at this. monkeys of the Feiho Mountain. Hey, I have read about them in the books. To think I could personally see them today. Bai Ning softly said with a hint of excitement. Initially, when the caravans had first passed through Feiho Mountain, they had a huge fight with the monkey groups. They killed waves after waves of monkeys, but the monkey groups appeared again and again. Finally, the caravans were either annihilated or had to retreat in defeat. Feiho Mountain was once known as a forbidden and unpassable land for merchants. If it were other mountain ranges, the different wild beasts kept each other in check, and there would be a gap to pass through. However, there were only bandit monkeys in Feiho Mountain. They lived together, and although there were fights between monkey groups, all the bandit monkeys would unite if they came across an external enemy. Such strength was not something a caravan could rival. Even a large-scale clan might not be able to purge all these monkey groups. This was until the Sky Crown Marquis appeared. This was a rank 5 Gu master of the righteous path. He traveled deep into Feiho Mountain until he reached the peak, and using a monkey language Gu, he came to an agreement with the Monkey Emperor. Everything changed thereafter. A trade route opened through Feiho Mountain for the first time. Now, this trade route was one of the 3 most important trade routes of southern border, connecting east and west. Its importance was self-evident. These damn monkeys appeared again. They are blocking up our path. You all know the rules. I will tell you bluntly, anyone who breaks the rules and implicates us, my Jia clan will not let them off. The caravan leader shouted coldly. Of course. Brother Jia Long is right. Everything should be done according to the rules. Anyone that wants to take advantage will be driven out of the caravan. Other vice leaders went along with Jia Long. Chapter 240. Arm Wrestling. Bandit monkeys were very strong and were as big as an elephant. Mature bandit monkey could reach 10 meters of height and had bulging muscles all over their body. Their arms were over 2 times thicker than their legs, and their tails were like iron rods, capable of pulverizing rocks. The fur of bandit monkeys were golden with black tiger stripes covering their body. What was peculiar was the fur from their waist grew out naturally to cover the crotch and the butt area, just like a leather skirt. How? The monkey king of this bandit monkey group suddenly opened its large mouth and gave a loud howl. Its howl were as forceful as lions and tigers. Who? The monkey king's howl was answered by the other monkeys. The howls created sound waves which engulfed the surroundings, scattering the winds and clouds along with the dense white fog. Within seconds, everyone's sights broadened, and only then did they realize both sides of the passageway were filled with bandit monkeys. Over 1,000 bandit monkeys had surrounded the caravan. They were enormous, the same size as the trees. Some young trees could only reach up to their waists. In front of the caravan was the Monkey King, who had an even larger physique, and was boldly sitting on a stone bench. A gray stone wine jar that was as big as a water tank was lying on its side, giving off a dense fragrance of alcohol. The Monkey King stopped after howling once, but the other bandit monkeys were still howling without stop. This instead enhanced the Monkey King's majesty. Its eyes were sharp and bright, its gaze tranquil as it sat there without moving. In contrast, those ordinary bandit monkeys were getting restless as they stared at the caravan's goods, itching to have a go. Wild beasts like monkey, fox, and wolves possessed intelligence. This bandit monkey king's intelligence might only be equal to a 3-year-old child and wasn't at the level of cunning lightning wolf, but it was enough for it to communicate. The leader of the caravan, Jia Long, narrowed his eyes at the Monkey King and suddenly said, "Jia Yong, go." "Yes, chief." Jia Yong stood up. He was tall and fat, especially with his bulging stomach, but he was actually rather robust. He was defensive Gu master, and his lifebound Gu was water armor Gu. He was a rank 2 Gu master, and was specialized in fighting in water. Once, when he was swimming in a river, he luckily encountered a boat-sized tortoise and killed it, obtaining a tortoise-strength Gu from its body. After he used it, he was able to permanently gain the strength of a tortoise. The monkey groups howled even more fiercely when they saw Jia Yong coming closer, their voices shaking the whole forest. Jiayong had a solemn expression as he lifted his sleeves and stood in front of the Monkey King. The Monkey King was enormous, and even while sitting, it was still taller than Jiayong by a head. It looked at Jiayong and howled. Several bandit monkeys immediately brought a stone table while panting hard. The stone table was as large as a bed and was extremely heavy, producing a muffled sound as it landed on the ground. Another 2 bandit monkeys came over and moved a stone stool, placing it in front of the Monkey King. The Monkey King slammed at the stone table. The sounds produced was as if he had beaten a large drum. Jiayong gulped a mouthful of saliva and sat down. He placed his right elbow on the table and extended his forearm. The Monkey King similarly extended his left hand. 2 palms tightly grasped each other. Beside the table was an elderly female bandit monkey who suddenly shouted. Jiayong and the Monkey King heard the signal and immediately put strength in their arms, starting this uncommon style of strength contest. Bandit monkeys respected strength, and arm wrestling was their main social activity. Young monkeys could arm wrestle immediately after being born. Arm wrestling was not only a game for bandit monkeys, it was also a commonly used method to resolve disputes. In the past, the righteous Gu Master Sky Crown Marquis was only a rank 5 Gu Master. He naturally was able to slaughter the mountain with this strength. It was this arm wrestling custom of the bandit monkeys he used to reach the peak of the bandit monkey mountain and win against the monkey emperor. He was then able to obtain the monkey group's approval and came to an agreement, opening the trade route. From then on, any caravans that were passing through Feiho Mountain would follow this agreement and arm wrestle with the bandit monkeys. If they won, they would obtain the bandit monkeys' approval and be able to pass without paying the toll. If they lost, they would have to let the monkey group take a portion of their goods. With this, the caravans could carry out their business, and the bandit monkeys were also happy to be able to get benefits. As the years went by and the caravans abided by the agreement, the trade route began to gradually flourish, and the agreement also gradually stabilized. Jiayong, sitting opposite the Monkey King, was flushed red. His expression was twisted as he was already using all his strength. However, he still couldn't resist the Monkey King's strength, and his arm began to gradually incline to the side, until finally the Monkey King's arm slammed Jiayong's arm to the table. Victory! Monkey King stood up and excitedly beat his chest with his fists. The rest of the monkeys were howling and screeching. The noise was frightening. Jiayong walked back to the caravan with his head lowered. The bandit monkeys teased and taunted him while he was walking back. Some lifted their leather skirt, showing their butts at Jiayong. Some made faces, and some shook their fingers at him. To think there would be a day where I am ridiculed by a bunch of beasts. Jiayong gave a helpless sigh with a bitter smile on his face. Jia Long showed no expression and just raised his hand. Jia Clan's troops began to move forward. The monkeys flocked towards them and began to wantonly take goods from the wagons. Jia Clan had already made careful considerations. They covered the high-quality coalstones with a layer of colorful and gorgeous silk and thin fabric. The monkeys were all attracted by these colorful cloth and let go of the more valuable ash-gray high-quality coalstones. The monkeys were very happy with their choices, playing around with the cloths. Many wrapped the cloth around their arms, waists, and even draped the cloth over their shoulders. The whole scene was noisy and chaotic. "Where is Jia Ping?" Jia Long shouted with a heavy voice. Jia Ping slowly walked out. His body was starkly in contrast to Jiayong. He was thin as stick and looked extremely fragile. "I will avenge you." He patted Jiayong's shoulder as he walked past him. "This will naturally be easily over with Brother Jia Ping making a move." Jiayong cupped his hands and gave a forced smile. Jia clansmen let out a breath of relief upon seeing Jia Ping moving out, their expressions clearly easing up. The bandit monkeys let out odd yells when they saw Jia Ping's physique, their gazes filled with contempt and disdain. Monkey King was already sitting down. He indifferently lifted the wine jar and drank a mouthful of monkey wine. "They are indeed animals, judging people by appearances," Jia Long sneered. Jia Ping looked weak, but actually possessed strength of 2 bears. It was just that he used tendon coiling goo, which intertwined his whole muscles and tendons just like tree roots, and thus compressing his muscles. Jia Ping sat down and stretched his arm. His arm was even a quarter of the Monkey King's arm. However, after they started, the deadlock only lasted a moment before the Monkey King was defeated. Instantly, the howls and screeches of the monkeys stopped. The Monkey King's eyes were opened as wide as saucers, revealing an incredulous expression. Jia Long chuckled and waved his hand, signaling the troop to continue moving. The monkeys that were blocking the path automatically made away and didn't make any moves. When a portion of Jia Clan's troops moved forward, the monkeys howled and again blocked the path. The Monkey King was convinced in its loss as it slammed the stone table and challenged Jia Ping. Jia Ping had a smile on his face as he gained another victory. "Everyone, I am going to move first." Jia Long cupped his hands, and after calling out to the others, the Jia Clan's troops and wagons passed through the checkpoint. "All right, next it is my Lin Clan's turn." "Lin Dong," Lin Clan's vice leader shouted. The others didn't argue. They had already discussed the order of the caravan. Time continued to pass, and parts of the caravan had also moved forward. To pass through the Feiho Mountain and decrease the losses to the minimum, all the great clans nurtured a lot of specific Gu masters. Ox strength, tiger strength, elephant strength, python strength, horse strength. The Gu masters possessing these went to compete, each showing their talents. Some lost and some won. Most of the people had passed through the checkpoint. Finally, it was Zhang Clan's turn. Zhang Ju didn't look good. He was a healing Gu master and wasn't good at strength aspect. Moreover, when arm wrestling with the Monkey King, one could only use their strength and not the Gu worms. If they were discovered to have cheated by using Gu worms, they would be attacked and killed by the monkey groups. The troops Zhang Clan brought in this caravan didn't have any other Gu masters except him, a rank 3 Gu master. Thus, they were the weakest in strength in the whole caravan. Xianxia did not have an easy life in Zhang Clan, and was shunted aside for being an illegitimate child. The situation had become worse after her mother died of illness. In light of her mother's will, Xianxia sold the family assets and organized this caravan. Most of Zhang Clan's people looked forward to this disgrace of the clan dying outside. Thus, they didn't send any Gu masters to reinforce her. Uncle Zhangju doesn't need to worry too much. They are nothing more than goods. It is okay as long as people are safe. Xianxia had a delicate heart. She softly consoled Zhangju when she noticed his expression. The only one remaining is Zhang Clan. Tisk, no need to watch. They are sure to lose. I am quite familiar with that Zhangju. It is said that Zhang Clan's girl organized this merchant group by herself. Hence, there is only Zhangju to put up a front. Many Gu masters stood behind the checkpoint, waiting to see a good show. They had all, more or less, lost some goods. Their mood were naturally not too good. Comparison produces happiness. The unlucky people often felt relieved by seeing a more unlucky person. Many were looking at Zhang Clan, trying to find comfort in their hearts. Goods can be lost. Only lives are truly important. Uncle Zhangju, you don't need to go. We will just let these monkey groups take the goods, Xianxia said. Sigh, miss, you don't know. We can pass through without competing. These monkeys are very obstinate. We must arm wrestle. Miss, we can lose, but we can't let others belittle us. I will go. Zhangju cupped his hands and forced himself to walk out. Wait. Right at this time, Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd. Miss Zhang, you are my benefactor. Let me be the one to go. He cupped his hands and said to Xianxia, You? The servant girl, Xiao Di, rolled her eyes. You are not a Gu master. Don't add trouble at this time of crisis. Xianxia smiled. Hey Tu, I have received your intention. This is a joke. The Monkey King has great strength. Did you see some of those Gu masters' arms fractured? Miss, even if my arms fracture, I will repay you. Fang Yuan persevered. You, how can you be like this? not knowing your limitations. If your arm gets fractured, wouldn't it be my missy who has to waste time healing you? Xiao Dai waved her hand in disgust. Don't stir trouble. Lady Zhang, you don't know. I have always had extraordinary strength since young. Even adults didn't have as much strength as me when I was a kid. I must go this time. Fang Yuan then turned and walked towards the Monkey King. Hey too, Shang Xinxi wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Zhang Ju. Miss, he is not a moron. He definitely has some confidence. Sometimes we need to believe in others, Zhang Ju persuaded. In fact, he had no faith in Fang Yuan. He only thought this would teach a good lesson to these mortals who had brought him trouble. Look, Zhang Clan actually sent out a servant. Haha, Zhang Clan has no people left. They are sending out a servant to lose face. Fang Yuan's figure soon attracted the attention of the others. Chapter 241, Huangjin Mountain. It is him. Hehe, heaven has opened its eyes. Brother Chiang and his group's gazes turned bright with excitement upon Fang Yuan's figure. I can wait to see his arm break. Lady Zhang is kind. He was put to execution even after offending the Zhang clan. It turns out they were waiting to send him here. Fang Yuan walked slowly towards the stone table and directly sat down. The Monkey King gazed at him, then stretched its arm. The two sides clasped their palms together and began the contest under countless gazes. The Monkey King exerted its strength, but Fang Yuan's arm was like it was made from steel and didn't budge even a little. The Monkey King's pupils shrunk, revealing a hint of astonishment. This was the strongest human it had met in its life. Fang Yuan inwardly laughed. I could defeat this Monkey King even when I only possessed strength of 2 boars. Let alone now when my strength has increased by half of a crocodile's strength. The Monkey King had already gone through many rounds before, and it was already lacking in strength now. One could say, this situation was of an absolute victory to Fang Yuan. This Monkey King does it have enormous strength. Before, those Gu masters who possessed strength of a bear or strength of a horse had ended up losing to it. It was because their strength was inferior to the Monkey King's, but rather because they could bring out all this. In fact, all strength type Gu like bear strength, horse strength, rabbit strength, fish strength, tortoise strength, crocodile strength were different. This difference was only in the amount of their strength, but was more on their fields of expertise. Bear strength for smacking, horse strength for galloping, rabbit strength for jumping, tortoise strength for endurance, crocodile strength for biting. They each had their own fields of expertise. In other words, in certain situations, some types of powers could be utilized to their maximum effects. As for arm wrestling, it focused on the strength of arms. The bandit monkeys were experts regarding this. One could tell just from looking at their physique, with their upper limbs being over 2 times thicker than their lower limbs. They could arm wrestle from their birth, possessing the foundation of strength training. If the arm wrestling was changed to another form of contest, many of the defeated Gu masters might be able to win against the bandit Monkey King. From this, one could derive that every power possessed their own unique points, and they could simply be differentiated by looking at the amount of their strength. Take humans, for example. A punch would definitely be weaker than a kick. Under normal condition, a person cannot use all their strength. I have strength of 2 boars, half of a crocodile's strength, and my own strength, but it is impossible for my arm wrestling strength to match theirs. Of course, concentrating all of one's strength in one movement is not impossible. One would need that legendary Gu worm. Fang Yuan could display his true strength in arm wrestling, but he was someone with very deep foundations, and could guarantee his victory. However, he couldn't make it blatantly obvious. Hence, he intentionally revealed a strained expression, his arms shaking as he maintained the deadlock with the Monkey King. Slowly, his arm pushed down on Monkey King's. When the contest ended, almost everyone was stumped. He actually won. This guy has innate divine strength. The human groups were in an uproar, their surprised gasps spreading to others. Inquire about this guy. We need to immediately recruit him if possible. The heads of main clans felt a rush of excitement. Compared to the Gu masters, who they could only nurture after investing large amounts of funds, Fang Yuan's quality-to-price ratio was much higher. They could use him without any investment and bring in profits for their caravan. Zhang clan's luck is good, picking up such a treasure. Instantly, many Gu masters' gazes towards the Zhang clan contained some envy. No wonder we could beat him. Brother Chiang and his group were speechless. This is a monster. Now that I think of it, I am really lucky to not have been beaten to death by him. As this group of servants thought back, they were immediately filled with afterfear. They had previously still been looking to take revenge against Fang Yuan, but now looking at this sight, all their hopes of revenge were gone. On the contrary, they became worried that Fang Yuan would look for trouble for them in future. Chen clan's old steward's expression looked ugly. To think this idiot actually had such brute strength. What bad luck. Now if only the vice leader does blame me. He cautiously glanced at the Clen clan's vice leader. Chen clan's vice leader was frowning. He was thinking of much more. He started to doubt Zhang clan's intention. Was demanding for those two a trap? Did they see this servant's worth and intentionally kept him, then came to demand for them? The more he thought, the more reasonable he felt his thoughts were. He could have snorting coldly. Anyone who felt he was played with and cheated wouldn't have a good mood. But the mistake was already done. He could only pinch his nose and endure this bad luck. Am I seeing things? The servant girl Xiao Dai covered her mouth. She was speechless at this result. Worry disappeared from Shang Xinxi's face and was replaced by a smile. Let's go. Zhangju waved at the troops to move ahead with a complex look on his eyes. Fang Yuan won, allowing Zhang clan's caravan to pass through this checkpoint. Fang Yuan won 2 rounds straight. The Zhang clan's caravan were able to pass through most of the path. At the 3rd round, Fang Yuan intentionally lost to keep up his disguise, resulting in many goods being taken out of Zhang clan's wagons. Even so, Fang Yuan's performance was enough to make others see him in a whole new light. He received a warm welcome back at the caravan. Lady Zhang, I have finished my mission. He cupped his hands to Shang Xinxi. Shang Xinxi's beautiful eyes shone as she sized up Fang Yuan again, and said with a gentle voice, My mother said to never judge people by their appearances. And Hai too, you have given me a live example. I am really thankful to you. This is 150 primeval stones as my thanks to you. 150 primeval stones? The servant girl Xiao Dai was startled. Miss, what are you doing giving him so much? Fang Yuan backed a step and righteously declined. Lady, I did it to repay your kindness, and not for these primeval stones. Please take them back. I can take this reward. Xiao Dai immediately agreed. Miss, look, he does want it. It is better if you put it away. Shang Xinxi, however, insisted. This isn't a reward, but a gift of thanks, my thanks to you. Fang Yuan showed a righteous expression and said with a solemn tone, Let alone this 150 primeval stones, even if it was 1,000 primeval stones, I don't want them. Lady Zhang, I may only be a mortal, but please don't humiliate me. This, Shang Xinxi was helpless against such remark and could only put the primeval stones back. You know how to be tactful. Xiao Dai quirked her mouth. Zhangju remained silent, his gaze turning more complicated. The favor of repaying life is hard to repay. Please let me use my strength for you. Fang Yuan cupped his hands. There were numerous monkey groups in Bandit Monkey Mountain, and every so often along the trade route, there would be some monkey groups who would occupy the area and set a checkpoint. Fang Yuan repeatedly went to compete with them, and under his deliberate performance, he lost some and won some. Caravans moved and stopped continuously, spending over 20 days in Bandit Monkey Mountain before they got out of this tall mountain. The goods in the caravans had decreased by almost half by now. The mood could help being low. Zhang clan was the only one that was happy. Because of Fang Yuan's strength, their losses were far less than their previous estimations. Fang Yuan became famous, and many clans sent their servants to visit him. They all wanted to recruit Fang Yuan and gave attractive terms, but Fang Yuan refused all of them and stayed with Zhang clan. You have some conscience, kid. You didn't waste Missy's kindness. Xiao Dai's attitude towards Fang Yuan had changed. This servant girl said whatever she thought and was shrewd, but whatever her attitude is, it was never in Fang Yuan's considerations. Fang Yuan only cared about Shang Xinxi and her guard Zhang Zhu. Shang Xinxi was gentle and kind, but also very smart. The Gu master Zhang Zhu was very experienced and prudent. Fang Yuan even felt that Zhang Zhu was already beginning to suspect him. In private, Bai Ningbing also reminded Fang Yuan, refusing that 150 primeval stones was a mistake. With your current identity, how could your heart not be moved by such a huge sum? For cautiousness, we should stop cultivation for some time to guard against Zhang Zhu's secret investigation. However, Fang Yuan refused this suggestion and still cultivated non-stop every night. Bai Ningbing also cooperated. She held an indifferent attitude towards her identity being exposed. In fact, she was more willing to see Fang Yuan's defeat. Snow-silver primeval essence gave an enormous help to Fang Yuan. His cultivation speed was rising as if it had grown wings. On the night they had officially left Feiho Mountains region, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 2 initial stage to middle stage. By the time the travel-worn caravan arrived at the base of Huangjin Mountain, Fang Yuan was finished with the crocodile strength Gu, his strength permanently increasing by the strength of a crocodile. Huangjin Mountain possessed a lot of gold mines. Its soil contained abundant gold, and one could even obtain dozens of granules of gold if they scooped the water from the mountain streams and filtered the sediments. In day, when the sun shone upon the Huangjin Mountain, the mountain would often reflect a layer of hazy golden light. The scene of the mountain surrounded by the light was a glorious beauty. If this Huangjin Mountain was to be on Earth, there would definitely be bloody fights and wars for it. However, in this world, the currency used was the primeval stone, and gold was reduced to just a type of metal mineral. Its greatest use was as a material for refining Gu. There were 2 clans located in Huangjin Mountain. In the southern side of the mountain was Huang Village, and in the northern side was Jin Village. A mountain can hold 2 tigers. One could infer from Qingmao Mountain that the relation between Huang and Jin clan was not harmonious. The caravan's arrival would naturally be welcomed by both the clans. However, the notice from the 2 clans arrived. The caravan could only choose one clan. If they chose Huang clan, they could do Jin clan, and the same went for opposite. There were many people in caravan with many things to do. Thus there was always a large flow of traffic. There were notorious records of the 2 clans attacking each other with the help of caravans. Thus they laid down strict orders. The heads of the caravans had different opinions about choosing which clans to go. They had their own needs and considerations, and so after discussing with each other, this conglomeration of caravans divided into 2. The 2 groups would go separately to the 2 clans. Of course, they could enter the village. Most of the troops could only station around the village. After this was settled, Zhang Zhu privately looked for Shang Xinxi. I have secretly investigated for many days. He Tu and Bai Yun are very suspicious. I suggest we evict them from our group. Chapter 242. Common understanding between smart people. Suspicious. Shang Xinxi's gaze flickered under her thick eyelashes. Zhang Zhu nodded and said solemnly, in fact, I had my doubts about them ever since we entered Feiho Mountain. Miss, you gave them 150 primeval stones, but they weren't moved at all by such a huge sum. This really makes one ponder. He paused for a moment and continued. I have been secretly investigating them these days, and found even more suspicious points. First of all, they have little to no communication with the servants around them, as if they were wishing to be invisible. Second, they refused the recruitment offers of many clans, even though the terms were excellent. Miss, do you still remember his appearance when he came to ask help from us that night? Hai Tu, that guy has such powerful strength. How could he be wounded by others into such state? And finally, from my observation, his companion is wearing male clothing, but is actually a woman. The camp was filled with silence. After a long while, xianxia smiled. Powerful strength does mean he can definitely win against others, right? 2 fists can't rival 4 palms. Hey, 2 getting wounded was normal. Actually, I know about all these suspicious points you spoke of. Zhangju wasn't surprised at all. He understood xianxia and knew of her intelligence. Miss xianxia blinked, her face containing a gentle and charming smile. Uncle Zhangju, you have felt stifled for so many days, right? Seeing that I did take actions to deal with this, you came to remind me today. Zhangju smiled. I can conceal anything from you. But why are you still keeping them by your side? Because I felt no ill intent from them. Xianxia's eyes shone with a wise light. We became suspicious of them at the Feiho Mountain, and if they hadn't stood up at that time, we wouldn't have been able to feel any suspicion. But why did they still take a risk? Was it to help me? If they had harbored treacherous schemes, they would definitely stay hidden and watch the show from the side, right? Or maybe receive that 150 primeval stones. But they did. When He Tu said he was repaying my kindness, his expression was sincere, and I could tell that he was speaking the truth. He really wanted to repay this favor, xianxia said. Zhangju was tongue-tied for a long while. But they aren't simple. They definitely have secrets. A smile blossomed in xianxia's face like a flower. Everyone has secrets. I also have them. Does having secrets make one a bad person? This world is bright. As someone who knows how to repay kindness, there has to be a limit to how bad he can be, right? That might be so, but I can help but wonder what their motives are. Maybe they are plotting something. Wait, I know, they must be accomplices of some bandits. They joined the caravan and are planning to rob it by cooperating with demonic path figures. That does make sense. Xianxia shook her head. If they were accomplices, they should have even more reason to stay hidden. Why would they expose themselves in Feiho Mountain? So many people tried to recruit them. They could just join other groups, and it would be any less easier to hide themselves. Why did they decide to stick with us? I feel they have definitely been through some suffering. We helped them, and they are repaying us. Now, they want to hide their identities. I think we should help them. Zhangju sighed while shaking his head. Miss, why are you always thinking about others? One must know to guard against others, Uncle Zhangju, xianxia said. If we are really robbed, please don't go fight to protect the goods. If the goods are gone, then they are gone. It is not a big problem. My mother's final wish was for me to bring a token to someone in Shangclan City. However, she also said if that person didn't accept us, we should continue living through these goods. My mother passed away swiftly. She didn't manage to convey who is the person I am supposed to look for. But I think wealth are just worldly possessions. Mother has already left me. You and Xiao Dai are my only remaining relatives. I don't want to see you guys meeting any mishaps. Miss, never say that. Zhangju's eyes were red with emotions. Come, take a look. Honest and real xianxia silk. All kinds of fine liquors. I welcome everyone to taste them. Golden Qigu, selling for just 50 primeval stones. The temporary market was a hubbub of conversations and hawkers selling out their wares as people moved to and fro. Whenever a caravan by, it would be like a festive moment for the clans. In the temporary market, not only the caravan was selling their wares, some Jin clansmen were also selling their goods. The goods they were selling were mainly golden statues or tools. There were pots, cups, ladles, and basins. Their profound sculpting skills were shown in the lifelike statues of animals and people. And with red, green, yellow, and blue gems or pearls as complements, the statues looked even more exquisite. Huangjin Mountain was a place blessed by heavens with gold found everywhere in it. The people living here, even the poor slaves, were wearing some accessories like golden rings and golden necklaces. Hairpins, earrings, and bracelets worn by many girls were shining with golden luster, looking very beautiful. They were chatting with each other in groups in beautiful voices, which was fresh and innocent. As for the Gu masters of the Jin clan, their uniforms were similar to Qingmao Mountains: short sleeves, long pants, belts, leg wrappings, and green bamboo shoes. It was just that some were using golden rope as leg wrappings. Belts, cloth cuffs, or pants were all rimmed in gold. This was Huangjin Mountain's characteristic. The clans of the southern border had basically the same attires. The demonic Gu masters, however, wore all sorts of bizarre dresses. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were moving through the crowd. They had already bought some cow and goat milk from 3 to 4 Jin clansmen. Fang Yuan had tried his best to feed all the Bone Spear Gu. But even so, 2/3 of the Bone Spear Gu were already dead from starvation. "Aren't you afraid your such big, reckless purchasing will expose our identities?" Bai Ningbing expressed his doubt. "As long as one uses disguise, they will definitely be exposed one day. I don't have a thing to worry about, but you have too big of a flaw." Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing and said. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. She knew what her flaw was: her gender. Even the old lady at the hamlet could see it. Women and men have physiological differences. This could be disguised, but that required a special Gu worm, which Bai Ningbing didn't have. Thus, even if she was wearing loose clothes, covering her face with a straw hat, smearing her body with ash, and binding her chest, her gender would no doubt be revealed as time passed by. Fang Yuan continued. "So, rather than cover the truth, it would be better to reveal some things on our own initiative, and let the others set their minds at rest, thinking they have seen through us, and have the situation in their co." Exposing oneself was not always a bad thing. One could only receive trust when they revealed their identities. Fang Yuan could reveal his cards by himself. Doing so would be too unnatural, and not be in harmony with their previous behavior. Only when the other side discovered and probed could Fang Yuan take the opportunity to conveniently reveal some stuff. Bai Ningbing understood. "So you are intentionally waiting for them to discover before responding. You have finally become smart." However, 3 days passed by, and the response and probing Fang Yuan expected had still not arrived. Bai Ningbing finally got the opportunity to take a dig at Fang Yuan. "So you also have times when you are wrong." Fang Yuan snorted while pondering inwardly. I could see from Zhangju's expression and manners that he was already suspicious of us. He didn't go into it deeply and restrained himself, most likely because there could be danger at any time on the road. But now that the caravan has arrived at Jin Clan, the situation is very safe, and he should have already begun his probing. Unless xianxia's figure appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Truly smart and also bold. She's mostly likely the one that stopped Zhangju. It's a little problematic. Seems like being too smart can also be a problem. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. Xianxia's gentleness and kindness had made a deep impact on him, making him slightly underestimate this girl's intelligence. Xianxia wanted to reach an understanding between smart people with Fang Yuan. She was clearly trying to play dumb. However, Fang Yuan had a different motive, and this layer of understanding had instead turned into an obstacle. Since it is so, I will just take the initiative. Fang Yuan sighed and went to find Xianxia. You want to form a partnership with me? Inside a tent, Xianxia and Zhangju were wearing surprised expressions when Fang Yuan revealed his intentions. They hadn't gone to look for these two, but these two instead came knocking on their door. This was slightly beyond the young girl's expectations. Zhangju's mind shook. You finally showed your true colors? Partnership. Lady Zhang, I am a bit ashamed to say it, but we need primeval stones, and I regard myself to be somewhat knowledgeable about merchants. I want to borrow a batch of goods, and we will divide the profits we earn in half. How about it? Fang Yuan slightly bowed his body, appearing neither servile nor overbearing. You don't have any primeval stones, and are as poor as a mouse. Yet you want to borrow the chicken that lays egg? You are overconfident. Zhangju's gaze carried a cold light. Why do you think you will definitely earn profits? And on what basis do you think our Zhang clan will lend the goods to you? There will naturally be profits and losses in business. I also can't guarantee the profits. As to your second question, I think Lady Jiang is a good person and should lend the goods to me, right? You wanted to ask of my reason. I can only answer you that it is this feeling. If this feeling is wrong, then please consider this matter never happened. Fang Yuan answered with a smile. He was one ear less, and his whole body was covered with burns, making him appear terrifying when he smiled. However, Shang Xinxi looked at him and saw in him a kind of confidence, decisiveness, and a radiance of careful planning. This radiance emitted a different type of charisma, penetrating through the ugly appearance. Interesting, it seems he also sensed our suspicions, so he wanted to reach a tacit understanding with me? Shang Xinxi's gaze continued to flash. After a short while, she laughed. This kind of frank communication style made her feel an indescribable safety and also a feeling of freshness. If you hadn't been there, there wouldn't even be a quarter of goods remaining. They would have already been snatched by those monkeys in Feiho Mountain. Since you have this notion, I will hand over these goods to you, she said. If the servant girl Xiao Dai were here, she might have started making a big fuss. Fang Yuan showed an expression of being in a daze for a while, before he bowed to show his thanks. Miss, this. When Fang Yuan left the tent, Zhang Ju couldn't endure it anymore. Shang Xinxi blinked mischievously like a child. Isn't this interesting? Did you hear what he said just now? He hadn't even started on the business, but was already talking of sharing the profits in half. His tone was as if the profits were certain. If he is but a boor, how much talent could he have? Zhang Ju disdainfully scoffed. If we talk about business talent, who could compare to Miss? I still remember how you have managed the properties all these years and expanded them. If it were not for the envy of those petty people in Jiang clan. All right, what is the use of talking about the past? Since Uncle Zhang Ju believes in my talent, then you should trust me. Even if Hai-Tu squanders these goods, I could still rebuild the business from scratch, isn't that right? Shang Xinxi said. Of course, Zhang Ju said without hesitation. Chapter 243. Benefits sent towards oneself. There are so much goods, it won't be cheap. It will require at least 50,000 primeval stones. Jin Clan's Gu master looked at Fang Yuan in suspicion. After getting approval from Shang Xinxi, Fang Yuan immediately found a few Jin Clan Gu masters. This was already the 6th. I do not have primeval stones. Fang Yuan shook his head. But I can use my goods to exchange for yours. Exchange. The Gu master's eyebrows rose. He was not surprised, as it was common to barter, especially in the caravan. To him, there was no loss in bartering as long as the value was about the same. What will you use to exchange? Fang Yuan brought him to the goods immediately. Jin Clan's Gu master frowned. Your goods are cheaper than mine. But you can get a good price for it on this Huangjin mountain, am I wrong? Fang Yuan laughed. Jin Clan Gu master frowned even deeper. If the price is set too high, we won't be able to sell it. Then sell it slowly, it will be sold eventually. Goods are more expensive when they are rare. By then you will be sitting at home collecting your earnings. Fang Yuan smiled. The Gu master laughed. The reason he talked so much was only to lower the price. His heart was moved long ago. You are not bad at all. As a mortal, you are neither haughty nor humble. I have 3 stores. Are you interested in working for me? I can give you the position of shopkeeper. Your wages can also be further discussed. The Gu master patted Fang Yuan's shoulders. Fang Yuan rejected politely. The Gu master felt a little pity. Hai-Tu, what have you done? After the transaction was over, Xiao Dai ran over with a frosty expression. You exchanged all the goods? What are you trying to do? You are too bold. Xiao Dai stomped her foot in anger. Do you know these goods were all chosen by Missy after much consideration? After we transport them to Shangclan City, we can sell them for twice the amount. Quick, exchange them back now. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Your Missy has already lent all the goods to me, which is to say, these belong to me. I am dealing with my own goods. Is there a problem? Fang Yuan's gaze swept through Xiao Dai. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Dai instantly felt a chill that made her heart palpitate. Fang Yuan had decided to expose a little more, and thus putting on such a strong attitude against Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai was witty and eloquent all along, but now, a cold feeling crept up her heart. You. I will tell Missy, watch out. She tried her best to hide her inner emotions, but still left frantically. Her report naturally caused no disturbance to Fang Yuan, but the servants that xianxia brought along had much opinions about Fang Yuan's actions. Many discussed secretly, thinking this He-Tu had gone crazy. Fang Yuan knew the value of these goods and could sense xianxia's business talent. But this was her first time doing business. Her experience was very lacking even though she had talent. Business was not just transporting goods to the destination and earning profits from the price difference. A true expert merchant earned along the way as well, using their keen foresight to explore new opportunities, learning about the specialty of each mountains, and tailoring to the needs of each clan. They built networks as they profited from all those around them. Of course, these requirements were too high for the current xianxia. She had just turned 16. Although she had talent, she was still a fresh young girl. Fang Yuan spent about 100 years in his past life doing trade. He joined caravans and even became a leader. He also opened his own shops, including rock gambling and even auctions. When it came to experience and foresight, those leaders and vice leaders in the caravan could not hold a candle to Fang Yuan, let alone the inexperienced xianxia. There is still a distance to Shangliang Mountain. If I manipulate this wholeheartedly, I can at least increase the value of these goods by 7 or 8 times. This profit margin was terrifying. Any higher, and even Fang Yuan could do it. Due to actual circumstances, 7 to 8 times was the limit of this world. Of course, if I use unorthodox methods, not just 7 or 8, I can easily jack it up by 70 or 80 times. Thinking so, Fang Yuan could not help but think of a poem on earth. Obeying the law and living in constant worry. Bandits live in pleasure every night. Those who harm others to benefit themselves ride horses, while those who are righteous and fair starve in hunger. Those who build bridges and repair roads go blind, while those who murder and cause arson have many offsprings. When I died, I asked Buddha. Buddha said, there was nothing I could do. The so-called system and law was to deprive the masses and limit the weak. Whichever world it was, the law of the jungle prevailed. Thus, even during an era ruled by law, countless rich and influential people found loopholes and avoided the judgment of the law. Not to mention this Gu world, where strength was everything one needed to exert influence. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he once did business with all his heart, having millions of assets and countless properties. But later, some experts casually usurped them, causing him to go bankrupt and living in the streets. For the next 400 years of his life, whenever he thought back to it, he was extremely glad he had such an experience. Only through pain can one learn about the truth. Precisely because of this experience, he woke up from his delusions and broke free of the restraints that bound him while living in the lawful society of earth. Humans were often blinded not by the sight before them, but by the chains in their hearts. To Fang Yuan, if he abided by morals of business and be a proper businessman, he could only earn 7 to 8 times the profit. But if he used some illegal methods, becoming an unscrupulous merchant, he could make over 10-fold worth of profits. If he abandoned his position and lied and scammed, becoming a dishonest trader, he could make tens of times of profits. If he directly murdered and robbed, he would not even need a capital. Business without investing capital was always the most profitable. But Fang Yuan had other objectives doing business now. Thus, methods that broke the rules could not be used, and this caused him to have some feeling of restraint. However, the night before the caravan set off, a Jin Clan Gu master secretly approached him. There is a secret deal we want to make. Are you interested? This Gu master was one of those who traded with Fang Yuan earlier. Fang Yuan did not mind it, but after a few minutes, he changed his ideas. You are saying someone wants to sell Jinzan grass? He was extremely surprised, almost suspecting that he had heard wrongly. To Jin clan, Jinzan grass could not be replaced with other materials. It was an important war resource. It was exactly because it could be used as a refinement material that Jin clan could produce large numbers of golden silkworm goo. But now someone wanted to sell it? In Fang Yuan's memories, it was because Jin clan had large numbers of the rank 3 golden silkworm goo that their battle strength rose rapidly, thus eliminating Huang clan and becoming the controller of the area. Wait a minute. Huang clan still exists now. This means Jin clan has not fully manufactured the recipe for the golden silkworm goo. That shouldn't be it. By this time they should have some ideas already. Otherwise, why would they mass plant Jinzan grass? Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. He probed. I'm about done with trading goods. The Jinzan grass is an unpopular material. Although it is rare, little people need it. Seeing Fang Yuan reject, the Gu master panicked. The price can be further discussed. Why don't we have a good talk about it? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Seeing the other party was very anxious, he started to lower the price. After an intense bargaining, the Jinzan grass price had been lowered to a horrifying degree. The Gu master's face paled. His expression turned ugly, and his tone became irritated. You win. We'll go with this price. Can we complete the deal now? This price was very low, even lower than the cost of nurturing the Jinzan grass. If they sold it, it truly was making a loss. The Jin clan Gu master knew this, and so his heart bled. Fang Yuan also knew this was the limit, but he still shook his head. This price is too low. To speak the truth, your attitude makes me feel uncertain. The Jin clan Gu master instantly exploded. You were the one who lowered the price. Now you're finding it too low? Fang Yuan shrugged. You said it earlier. This is a private transaction. There is no hard evidence. What if you sell me fake goods? Who would I find then? You see, the caravan is leaving tomorrow. By then, even if I made a loss, I have no choice but to leave. Your suspicions are valid. Jin clan Gu master's anger subsided. Don't worry about the goods. They are definitely real. To tell you the truth, this is secretly sold by our young master. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brilliantly. He had finally received some useful information. He pretended to be shocked. Your young master stole it? These Jinzan grass is a vegetation loved by the clan leader, purposely growing 3 acres of it. But we can't do anything about it since our clan leader has a unique interest. So do not worry, the Jinzan grass is nothing important. The son taking his father's things to sell. Even if it is discovered, he will only be scolded, the Gu master said. Fang Yuan immediately understood everything. So it was like this. Jin clan had already been trying to fix the recipe for the golden silkworm goo. At this point, they had a rough idea already, and were thus growing 3 acres of Jinzan grass. But to prevent unwanted attention from Huang clan, this information was kept among the higher-ups of the clan. Even the young master did not know, only thinking that this grass was planted out of interest. The Jinzan grass growth period was very long, needing 4 years to mature. In his memory, Jin clan launched their attack a year later. They used the rank 3 golden silkworm goo, which had sharp offensive strength, to eliminate Huang clan and dominate Huangjin mountain. If this 3 acres of Jinzan grass was gone, they won't be able to find that much on the market either. Then to eliminate Huang clan, Jin clan would need to waste a few more years. Evidently, this Jinzan grass was a dangerous item. If he really bought it, it would be provoking this large Jin clan. An ordinary person would avoid it like the plague, but Fang Yuan saw a huge opportunity from it. This profit, although dangerous, since it was delivered to him with both hands, how could he reject it? To speak the truth, although Fang Yuan possessed the heavenly essence treasure lotus, He still had a need for primeval stones, and it wasn't a small amount he needed. When they reached the Shang clan city, he needed to purchase goo worms, and that required a lot of primeval stones. Relying on the heavenly essence treasure lotus, daily production was troublesome and insufficient. That young master is definitely a wastrel. He is probably doted by the clan leader, but is in need of money recently. Thus he set his eyes on the Jinzan grass. Thinking so, Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. If he took this profit, not only would it help in purchasing goo worms, it would also leave a deep impression on xianxia. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Jin clan goo master saw Fang Yuan smile and laughed. So, you agree? Of course. Fang Yuan looked at him. Once this deal went through, this guy would definitely be in trouble. But what does his trouble have to do with me? What Fang Yuan was considering now was how to swallow this profit without choking himself. Chapter 244. Almost Blackmail. Dawn was breaking in the east, revealing the first rays of light. The cold air of the night had condensed into dewdrops on the grass and leaves. The temporary market in the Jin clan was currently being dismantled. The tents were packed up, the carpets on the street stalls were rolled up, and the goods were packed in bags. After having stayed in the Jin village for many days, the caravan was preparing to set off. As for the merchants, no matter how many goods they sold or bought, they would be making profits eventually. Thus, though they were exhausted, they were wearing cheerful smiles on their faces. Xiao Dai's expression, however, was horrible. Missy, I just checked. That He too has exchanged almost all the goods. And in the goods he exchanged for, I saw 3 carts filled with Jinzan grass. Jinzan grass. Shang Xinxi's long brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Dai was extremely angry as she pulled Shang Xinxi by her hand. Even a layman like me knows how worthless Jinzan grass is, but he has exchanged for so many of them. Missy, this Hai too is simply making a trouble. Xiao Dai, calm down first. Shang Xinxi patted Xiao Dai's hand. He should have exchanged for this Jinzan grass yesterday night. I don't know why he did that, but he must have a reason for exchanging other goods. Just think, it is already pretty good that he could accomplish this as a mortal. Missy, why are you standing up for him? I am only thinking for you. These goods were originally ours. Why would you let others squander it for nothing? Most importantly, he can compensate us at all. Lord Jiangju, please persuade Missy. Xiao Dai pouted. Jiangju, who was looking on from the side, sighed. Miss, Xiao Dai is right. We lent the goods to him to test him, but now that we can already see the results, why are we still letting him squander them? We believe in your ability, miss, but if we can decrease our losses, why are we not doing so? It will also decrease our struggles when we reach Shang Clan City. This, Shang Xinxi mumbled. She was young. Her eyes started showing signs of hesitation. Previously, she had felt the goods exchanged by Fang Yuan was all right. However, this Jinzan grass, it was a great loss to exchange for so much Jinzan grass. Jinzan grass was easy to preserve, but it simply could be sold as the demand for it was almost non-existent. Such a large stockpile would rot sooner or later, and finally, they would have no choice but to cut down the price and sell the stock. It was destined to make a loss. Excuse me, are you Lady Zhang Xinxi? Just then, a middle-aged goo master, who was sweating profusely, anxiously ran towards Shang Xinxi. The iron plate on his belt was carved with number 2, showing the rank of this goo master. Shang Xinxi gave a slight smile. Yes, I am. May I inquire who you are? The middle-aged man cupped his fists. I am the personal guard of Lord Clan Leader, here on his command to ask for a favor. Oh? Please speak. Lady Zhang should have bought a large batch of Jinzan grass yesterday night. The whole story is like this. Our clan leader is very passionate for Jinzan grass, and so he personally raised some for pleasure. But the young master secretly dug them out and sold them behind the clan leader's back. Now, clan leader has placed the young master in confinement, and also wishes to buy back the Jinzan grass. I sincerely request you to sell them back to us." This Gu master was polite, but that politeness carried his firm attitude. "Miss." Zhang Ju's expression turned solemn as he reminded Shang Xinxi. This personal guard represented the clan leader of the Jin clan. This matter could be both big or small, and it could turn serious if it was handled improperly. Shang Xinxi glanced at Zhang Ju and nodded her head to indicate she understood. "Actually, I am also someone who loves flowers, and I can understand honorable clan leader's passion. We will hand over the Jinzan grass to your honorable clan with not even a stem missing. It makes one happy to see such a reasonable lady." The personal guard Gu master's expression relaxed and revealed a slight smile. Shang Xinxi continued. "A subordinate of mine was in charge of this transaction. I will call him over." Fang Yuan had already been paying attention to the activity here. "Hey Tu, you are in trouble. Missy has called you." Xiao Dai had come to summon him. Fang Yuan soon appeared in front of the personal guard and cupped his fists. "I am the one who was responsible for the transaction of Jinzan grass. I heard the honorable clan leader wants to buy them back." The personal guard was surprised to see the newcomer was actually a mortal. His face immediately revealed a slight disdain and arrogance. He snorted. "That's right. Mortal, you can relax. Lord Clan Leader is benevolent and is willing to use 3,000 primeval stones to buy back the 3 carts of Jinzan grass on you." "So much?" Xiao Dai was speechless, and her gaze revealed her joy. Zhang Ju frowned before gradually relaxing. 3,000 primeval stones should be the maximum market price for the Jinzan grass, and this showed Jin clan leader's sincerity. However, Fang Yuan shook his head. "Jinzan grass is very precious. Only 3,000 primeval stones to buy them back. This does seem to be sincere, right?" The personal guard immediately frowned. "What?" "The price I am giving is much higher than the maximum market price of the Jinzan grass." "Mortal, what price did you buy it for?" Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "Let's not discuss about the purchase price. We are all businessmen. Naturally, we will buy low and sell high. 3,000 primeval stones are too less. I am not selling." "You!" The personal guard clenched his teeth, before eventually showing 5 fingers. "All right. Then I will rise it by 2,000. 5,000 primeval stones." Xiao Dai's eyes widened in shock. Her face started to flush with excitement as she looked at the 5 stretched fingers of the personal guard. 5,000 primeval stones. "This is what you said. You can go back on it." She was almost jumping in excitement. She hadn't thought the situation would develop like this. Fang Yuan had profited huge. However, Fang Yuan still shook his head. The personal guard's expression turned cold as he threatened. "Mortal, don't you think you are being greedy? These Jinzan grass were originally our clan's goods. You privately exchanged for them, which is already not permitted. You don't even have any evidence of transaction. I can even say you secretly stole them." Zhang Ju was taken aback by the personal guard's anger. He looked at Fang Yuan. "Just sell it." Fang Yuan laughed. "You sold them. I bought. This was mutual consent. What more? It was your young master who sold them to me. I can do anything if you are determined to say I stole them. Jin clan is so rich and powerful that it can bully the weak and rob our goods. Nymph, the goods are just there. Why don't you go take them? It is just that as far as I know, it is not just me who bought the Jinzan grass. Many others have a share of it. Is Jin clan going to snatch all of theirs too?" Fang Yuan had already expected this situation. Thus, he only bought a large majority yesterday night. The remaining Jinzan grass were sold to others by that Gu master. "You!" The personal guard was furious, but he could only clench his teeth at Fang Yuan's blatant extortion. He pointed at Fang Yuan. "Your clan bought the most, you little brat. You want to make it hard for me?" "Of course not. I am only trying to make a transaction." Fang Yuan cupped his hands. Forget it. I will put 2,000 more, 7,000 primeval stones. "Mortal, bring all the Jinzan grass you bought." The personal guard shouted. "I too, just sell it. We need to pay attention to amiability while doing business." Shang Xinxi couldn't endure this pressure. "Since Miss has spoken," Fang Yuan nodded his head before immediately changing the subject. "Then I will take back a step. 8,000 primeval stones, and all the Jinzan grass I have is yours." The moment these words came out, Shang Xinxi and the rest all became dazed. The personal guard came back to his senses, unable to contain his anger. "What? You bastard!" Fang Yuan, however, had a smile on his face. "Business is business. Please don't get angry, Lord Gu Master. Actually, I was thinking of selling them for 10,000 primeval stones, if Lord Gu Master can decide it. How about letting me discuss with your honorable clan's clan leader?" "No need." The personal guard swung his arm as he looked at Fang Yuan with extreme disgust. "You, a mortal, what qualifications do you have to meet Lord Clan leader? Bring the goods quickly. Taking advantage of others when they are down, I will remember you." His words, no doubt, meant he acceded to Fang Yuan's raised price. The two finished the transaction in moments. Fang Yuan hadn't even used 500 primeval stones to buy them, but in just one night, the Jinzan grass changed hands for 8,000 primeval stones. "Miss, there are 2 trunks filled to the brim with primeval stones." Xiao Dai was beaming with joy. She had witnessed the whole transaction process in fear, but now that she looked at these primeval stones, she felt that it was all worth it. Even her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. "Did you already know?" "That can't be it. This should just be the case of a blind cat coming across a dead mouse." She looked at Fang Yuan from top to bottom and remarked, "Offending the Jin clan for just 8,000 primeval stones is not worth it." Zhang Zhu had been frowning from the start. He looked at Fang Yuan with some discontent and warned, "Never take such a risk again." Fang Yuan only smiled and turned towards Shang Xinxi. "According to our previous contract, Miss will get half of this 8,000 primeval stones, and I request Miss to safeguard my half of the share too." "Has it been settled?" Jin clan leader stood on a hill, watching the leaving caravan. An elder was standing to his side and reported, "Yes, clan leader. We have bought back all the Jinzan grass. It is just that Zhang clan is truly hateful for taking advantage of the situation to extort us." Jin clan's clan leader's brows furrowed. "Oh? Speak." The elder elaborated on the details. Jin clan's clan leader smiled. "It is just 8,000 primeval stones. No need to care. That Zhang clan's lady, however, is intelligent. She pushed out a mortal servant to sound out the situation and earned herself this money." Lord Clan leader, "What if this Zhang clan already knows our clan's secret, and thus took advantage to extort us?" "Ha ha ha. Don't be overly suspicious. If they knew the importance of the Jinzan grass to my clan, why would they only extort mere 8,000 primeval stones? They would buy them all or even not agree to sell them. But just in case, send some Gu masters to watch them till they completely leave Huangjin Mountains region. Make sure to watch if there are anyone who tries to secretly go to Huang clan. If there are, kill them on the spot." The clan leader's killing intent overflowed all around him as he said this. The elder's mind trembled. "As you command, Lord Clan leader." Fang Yuan glanced back at the Huangjin mountain, his lips curled up in a smile. Not far away in a carriage, Shang Xinxi lifted open the curtains and gazed at Fang Yuan's back. Her beautiful eyes flashed with light, having fallen into deep thought. Chapter 245. Rank 2 Upper Stage. The caravan crossed mountains and valleys as they traveled west. Half a month later, the caravan arrived at Hunmu Mountain, which had a lot of weird-looking trees. Fang Yuan sold half of his goods to buy a lot of these special wood. 20 days later, they arrived at Juyu Mountain. The mountain was full of bumps and craters. These bumps were all made by the falling raindrops. At this place, once it rained, raindrops as large as wine vats fell and formed huge craters in the ground. Thus, the Tong clan of Juyu Mountain was built in the empty caves inside the mountain. If it was an open construct, it would be easily devastated by the rain. In Tong Clan Village, the golden lamp oil that Fang Yuan bought on Huangjin Mountain was very popular. During their stay, it rained 3 times. Fang Yuan thus acquired many blue oil raindrops. These raindrops were a type of material for many different purposes. These giant raindrops were the Tong Clan Village's misfortune that forced them to live inside the mountain caves. But it was also their source of income. After leaving Juyu Mountain, the caravan arrived at Fang Yuan Mountain. The rocks on this mountain were peculiar. Each were cube-shaped, varying in size and thickness. Da Fang clan was a large-scale clan that had been living on Fang Yuan Mountain for over 1,000 years. Their residences were made of tiles, much better than the condition at Tong Clan Village. Tall, large walls were constructed around the village, and within the walls were defense towers, while outside the walls were pillboxes. Fang Yuan remembered that at Da Fang clan, there was an eccentric elder that liked wood carvings. After contacting him, all the weird and creepy soul wood he collected on Hunmu Mountain were sold to this clan elder. Just like this, on this journey, with Fang Yuan's manipulation, his goods increased and decreased at times. But each time there was a change, he earned a ton of profit. Once he did this many times, it naturally attracted people's attention. Fang Yuan pushed everything to xianxia, and rumors of her business talent started to circulate. Time flew by quickly. After another 4 villages, the caravan gradually got close to Xiaoye Mountain. This night, the caravan made a temporary camp near a cliff. We have entered Xiaoye Mountain's territory. The remaining journey is all uninhabited mountains and valleys. Goo worms and beasts roam free, and not even a hamlet exists. From tonight onwards, everyone has to place their full attention on the surroundings. Jia clan's leader instructed. In the tent, many vice leaders nodded in agreement. Shang Xinxi's eyes shone with bright light. This was the most dangerous segment of the caravan's route. Once they passed this, they would reach Shilei Mountain, and after that, they would have to travel past a few more clan villages before reaching Shangliang Mountains, Shang Clan City. Alright, next we will establish our defensive measures. Jia clan's leader continued. An hour later, the discussion ended, and everyone left the tent. Zhangju came up immediately. Miss, dinner has been prepared. Do we invite He Tu and Bai Yun to dine together again? Of course. Shang Xinxi nodded. I have to ask him about his experiences in trading during the banquet. These few days, Fang Yuan's revenue greatly exceeded his losses, earning 5 to 6 times the profits after few trades. This caused Shang Xinxi, Zhang Ju and Xiao Di, who knew the truth, to look at him in a different light. According to the agreement, Fang Yuan gave half the earnings to Shang Xinxi, but to her, these primeval stones could not compare to his business experience and understanding. She did not have any cultivation talent, and as a mortal, engaging in business was her proudest ability. But, in this aspect where she could be proud of herself, Fang Yuan displayed a strength which she could not help but admit was far superior to her. Many seemingly absurd decisions gave surprising results after the deal was completed. Shang Xinxi was not someone who would give up on herself, and after knowing this difference in ability, she invited him to the dinner banquet daily. A few words of advice from Fang Yuan could benefit her greatly. Her talent in business was outstanding, and she absorbed the knowledge like a sponge, growing rapidly. The more she interacted with Fang Yuan, the more she admired him. Sigh, Miss, you have to be careful. These two obviously have their own stories. They are not ordinary people. Zhang Ju sighed with worry. He was afraid Shang Xinxi was sinking deeper into this. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang Ju. I know what I am doing. Shang Xinxi was indeed intelligent and smart. She never spoke to Fang Yuan about matters outside of business. She knew what could be said and what could not, never trying to probe further than she was supposed to. She felt that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing might be mysterious, but they were not dangerous. Fang Yuan used proper techniques in his business trading, and he didn't go back on his words, splitting half the profits with xianxia. Unknowingly, such behavior gave xianxia much feeling of assurance. However, Fang Yuan did not accept the invitation to banquet this time. "I am feeling a little tired today. I will not be going." He waved his hand at Xiao Dai, who came to invite him. Fang Yuan did not accept every single invitation from xianxia, normally only accepting 1 out of 3 invitations. Xiao Dai pouted as she looked at Fang Yuan begrudgingly, muttering under her breath and leaving. Previously, when Fang Yuan rejected the invitation, Xiao Dai made a scene several times, feeling indignant for her miss. But the more Fang Yuan earned, the more Xiao Dai's attitude changed, from indignant to accommodating and helplessness. No matter which world it was, at whatever level of society, strength was what gained respect. Fang Yuan shut the tent. Bai Ningbing had already sat on one of the beds. In the darkness, her blue eyes shone slightly. When Fang Yuan first rejected Xiao Dai, she was still a little surprised, but after a few times, Bai Ningbing found out the brilliance of this action. As the saying went, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. 1. Fang Yuan rejecting this invitation and not accommodating to xianxia gave the young girl the feeling that he had nothing to gain from her. Let's start. Fang Yuan sat down on the bed as well with his back facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing spread out both palms and placed them on Fang Yuan's back. 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence flowed through her palms into Fang Yuan's body. Bone-flesh unity shone with green and red light respectively, converting the primeval essence. 6% of snow-silver primeval essence entered Fang Yuan's aperture. Splash, splash, splash. Fang Yuan's thoughts entered his aperture and used these primeval essence to nurture his aperture walls. When he was rank 1, his aperture could not take the impact of the snow-silver primeval essence, but now that he was rank 2 middle stage, his aperture walls had a stronger foundation now and could endure it. Only that this could not last for a long time, and he needed to rest every once in a while. The light waves on the aperture walls flowed constantly. The white light grew stronger as some areas started to condense. Evidently, Fang Yuan was a step away from rank 2 upper stage. With his rich cultivating experience, Fang Yuan had something like a gauge in his mind. He planned to break through to rank 2 upper stage in one go. Time passed, and it was already late at night. Howl! Suddenly, howling of the Grey Wolf King could be heard. The howl broke the silence of the camp, and soon after, numerous wolf howled in response to their king. Wolf assault! Wolf assault! Damn it! Get up! The wolf pack is attacking camp. So many grey wolves. I can even count how many there are. Many people screamed in shock, waking up everyone else in the camp. Everyone was riled up. Hey, hearing this volume, it seems the wolf pack is quite large. Bai Ningbing listened and laughed. In the caravan's journey, they met many beast groups attack, and now she was shocked anymore. This is Xiaoye Mountain. Some people say the entire southern border wolves live here. During a full moon, the wolf packs will gaze at the round moon, and the wolf howls can cause the entire mountain to tremble and shake. This is only our first night, and we already encountered a grey wolf pack. Our luck is terrible. Fang Yuan opened his eyes slightly, but multitasked and did not stop the cultivating in his aperture. Damn it, there are too many wolves. Healing Gu Master. Where are the Healing Gu Masters? My father is injured. He is bleeding a lot. The southeast direction's defense has been broken through. Go reinforce them quickly. The situation was more severe than Bai Ningbing had predicted. After discovering the wolf pack, in just a few minutes, the first line of defense in the camp was broken through, and the wolves broke into the camp. Ah! Take up your weapons and fight these beasts. Servants screamed as sounds of battle and shouting continued. Do we go out? Bai Ningbing asked. For what? What can you do? Don't forget your identity. After a moment of silence, Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly. But the wolves are already charging here. The goods you just purchased might be damaged. Bai Ningbing laughed, showing glee in her tone. Then let them be damaged. Fang Yuan closed his eyes again. After a while, Xiao Dai's voice came from outside the tent. Hey Tu, are you two in there? What's the matter? Bai Ningbing asked. Oh my God, you are still here. Such a loud commotion and you didn't even wake up. Many gray wolves entered the camp. Although the situation is under control, there might be some wolves left out. Miss is asking you to go over with Lord Jiangju to protect us. It will be safer, Xiao Dai shouted. No need. Since the situation is under control, we shall not impose on your miss. I can handle a gray wolf or two with my physical strength, Fang Yuan replied. Xiao Dai urged some more, but was still rejected. Finally, she stomped her feet outside the tent. Ungrateful bunch, don't blame me for not reminding you if you die. Saying so, she hurriedly left. The gray wolves continued to attack for 15 minutes before retreating. This beast group assault brought the greatest loss the caravan had suffered since their establishment. 3 Gu masters died in battle, over a dozen injured, countless servants died, and most of the goods were damaged. Especially Zhang clan's goods, they received the most damage. These goods were all borrowed by Fang Yuan, and at first estimation, Fang Yuan lost over 1,000 primeval stones in this one night. When it was daylight, and they calculated the losses, he showed a bitter smile but did not mind it at all. Because last night, he had advanced to rank 2 upper stage. Only spending just a few months, this cultivation speed was shocking even to Bai Ningbing who knew the method. Chapter 246. Exposed. The bloody night passed, and the morning sun shone upon the ruined camp. The atmosphere was solemn as everyone cleaned up the battlefield and packed their goods, setting off with a heavy heart. However, the wolf pack attack this time was only the beginning. Few days later, they were attacked again by gray wolf packs. The scale of the attack this time was even larger than the previous time. But the caravan had taken sufficient precautions and were able to limit their losses to less than the previous time. They chased away this pack of gray wolves. However, they had yet to regain their breaths, when 3 days later, they were attacked by lightning wolf packs. The pack contained 3 frenzy lightning wolves and 9 bold lightning wolves. 15 Gu masters were killed while fighting them. The battle ended with wolf corpses all around the ground, and a wounded frenzy lightning wolf escaped with the remaining injured wolves. There were many Gu masters who chased them for revenge, but could catch up to them, and they didn't dare to enter deep into Xiaoye Mountain. They could only stare fixedly at the retreating wolf packs. The attack this time made the caravan's leader and vice leaders realize the danger they were in. On that very evening, they decided to speed up and leave Xiaoye Mountain as quickly as possible. Even so, for the next 15 days, they were met with frequent attacks by the wolf packs. Gray wolves, lightning wolves, snow wolves, 2-headed wolves, and even blood-fang wolves. Everyone in the caravan let out a breath of relief after they got out of Xiaoye Mountain. The caravan's next few days passed peacefully and smoothly, until they entered Baihu Mountain and were attacked by beast groups again. This time it was old turtle carapace apes. These white apes were enormous with a carapace armor on their back. The carapace armor was covered with turtle shell patterns. There weren't many casualties from the attacks of these ape groups, but the huge damage to the goods caused many to feel heartache. Fang Yuan's goods also met with hardship. The dozen carts of goods he had was decreased to less than half. The morale in caravan fell greatly. These people were merchants trying their best to earn money. However, these losses made this trip worthless to them. We have made a fruitless trip. I checked my accounts yesterday. My earnings amounted to less than 2,000 primeval stones. My situation is even worse. I have already lost 30% of the goods. Even if it is worse, can it be as worse as the Zhang clans? They have already lost most of their goods. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have just curled up in the clan. Why would I bother to take risk and only earn this much? The caravan moved in such an atmosphere. 5 days later, they were attacked by a group of white tigers. There were losses again. 7 days later, a group of flame tigers ambushed them. Fire spread over the camp, and a large amount of goods were burned down. The morale had reached an all-time low. Many of the merchants had lost all their investment. 10 days later, when they were about to cheer as they left the border of the Baihu mountain region, a Bao One appeared. 5 tigers and 1 biao. A biao was a tiger that had grown wings, and was at least 1,000 beast king. And because it had the ability to fly, it was even more troublesome. Some vice leaders of the caravan lost their lives while resisting this biao. The biao tailed the caravan for almost 100 miles, constantly harassing them. Finally, the caravan higher-ups decided to make minor sacrifices, quickly deciding to give up close to 100 servants. Most of these servants were injured or crippled. They rained curses and cried for their lives, but could do nothing to change their fate. Finally, the biao had its fill and left, satisfied. The caravan was only able to rest properly after leaving the Baihu mountain far behind. The leaders of each clans didn't stint on rewards, gradually raising the morale. The scale of the caravan was now already thinned by half of their original size. But after going through this cruel elimination and sharpening, the caravan now showed signs of an elite group. I have been a traveling merchant for so many years, and this was the most challenging of them all. Who knows what possessed these wild beasts, attacking so frequently? After this trip ends, I will retire and enjoy my life. No matter what, the risk of this trade route needs to be re-evaluated. The main reason is still because these great mountains don't have any human inhabitations. With no clans and garrisons to purge these beasts, they have grown without check. Some sighed, some were downhearted, whereas some still retained some hope. However, the caravan seemed to be jinxed. On the road ahead, they were not only attacked by all kinds of beast groups, but also by many swarms of insects and wild goo worms. The size of the caravan was decreasing continuously. The merchants no longer cared about profits and loss. They were starting to sense their lives were on the line. They even abandoned a lot of goods willingly to speed up their traveling speed. The setting sun dyed the clouds in blood red. The caravan was crossing a mountain woods in silence. Everyone was exhausted and numb, their morale very low. Many had bandages on their body, covering light and heavy injuries. They moved step by step in the bumpy mountain passageway. It had rained yesterday, causing the mountain passage to be muddy and slippery. A handcart filled with goods got stuck in the mud. The ostrich that was dragging the cart raised its neck and made shrill crackling noises before using all its strength to pull the cart, but to no avail. Right at this time, 2 hands came from behind the cart and lifted it, pulling the stuck wheel out of the mud pit. It was Fang Yuan. He casually clapped his hands. The thousands of kilos worth of goods didn't seem to be that heavy in his hands. However, although the cart broke away from the mud pit, its wheels were somehow jammed and didn't move. Ning, who was at the side, bent down to take a look at the wheel. After being in caravan for so long, she had learned many things with her disguised identity, and had already completely blended in. What is this? She rubbed the axle of the wheel, her eyes filled with doubt. There was some kind of stuff hidden in the axle of the wheel, and it was continuously grinded down into fine gray powder as the wheels moved. The fine powder was unnoticeable when they fell down to the ground. Ning picked some of this powder and rubbed them with her fingers. The powder turned into grease. I put these oil powder in the wheels to lubricate them and make the handcart move more smoothly. Fang Yuan walked over while taking out a cotton handkerchief from his pocket. He grabbed Ning's hands and cleaned the grease off. After that, he crouched down and felt around the wheels. The wheels regained their mobility. Let's go. He wiped off the oil powder from his hands and patted Ning's shoulder. The two continued to walk. Ning's pace continued to become slower as the doubts in her heart intensified and formed into a dense fog that could be dispelled. She sensed something was amiss. When did Fang Yuan get this oil powder? How come I had no idea? Was it since the beginning, or at Huangjin Mountain, or at Xiaoye Mountain? Strange. He does seem to give a damn about the caravan, He hasn't even frowned seeing such large losses to the caravan. But why would he care about oiling the handcart? Strange. Strange. Wait a second. Suddenly, a quick light seemed to flash past Bai Ningbing's mind. At that instant, her whole body shivered and her pupils suddenly shrunk down to pin-sized. A possibility echoed out from deep within her mind. She stopped at the spot, her mind filled with shock. After a long while, the ostrich which had been walking beside her suddenly screeched and woke her up. Fang Yuan's figure was already far away now, gradually merging into the crowd in front. This guy. Bai Ningbing lowered her head, covering the cold light flashing past her blue eyes under the cover of the straw hat. Sun was slowly setting down in the west, and the many stars began to appear in the sky. The caravan stopped near a beach. They had decided to camp here for the night. However, just when they were half finished with setting up the camp, a group of cold jade owlcats appeared in the vicinity. Beast group, it is the owlcat. Stop your work. Make defensive formations. These damn animals, I just had my dinner. People cursed and ran. But with the previous bitter suffering and tempering, they soon formed 3 tight defensive lines. Cold jade owlcat's body was like that of a leopard's and was extremely quick. Its face, though, was similar to an owl. Its enormous eyes covered almost half of its face and shone with eerie green light in the dark. The owlcat king gave a loud cry. The owlcat groups charged towards the camp like a tide. Kill! The goo masters who were in the front lines shouted. Momentarily, all kinds of colors flashed, fire blazed, rocks and soils flew, lightning rumbled. Countless owlcats collapsed, but more waves of owlcats rushed forth. Heavens, this is a large-scale cold jade owlcat groups, someone shouted. Ah, save. A part of the defensive lines couldn't resist the attacks anymore, and a goo master was pounced upon by 3 owlcats. His tragic scream stopped midway, flesh and blood splattered in the air. Quick, cover up that gap. 2 goo masters were sent as reinforcements. However, it was of no use. The gap continued to increase, slowly destroying the whole defensive line. Retreat! Retreat! In the end, they had no choice but to retreat to second defensive line. Link the handcarts and carriages, and pile up the goods into high walls. After the second defensive line, the third defensive line hurriedly set up a barricade. Many servants were busy moving the goods, their bodies soaked with sweat. No one could goof off at this time. Fang Yuan was moving a large trunk, when Bai Ningbing suddenly walked over and lifted a side of the trunk. On the surface, she seemed to be helping Fang Yuan, but actually she moved closer to Fang Yuan and whispered to his ears while gritting her teeth. You bastard, you attracted these cold jade owlcats, right? Fang Yuan looked surprised. Why do you say such a thing? Stop pretending. There was definitely something wrong with those powder. I don't believe a guy like you will kindly consider these minor details. Bai Ningbing whispered. Ha ha ha. You finally discovered it. Fang Yuan didn't deny. Bai Ningbing could help gritting her teeth. All the frequent attacks the caravan suffered on the way was all due to Fang Yuan's contribution. The 2 lifted the wooden trunk and moved slowly. The people around them were all busy shouting and moving, their concentration all on the battlefield. Who could have the time to listen to Fang and Bai's whisperings? Why are you doing this? After a moment of silence, Bai Ningbing asked. Ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. Guess. Immediately, Bai Ningbing felt a violent impulse to beat Fang Yuan up. Chapter 247, White Feather Flying Elephant. Bai Ningbing controlled her urge as her eyes squinted. She was after all an icy genius, easily able to understand things. What does xianxia have that makes Fang Yuan put in so much effort? Firstly, she had assumed that Fang Yuan was after xianxia's beauty, but now she had overruled that assumption. She understood Fang Yuan, only a huge amount of benefit could make him exert himself like this. But after so many days, Bai Ningbing had already understood xianxia's background. She was ostracized by Zhang clan, and was only a mortal with no cultivating talent. Xianxia was indeed beautiful as a flower. But this appearance was not a strength of hers, but a weakness. This appearance would invite the demonic claws of lust and crime. Most importantly, she did not have the power to protect herself. If not for the loyal rank 3 Gu master serving her, she would have been caught and turned into a plaything long ago. Such a person, what value does she hold? Her business talent? It was nothing compared to Fang Yuan's. Bai Ningbing could not comprehend it at all. Fang Yuan did not speak, and did not reply. Bai Ningbing. Those two over there. Move faster. Stop wasting time. Not far away. A Gu master pointed at Fang and Bai, shouting. Fang and Bai moved more quickly, as Bai Ningbing suppressed her voice. You're messing around like this. Aren't you afraid of getting exposed? If anyone finds out, these people will fight you to the death. Then did they find out? Fang Yuan rebuked. The two put down their wooden boxes and walked back. To eliminate his own suspicion, Fang Yuan sacrificed most of his goods during the first beast group attack. After a few assaults, Zhang clan's losses were the most severe. Many people felt pity for xianxia, and even xianxia herself approached Fang Yuan and consoled him. But now that Bai Ningbing thought about it, she realized, although Fang Yuan seemed to have lost a lot of goods, his truly valuable goods were still kept till today. These goods were more than half the value of his entire fortune. Thus his real losses were not as much as it seems. His concealment methods were truly divine. If she did not discover it by accident, she would still be in the dark. Thinking so, Bai Ningbing felt indignant. This guy, he even hid the truth from me. The two carried another box. Fang Yuan seemed to know Bai Ningbing's inner thoughts, laughing lightly. To deceive the enemy, we have to deceive ourselves first. After all, I was not intentionally keeping it from you. You have your purpose to serve. Oh, what purpose? Bai Ningbing naturally asked. To alert myself. You are the person closest to me. If you find anything amiss, the others will do so soon. But it was coincidence today that Fang Yuan shook his head. Chance is represented by a certain trend. Regardless, it is about time already. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone. What are you going to do? Cold Jade Owlcat did not manage to break the third line of defense, as the second line of defense still held on, eliminating these attackers. After the battle, the survivors tallied the results and cleaned up the battlefield. How many times have we been attacked already? I want to go home. Damn it, our luck is too terrible this time. Should we continue forward? Maybe if we stay here and wait for the other caravan's help, it might be a good idea. Everyone's morale was low. Some people grumbled, while most felt that the future was uncertain and did not want to proceed further. Fear towards death, frustration, and dread of the unknown emanated throughout the camp. Jia caravan leader, why do you assign our Chen clan to guard the first line of defense every time? What motive do you have? Chen vice leader, I have been fair and impartial the entire time. Your Chen clan has the greatest strength. Now that we are in this together, we have to help each other. Those who are stronger put in more effort. Of course, you have more responsibilities as well. As the argument was sudden, many people's attention was attracted. Jia Long and Chen vice leader Chen Shuangjin stared at each other in a tense atmosphere. My Chen clan is the strongest? Haha, Jia caravan leader, you are truly speaking bullshit. Everyone knows how much fighting force you have left. Chen Shuangjin laughed coldly. Ridiculous. From my clan, such a good person like Jia Ping had been sacrificed. What about your Chen clan? Jia Long chided. Both of you. Now is not the time for arguments. Lin clan vice leader walked over and advised. Eventually, Jia and Chen left without coming to an agreement. Even Lord Jia Long and Lord Chen Shuangjin have argued. I thought Jia and Chen clan were very close. Sigh. At this crucial moment, it is everyone for themselves. Thinking of how to preserve their own strength, the relationship no longer matters. According to the newest information, Jia clan's two young masters have a huge disagreement, and Chen clan seem to have gone to rely on Jia Gui. So that's it. Lord Jialong is Jia Fu's subordinate. No wonder Chen clan did not give them face. The few Gu masters discussed softly as Fang Yuan's heart stirred. Few days later, the caravan whose morale is rock bottom reached Xianxia Mountain. Xianxia Mountain reached into the clouds as large groups of elephants lived in it. The climate on the mountain was unique, from the mountain foot to mountain belt. It was moist and tropical, with lots of rainforests. From the mountain belt to mountain peak, it was snowy, dry and cold as cedar trees grew there. Everyone was cautious, but good news was that after entering Xianxia Mountain for a few days, they did not encounter any beast group attacks. Are we finally lucky for once? Naturally, after our luck hit rock bottom, it can only go up after that. What a pity! Our goods were almost all destroyed. We will have lost a lot of profits this time. Be content you can keep your life. That's good enough already. After Xianxia Mountain, we have to get by Mubei Mountain, Shuangjiang Mountain. Then we will reach Zhao Clan Village. At that place, I must sleep at least 3 days straight. Everyone were in a conversation as they commented on the future, as morale rose slightly. Snowing? Someone looked up, seeing spots of white particles floating down from the air. Rubbish. This is the foot of Xianxia Mountain. How can there be snow? Someone did not believe it, but once he raised his head, his expression froze. It really is snowing. Damn it, this isn't snow, it's feathers, someone shouted. Many Gu masters in the caravan heard this and shuddered. White feathers, could it be? White feather flying elephant. At this moment, intense winds flew as white feathers floated everywhere, like the advent of a snowstorm. Anger. 1. Hundreds of elephants cried out at once, stepping in the air as they charged towards the caravan on the ground. Damn it, it really is the white feather flying elephants. How did we attract them? They should be living above the mountain belt. Get into formation. Faster, get into formation. But it was too late. Under the rampage of the elephant group, anywhere they went, people were flipped off their horses. These white feather flying elephants, their bodies were covered in white feathers, with 2-3 meter long curved tusks, thick and sharp. With the huge impact of their charging, they were near unstoppable. The moving caravan were caught off guard. Under just one attack, hundreds of lives were taken away. Many servants were stomped into meat paste, and the carriages were pierced by the tusks. 3 black skin fat beetles were killed, and winged snakes and ostriches ran about in panic, causing stomping incidents. At once, the scene was in utter chaos. Gu masters, all of the Gu masters, gather here. Jia Long shouted from among the people. But once he gathered over 10 men, the elephant groups rushed down again, scattering the Gu masters. The elephant group flew in the sky, preparing their third attack. Sigh. Jia Long sighed. Knowing there was little hope of counterattacking, he could only shout. Everyone, quickly escape, run into the surrounding rainforests. Even without him mentioning it, many people had already rushed into the rainforests. But the white feather flying elephants' charge were insanely powerful. After they got into the rainforests, trees were instantly fell as numerous people were stomped by the elephants. These flying elephants looked sacred and elegant, but their nature were bloodthirsty. Anger. A flying elephant aimed at xianxia and descended like a comet. Miss, run! It'll divert their attention. At the crucial moment, Zhangju stood out and shot a flash of red light at the flying elephant. The flying elephant was enraged, changing direction and aimed at Zhangju. Zhangju was a healing Gu master. His attack and defense was not outstanding, thus escaping pitifully in the rainforest. The flying elephant came flying, bringing with it a ferocious roar of the wind. Zhangju sprinted and managed to leap in front of him, as the flying elephant landed right behind him, breaking several trees and feathers dropped to the ground. So close! Zhangju wiped the sweat off his forehead. Just as he got up, his vision went dark. Bah! A thick tree branch was swung over by the white feather flying elephant, hitting Zhangju's body directly. At the moment of life and death, Zhangju activated his defensive goo, covering his body in a golden light. Splat! The golden light dispersed, and he vomited out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying far away. His eyes were spinning with stars as he felt extremely dizzy, lying on the ground, unable to move. Somehow, he could hear the sound of elephant feet stomping, and it was getting louder. A cold chill went down his spine. His rich battle experience was telling him his life was in danger. He could not think further, quickly rolling on the ground. At almost the same time, the white feather flying elephant slammed down right beside him. Another thunderous impact, as the white feather flying elephant crashed on the mountain walls, its two tusks stabbing deep into the mountain rocks. The flying elephant cried loudly, trying to move its head and trying to move backwards with its four legs. Zhangju's vision finally started to clear up, and he stood up weakly. Seeing this scene, he could not help but sweat. If he was slightly slower earlier, he would have been torn to pieces. He checked his aperture, and there was still 50% of his primeval essence left. His defensive goo was in a bad shape, close to dying. I have to get back to Miss. He was anxious in his heart. As a goo master, he already faced such dangers. Shang Xinxi and Xiao Dai were mortals. Their lives were in much greater danger and peril. That white feather flying elephant was still pulling out its tusks, as Zhangju ran away rapidly, running in the direction his memories told him. At the area where they split, Shang Xinxi was already missing. Zhangju was hesitant on where to go when a goo master ran over with 3 white feather flying elephants chasing him. "Save me!" he shouted. "Damn it!" Zhangju cursed. He could tell this was Chen clan's young goo master, called Chen Xin. Zhangju was worried about his lady's safety. How could he care about Chen Xin, thus rapidly escaping? Chen Xin saw Zhangju, and like a drowning person seeing a floating log, he chased after him immediately. Chapter 248. A peace of mind as long as one does what he can. Zhangju cursed but was eventually dragged into the mess. It was a dangerous game of cat and mouse. While barely surviving, the two managed to shrug off the flying elephant, but eventually got into a dead end at the cliff, their paths blocked by 2 flying elephants. The earth rumbled as a flying elephant came crashing. "Lad, split up," Zhangju shouted, sprinting towards the left. "God damn it," Chen Xin shouted. Before he could react, a flying elephant came crashing and made a huge hole in the cliff behind him, as the tusks stabbed deeply into the mountain rocks. Both flying elephants were restricted in a way for now. The heavens blessed me. My life is not fated to end yet. Zhangju breathed roughly as he sprawled on the ground. The mountain wall was vibrating as the 2 flying elephants growled loudly. They continued to shrug their heads and caused shrapnels to fly all over the place as the holes that their tusks stabbed into enlarged. Zhangju was shocked when he saw this. Knowing the 2 elephants would quickly get loose, he propped himself and tried desperately to get up. He had just stood up when he heard the wind blow towards him, and he shuddered. Pew! A white bone spear, with a spiral design, stabbed him from his back, penetrating his chest and stabbing firmly on the ground. Blood flowed along the bone spear, dripping on the ground. Zhangju's movements halted, opening his mouth slightly as blood oozed out of the corner of his lips. He gradually lowered his head, looking at this fatal spiral bone spear. Initially he had thought it was the white feather flying elephant's tusks, but soon he realized this was the attack of a goo master. Who is it? He wanted to turn his head to see who had backstabbed him. But the next second, pew, another bone spear was fired. This spear flew directly into his brain and came out of his mouth as the tip stabbed on the ground. Zhangju was firmly kept in place, his eyes widening and futile, while his pupils shrunk. He was dead, dying with grievance. At a hidden corner, Fang Yuan observed from afar. These few days, he had obtained Zhangju's information. This person was an obstacle that had to be removed. The 2 white bone spears gradually dissipated into white light, dispersing into the air. Zhangju lost his support and crashed onto the ground. A white feather flying elephant pulled out its tusks and charged towards Zhangju's corpse, stomping on it, easily turning it into meat paste and crushing all his bones. The white feathers scattered, and the flying elephant took off, flying into mid-air again. Seeing this, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. Zhangju was confirmed to be dead. After the flying elephant stomped on the corpse, Fang Yuan did not even need to clear up the crime scene. He left stealthily. After he left, the other flying elephant took off as well. Its tusks penetrated the mountain walls and left 2 bowl-sized holes. The wall caved in as it was surrounded by debris. Suddenly, under the pile of rocks, a head emerged. My God, I was scared to death. Thankfully, I had the berry goo and avoided this crisis. Chen Xin dug his way out, breathing raggedly as cold sweat poured down his spine, experiencing after fear. This berry goo allowed goo masters to dig into the ground and hide. The weakness was, once used, the goo master can only be buried at one spot and cannot move. After activating, the goo master also has to consume a lot of primeval essence to sustain it. Chen Xin was chased as he ran. Only at the final moment did he have the opportunity to use it. The situation is getting more chaotic. There is actually a goo master assassinating Zhangju. Seeing Zhangju's corpse turned into meat paste, completely unrecognizable, Chen Xin gulped and escaped frantically. The elephant group continued rampaging for 2 hours before leaving. Shang Xinxi and Xiao Dai supported each other as they walked out of the rainforest. Their bodies were full of mud and soil, looking battered and exhausted, and Xiao Dai's face was even blue-black. Evidently, when escaping, she had knocked into something and gotten a bruise. Missy. She was scared out of her wits. Death was so close to her, even trembling as she walked. Shang Xinxi patted her hand, trying to give her assurance. However, she herself was pale. Along the way, corpses lined the road as blood flowed into the wilderness. Broken carriage wheels, dead ostriches, and the corpses of black-skinned fat beetles and winged snakes laid on the pavements. As the survivors gathered together, anguished cries, sniffing, and painful growls mixed into one. As the leader of the caravan, Jia Long's face was as black as charcoal. The fatalities were too severe this time. The entire caravan lost majority of its members, less than a tenth remained, most were crippled. After gathering the people, only 100 were left. Majority were goo masters, and few were mortals. The strongest Jia clan and Chen clan were deep in losses, not to mention the others. Lin clan had only 3 goo masters left, and some unfortunate clans groups were completely wiped out. The rainforest also had its danger. Many people did not die from the white feather flying elephants' rampage, but were attacked by the wild beasts and poisonous worms in the rainforest. Bai Yun, it is great to see you. Earlier in the rainforest, thanks for drawing a white feather flying elephant away from us. Among the people, Shang Xinxi found Bai Ningbing and thanked her. Fang Yuan did not trust Bai Ningbing, afraid she would collude with Zhangju, thus he went to kill Zhangju personally. As a result, Bai Ningbing followed Shang Xinxi in secret to protect her life. This is nothing. I always return kindness. Zhang clan lady, what saved you is not me, but your kind actions in the past, Bai Ningbing said. She was always quiet and solemn, almost never speaking. Even if she spoke, she suppressed and changed her voice intentionally. But now she no longer concealed it, using her normal voice to speak. Her tone was cold and indifferent, but clear and evidently female, causing Shang Xinxi and Xiao Dai's face to turn slightly shocked. That's right, Bai Yun. Did you see Uncle Zhangju? Shang Xinxi asked anxiously. I've looked around but did not manage to find him. Bai Ningbing sighed. Since Fang Yuan returned, she knew Zhangju was definitely dead. No worries, lady. Zhangju is a goo master, having the ability to protect himself. He might be on the way back, she consoled. Hopefully so. Shang Xinxi's eyebrows were tightly knit, as the uneasiness in her heart intensified. At the other side, leader Jia Long stood at a high ground, shouting, Everyone, listen up. The smell here will soon attract other beast groups. We have to leave quickly. Everyone move quickly. Bring along all the goods that you can salvage. Those that are too heavy, we will have to discard them. In 30 minutes, we must leave this area. The danger was not over yet. Everyone could only force themselves to work under the intense grief. Save me, someone please save me. I am still bleeding. Bring me along. I am only crippled in one leg. I can still walk. I'm begging you, I'll pay with primeval stones. 2, 3, even 4 will do. Those family servants who were severely injured and could not move all begged earnestly. Very few people received help. Those who were injured or crippled could not help out in manual labor and were a burden. Many were heartlessly left behind. Seeing everyone leave, many went into a frenzy and started to curse. Many crawled on the ground and tried to catch up to the caravan. Save me, Lady Zhang, you are the kindest person. Lady Zhang, please show mercy. Shang Xinxi's footsteps halted, her lips trembling. Her face was pale without any blood circulation as her eyes darted around frantically. The mountain winds blew on her green blouse, and her messy hair made her appear like a small grass in the middle of a storm. Lady Zhang, quickly leave. Now is not the time to be kind. Fang Yuan got to her side and held her arm, forcing her to move ahead. Xiao Dai, who could not stop talking, normally kept her mouth shut, moving along silently, her legs trembling. Trust me, everything will get better, Fang Yuan said in a gentle tone. Shang Xinxi grabbed her chest, breathing in deeply. It was as if oxygen was thin and she could not breathe properly. At the start, she used her nose to breathe, but soon she opened her mouth and swallowed mouthfuls of air. Her footsteps became more unsteady as her limbs grew weak. If not for Fang Yuan supporting her, she might have collapsed on the ground already. The smell of blood assaulted her nose as her entire body was drenched from sweat. When the mountain winds blew, she shuddered from the cold. But after this shiver, her breathing gradually calmed down. After a few more steps, she no longer needed to breathe heavily. After 30 steps, she closed her mouth and her nasal breathing slowed. After 50 steps, her footsteps gradually gained strength, and she no longer needed Fang Yuan's support. The mountain path extended up the cliff. She walked to the top of a slope, and the mountain winds blew her hair all over the place. She stretched out her arm and began to comb them. When she had finally finished arranging her hair, the confusion, fear, and worry in her expression vanished. Only a sturdy, determined gaze remained. Thank you, she said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, letting go of her arm. On the slope, she gradually stopped her steps, looking back. Do you know? This is the most difficult road I've walked on since my birth. She sighed in agony, her face still pale, but her voice was extremely gentle and soft. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. So this is Shang Xinxi. As expected of the person that impacted the southern borders. Even Bai Ningbing looked twice, seeing Shang Xinxi in a different light. To a mortal young girl, after encountering such a disaster, being able to reorganize herself so quickly was an amazing feat. On this road, voices of crying and pleas were constantly heard. This was nothing to Fang and Bai, but to Shang Xinxi, it was a great torture and interrogation. Especially after Zhangju's disappearance, after losing her greatest reliance, Shang Xinxi could still bravely face this situation head-on. It was truly outstanding. On this road, although it was an ordinary mountain path, it was a difficult trial of the heart. Shang Xinxi gritted her teeth and did not collapse, walking past with determination. At this instant, she matured. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed lightly, staring at Shang Xinxi deeply. Lady Zhang, since you are so kind, why did you not save those who were abandoned? This attracted Xiao Dai's furious stare. Shang Xinxi laughed bitterly. If I could save them, I would definitely do it. But unfortunately, no matter what I try, I cannot save these people. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. This is the part where I admire you the most. Irrational kindness is a crime. Although you are immortal, you have my respect. Lady Zhang, in life, there are many obstacles. Sometimes the road might be very dirty and difficult, but as long as you do all that you can, you will have a peace of mind. Xianxia looked at Fang Yuan, light shining in her beautiful eyes. She had guessed long ago that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were not mortals. From his tone earlier, she finally confirmed this. In her perspective, she had unknowingly given Fang and Bai some help. These were small acts of kindness, but it won their recognition and admiration. Afterwards, Fang and Bai helped her many times, first during Feiho Mountain, and later earning money for her. And a moment ago, they saved her life. She was a weak girl, chased from her clan, and even lost half of her goods. What did she have that they could exploit? Nothing. Under such circumstances, they still stood by her side. Just this action, she could tell that although they were mysterious, their nature were pure and righteous, as true beauty and kindness hid in their hearts. Meeting them was her fortune. Thinking so, Xianxia's heart was palpitating with gratitude as she stared at Fang Yuan deeply, saying sincerely, "Thank you." Just 2 words expressed the immense gratitude in her heart. Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes. If Xianxia found out that the entire misfortune was caused by Fang Yuan single-handedly, who knows how she would react to that? Chapter 249. A droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. The report on casualties have come out. Right now, we are left with 137 people, among which 78 are Gu Masters and 59 are mortals. A vice leader reported to everyone. At this time, in this tattered tent, the surviving leaders of the caravan were all gathered together, discussing their options. The mood was heavy and oppressive. The caravan leader Jia Long was frowning, and his brows almost tightened into a knot when he heard the report. Their caravan had originally been a large-sized caravan with over 1,000 people, but now it was down to this pathetic number. One might think 78 Gu Masters were quite a high number, but only 12 were rank 3 Gu Masters, 28 were rank 2, and remaining 38 were all rank 1 Gu Masters. This number included all the injured and disabled Gu Masters. In truth, the amount of Gu Masters who still retained their strength did not amount to even half. Mortal lives were cheap. They could abandon these servants, but Gu Masters were different. Every Gu Master was a precious resource to their clans. They could be abandoned. Jia Long knew these disabled Gu Masters were a huge burden to the caravan, and were just adding more problems to the already crumbling logistics department of the caravan to preserve their lives and treat their injuries. However, Jia Long did dare to abandon them. If he abandoned the Gu Masters, the morale would completely break down, and all the remaining Gu Masters would feel insecure. The whole caravan would collapse. Their end result would be food for the beast groups. At this time, the vice leader who had reported the statistics changed the subject. The only fortunate thing is there are still a lot of goods remaining in the caravan. If we distribute these ownerless goods, then the primeval stones we distribute will be enough to make up for most of our losses. In the calamity just before, there were many deaths, but the loss to goods was instead few. If the goods were equally distributed, the survivors could instead profit from this. Almost everyone present in the tent had shining eyes now. Merchants chased after profits. Even if they were in danger, this innate nature did not change. The group of people began looking at each other before Vice Leader Chen Shuangjin coughed. "I feel that equal distribution is quite proper. In the battle just before, my Chen clan has sacrificed the most, and has also killed the most white-feather flying elephants. I want at least 30% of these ownerless goods." 30%? Impossible. How much did your Chen clan sacrifice? What about my Wei Qi clan that had to sacrifice a young rank 2 peak stage genius? No matter what, our Ji clan demands 20%. The commotion in the tent began to turn into disputes. Everyone felt greed in front of benefits. Only Xianxia was sitting silently in the group. The stronger groups demanded more. The weaker groups demanded equal distribution. The dispute was turning fiercer, and even attracted many inquiring gazes from outside the tent. Xianxia suddenly stood up. The tent suddenly quietened down. Everyone, Xianxia's beautiful eyes swept over everyone. The urgent matter is not the distribution of these goods, but how we should continue forward. Maybe there will be more beast groups at the next moment. We are in the same boat, and are tied together by fate. However, our individual strength is limited, so we need to collaborate together to have a chance at survival. She paused for a moment and continued, I suggest that we will all contribute our goods, and take out the things which can be helpful to us. As I proposed it, my Jiang clan shall act as the example. I am willing to contribute all of the goods in my possession without seeking compensation. What? Free contribution? Momentarily, many became tongue-tied. Chen Shuangjin, Jia Long, and others all showed different expressions. I am tired. I hope everyone can agree on an effective method soon. I will take my leave. Saying this, Xianxia nodded her head and opened the tent flap. She hadn't even walked 5 steps out of the tent when a huge commotion broke out in the tent. Now that Jiang clan's goods were also added on the list, the benefits had become even higher, making everyone frantic. Xianxia's steps slowed, but she just clenched her fists and heaved a deep sigh. She was also a merchant and naturally wanted to chase after profits. Her so-called voluntary contribution just before was of course not heartfelt. It was just that the current situation had forced her. She was like a child who was carrying a large sum of money and had no choice but to protect herself as she walked among the adults. When she walked back to her tent, she saw Xiao Dai curling up and weeping at the corner, her eyes bloodshot. She had grown up and lived together with Xianxia almost all her life. The horror from white feather flying elephants was bursting out right now. Xiao Dai. Xianxia sighed and sat beside her, consoling. Missy, I am scared. Weep, weep. Lord Zhangju hasn't returned yet. It can't be. It can't be. Xiao Dai buried her head in Xianxia's chest as she wept bitter tears. Xianxia patted her back and spoke words of comfort, but Xiao Dai still continued to cry. Xiao Dai, Uncle Zhangju might not return ever again, Xianxia said in a heavy tone. The moment these words were said, she clearly felt Xiao Dai's body shiver. Missy, that's not true. That can't be. Xiao Dai raised her head. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was repeatedly shaking her head. Accept the truth, Xiao Dai, Xianxia suddenly said in a strict voice. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves. Don't cry. Don't cry. Crying won't solve any problems. Rely on ourselves? But we are both mortals. If not for Lord Zhangju, we couldn't have even embarked on this expedition. Xiao Dai said with eyes filled with tears, her morale low. You are right. If it was not for Uncle Zhangju's identity, how could these people let me become one of the vice leaders? Xiao Dai, you are right. We are mortals. But mortals also have their strengths. Xianxia's gaze flashed with a resolute light. She looked at Xiao Dai with her bright gaze and shook Xiao Dai's arm. Xiao Dai, do you believe in me? As Xiao Dai looked at the current Xianxia, she felt an unknown strength filling her. This strength came from Xianxia and then pervaded her body, influencing her heart and making her feel like she was being illuminated by light. Missy. Xiao Dai's gaze flashed. She had never seen this form of her lady. At this instant she felt that her lady looked more beautiful than ever before. I believe you, she answered softly but resolutely. Good. Listen properly. We are in a dangerous situation now. Sometimes people can be more dreadful than wild beasts. Bring all our savings, and let's go find He Tu and Bai Yun. Okay. I will do as you say, Missy. After about 5 minutes. In the tent, Fang Yuan and Xianxia were sitting cross-legged opposite each other. Fang Yuan stared ruminatingly at the beautiful girl in front of him. You are telling me you have already contributed all of our goods for free? To those insatiable hyenas? Yes, that is so, Xianxia calmly admitted. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. His gaze toward Shang Xinxi was filled with admiration. She was truly smart, having the resolution to let go. Zhang Ju was dead. Shang Xinxi was only a mortal, and even if she represented Zhang clan, her position was not equal to the other vice leaders. It would be easy for these Gu masters to swallow Shang Xinxi's properties. They would kill Shang Xinxi and put the blame on the beast groups. No one could say anything at that time. Zhang clan also wouldn't investigate thoroughly for a mere Shang Xinxi. To Shang Xinxi, these goods on her hands had become incomparably hot and could court disaster towards her. Hence, she wisely chose to give up these cause of disaster to others and guarantee her safety. However, she was very aware that this type of safety wasn't reliable at all, and thus came here. I came here to apologize to you. I am really sorry. Shang Xinxi bowed towards Fang Yuan. You borrowed these goods, so these goods should have been yours, but I rudely took the matters into my own hands. As an apology, I ask you to please accept these. Shang Xinxi brought forward the 2 wooden trunks. Without even opening them, Fang Yuan knew these trunks were filled with primeval stones. Most of it was what he earned himself, and the 50-50 percentage shares of Shang Xinxi as well. Fang Yuan could help but observe Shang Xinxi. Their gazes met each other in the air, gradually coming to a tacit understanding. They were both smart and understood many things without them having been said. In Shang Xinxi's perception, Fang Yuan was deliberately hiding his identity and could very possibly be a Gu master. From all his behaviors till now, Shang Xinxi felt he was a reliable person. If there was someone who could still help her, Fang Yuan was no doubt the best choice because she felt at ease towards him. However, she also had some misgivings. First, she didn't know what strength Fang Yuan truly possessed. There was a huge difference between rank 1, rank 2, or rank 3. Secondly, there was definitely some painful backstory for Fang Yuan to hide his identity, so he might not necessarily reveal his identity to help her. Shang Xinxi had offered up all the goods without getting Fang Yuan's consent, and after getting the most basic guarantee for safety, she brought out all her savings to find Fang Yuan. She was saying it was her apology, but this action was actually inviting Fang Yuan to her side, hoping to obtain his help. She knew Fang Yuan and her were the same type of people, and could come to a tacit understanding of smart people. The two gazed at each other for a long while, before Fang Yuan smiled and broke the silence. These primeval stones, it is better for Lady Zhang to take them back. Shang Xinxi's expression slightly paled as her heart sank. From her understanding, Fang Yuan refusing these primeval stones meant he was refusing to help her. However, what could she do about this? Even if she talked of it, Fang Yuan had already repaid her many times over. There were very few people in the world who would do this. Shang Xinxi couldn't demand anything. However, if He Tu didn't help her, who else was there? Bai Yun? That was like to work. They seemed to have very intimate relationship, advancing or retreating together. Shang Xinxi could think of any other person. A bitter smile appeared in her beautiful appearance. I understand. But these primeval stones are my gift to you. Ordinary people holding treasures will court calamity. If you don't accept them, I might have to contribute them too. Fang Yuan laughed. Lady Zhang, you misunderstood me. When I and Bai Yun had just entered the caravan, we were severely wounded and were barely hanging by a thread. Our strength had fallen to an all-time low, and our goods were even coveted by some strong servants. Truly, when you are low and down, even scums come to bully you. It was you who sheltered us and gave us enough time to recuperate. It won't be wrong to see this favor as saving our lives. And I am someone who repays kindness and takes revenge for enmity. Although you are a mortal, I acknowledge you and even admire you. It is fate we met each other among such a vast population. A droplet of water received in need will be repaid with a whole spring, let alone the favor of saving life. Take back the primeval stones. I will definitely protect you with all my strength. Xianxia couldn't help giving a soft cry. Her eyelashes shook and her eyes reddened, turning tearful. Because of her tears, Fang Yuan appeared blurry in her vision. However, in her heart, Fang Yuan's image became incomparably clear. Chapter 250. Truly Demonic Gu Masters. As the saying goes, adding icing on the cake cannot compare to offering help in times of need. Troubled times and turbulence revealed people's true colors. Fang Yuan, however, was concerned with Xianxia's expression. Next was the truly important thing. He continued. There is something I must tell you. Please speak. Xianxia wiped the corners of her eyes with her jade-like fingers and adjusted her mood. Bai Yun and I are demonic path Gu Masters, Fang Yuan said. Xianxia wasn't surprised, and instead nodded her head. She had already anticipated this. Previously, Zhang Ju had also guessed this and had reminded her to be on guard against Fang and Bai. She was thus mentally prepared and could calmly accept this shocking statement. She didn't have the aptitude to cultivate and was, moreover, an illegitimate child. Her different life experience made her mature fast and have a deep understanding of the world's nature. What's more, right now, she didn't have any other better options. Fang Yuan's voice turned cold. Those from the demonic path are vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception. We have taken lives. Xianxia subconsciously puckered her lips. You have to trust me for me to be able to help you. But rest assured, after I feel that I have repaid your favor in full, I will quietly leave. Others will not associate you with demonic Gu Masters. But before that, Bai Yun and I will show up as Zhang Clan's Gu Masters. I hope that you can clarify our identities, Fang Yuan indifferently said. Xianxia revealed a resolute gaze. Lord Hai too, just address me as Xinxi. You are of demonic path, but you are frank and someone of principles. Xinxi is not pedantic. Those righteous Gu Masters are mostly just hypocrites. Being able to receive your protection is my fortune. Ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and looked deeply at Xianxia. As long as you don't regret it later. Xianxia was just about to speak when there came a sound from outside the tent. Zhang Xinxi is in this tent. It was an arrogant and youthful male voice. Lord Gu Master, please stay where you are. Missy is having an important discussion inside. Xiao Dai blocked the man. Important discussion. Ha ha, all of your Zhang clan's goods have been donated. What important matters could there be to discuss? The man sneered. Lord Gu Master. Ha! Xiao Dai suddenly screamed, and then there was the sound of her falling to the ground. Get lost, you lowly slave, dare to block my Wu Fei's path? Xianxia's beautiful eyes immediately flashed with panic and worry. She was about to stand up, but was blocked by Fang Yuan. The tent flap was suddenly lifted, and a devious-looking young Gu Master appeared in front of the two. Zhang Xinxi. The young Gu Master's gaze immediately landed on Xianxia's body, without bothering to conceal the lustful desire within. Ha ha, you were here. I have been looking all over for you. He curled up his lips and raised his head, looking at Xianxia as if everything was under his control. Xianxia was wearing green clothing and looked like a delicate lotus. There seemed to be nothing more beautiful than her. This beautiful figure was already ingrained into many hearts in the caravan. Wu Fei was one of them. He had always yearned for her and wooed after her several times, but was always rejected by Xianxia. He had thought of using force, but had to control himself because of Zhangju's presence. Now, the only Gu Master from Zhang clan in the caravan, Zhangju, was dead. Xianxia was just a mere mortal, but was so beautiful. Wu Fei had been coveting her in his heart, and now he had this chance. Wu Fei's lustful and invading gaze made Xianxia's heart twinge, her mood turning dismal. She had given up the goods of her own accord, but was still not able to obtain safety. Her appearance had become a curse. These righteous Gu Masters who normally appeared dignified had now torn their masks. Xianxia was clear that this Wu Fei was only the most impatient one, and there were still many other wolves like him. I am not sure for what matters has Lord Wu Fei come for. xianxia stood up and asked in greeting. Ha ha! Wu Fei threw his head back and laughed. I came to help you, xianxia. Darling, the Gu master protecting you has still not returned. He is definitely dead. You are only a weak woman, and as long as you rely on me, you can live safely. Pitiful girl, you don't need to thank me. This is how kind I am, just follow me. Saying so, he walked forward to grab xianxia. Xianxia's face was pale. She was a young girl after all, and couldn't help taking a step back. This delicate and pitiful look instead ignited the lust in Wu Fei. Missy, you can go with him. Xiao Dai ran into the tent and opened her arms to block in front of Wu Fei. Wu Fei became furious and immediately slapped Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai tumbled onto the ground. Her cheek was already swollen up. She felt dizzy and her ears were ringing from the slap. Xiao Dai. Xianxia quickly crouched down and supported her. Missy, leave quickly. Even if I die, I won't let you take Missy. Xiao Dai slowly stood up and stared fiercely at Wu Fei. Her gaze carried fear, anger, and also decisiveness. You lowly servant, you want to die. I will fulfill your wish. Wu Fei was going crazy with anger. He raised his hand and slapped down. However, the next moment, a sturdy hand stretched out from seemingly nothingness and fiercely grabbed his arm. Who is it? Wu Fei was startled. But when he looked at the person that was grabbing his arm, he only saw an ugly servant. Such audacity! Wu Fei's expression twisted into one full of anger. He tried taking back his arm, but Fang Yuan's arm was like iron pincers and didn't even move a bit. Dog slave, you are still not releasing your hand. Wu Fei's anger had reached the peak, turning into huge killing intent. He was going to activate his primeval essence when Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. His whole face was full of burn injuries, and he was also one ear short. Right now, as he smiled, he appeared extremely terrifying. Wu Fei's heart immediately palpitated. Fang Yuan had already released his hand. Then, he raised his leg and gave a strong kick at Wu Fei's stomach. Bang! Wu Fei only felt an enormous strength that he had no way to resist, attack him. With the intense pain that followed, his whole body flew out of the tent like tattered rags, stopping only after 20 to 30 feet. For a person to shoot out from a tent was a rather big commotion. The surrounding people stopped to watch the show. The tent flap was torn when Wu Fei flew out. From the torn hole, Xianxia and Xiao Dai saw Wu Fei lying motionless on the ground. The two were dumbfounded. Merchants always paid particular attention to amiability with others, even putting on smiles when they were wronged. Xianxia came from a poor background. She had already learned to endure and was used to lowering her head. Although she had rank 3 Jiangju before, he was after all a healing Gu master and could do much by himself. Most of the conflicting views had to be resolved warmly, peacefully like the flow of water or the thawing of snow. However, Fang Yuan's sudden kick was like a crash of thunder, a steep cliff. With no hints of moderation and restraint, it carried a dominating tyranny. This intense violence far surpassed the two girls' imagination. Wu Fei laid on the ground, stupefied for several seconds. Then the intense pain in his stomach aroused strong hatred and anger in him. Someone had kicked him, and that someone was even a servant. Bastard, you actually dared to kick me. How dare you kick me? You lowly mortal, you are asking for death. I will cut your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Wu Fei growled in fury and stood up from the ground. The anger made his whole face red. He was gritting his teeth, and his eyes clearly showed his anger. He looked just like a wild beast that was about to devour a human. Go and die. He crazily charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a steady step forward and blocked in front of the two girls with his head high and chest out. Wu Fei suddenly jumped when he reached close. He reached the heights of 20 feet before diving down at Fang Yuan. I will swat you into meat paste, he shouted and stretched out his two palms. Under the influence of his gu, his palms increased in size by over 3 times, and as it ruthlessly came down on Fang Yuan, even the wind seemed to scream, indicating at its violent strength. If Fang Yuan was truly immortal, he would definitely be swatted into meat paste by Wu Fei's palms, dying a terrible death. However, he was no mortal. Not only that, he was a rank 2 upper stage Gu master. And not only was he a rank 2 upper stage Gu master, he even had a portion of rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence in his aperture. Since his advancement to rank 2, Fang Yuan's aperture had been able to contain some snow silver primeval essence. Especially during the frequent attacks by the beast groups, Fang Yuan had stored a portion of snow silver primeval essence to avoid any mishaps. Hence, Fang Yuan might be at rank 2 upper stage, but his fighting prowess wasn't limited to that. And this Wu Fei was no more than a rank 2 initial stage trash. Woo! The strong wind brought forth by Wu Fei's attack was blowing at the two girls' bund hair. Xiao Dai's face was deathly pale upon seeing Wu Fei descending like a deity, his two hands swatting down with an extreme power. Shang Xianxia's heart was also palpitating, and could help but shout, "Careful!" Fang Yuan only scoffed, before lightly flicking his forefinger. Spiral bone spear Gu. A spiral bone spear suddenly shot out towards the sky. What? Wu Fei was shocked. His mind was in chaos as he tried to immediately dodge. The bone spear pierced through his defense and skewered his shoulder, before stopping at the scapula. Fresh blood spewed out of the wound. The pain immediately stopped the momentum of Wu Fei's dive, and he fell down on the ground in a sorry state. "You are actually a Gu master," he cried out in panic and surprise. Fang Yuan didn't reply. He just rushed forward and smashed his right fist at Wu Fei. Wu Fei was dazed as he looked at the fist rapidly expanding towards him. Damn it! He cursed and promptly activated his Gu worm, as well as subconsciously raising his fan-sized palm to block the attack. Bang! The strength of 2 boars and a crocodile burst forth. The enormous strength tore through Wu Fei's palms, breaking his defense, and then struck his face. His nose bone fractured, and his whole face caved in by the attack. The attack sent him flying, blood spurting out wildly all along the way. And as he fell on the ground like tattered rags, he was already as dead as a corpse could be. Oh my God, he killed him. A Gu master was killed. The spectators were horrified. Some cried in fear and some screamed. Fang Yuan's body was covered by a layer of white light. This was the effect of the canopy Gu. He couldn't have used his strength as much as he liked without this layer of defense. Gu. He is a Gu master. Xiao Dai's eyes widened into the size of saucers. Shang Xinxi was also dumbfounded with shock. She suddenly recalled Fang Yuan's words as she looked at his back. Those from the demonic path are vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception. We have taken lives. They were truly demonic Gu masters. The story pauses here. But Fang Yuan's journey is far from over. If this reached you, leave a like. It helps more listeners find their way to ethereal arcs. Subscribe so the next chapter finds you. We'll see you in the next arc.